sometimes then you can get discouraged when it seems as though our working lives are keeping us apart. But the trust in me, baby, don't you worry. And it won't be long now, so we must be strong. There were times I know I let you down so badly. I never knew then what losing your love would mean to me. As for anything, I give it to you gladly. Because you're part of me now, and you must believe that. If you're hurt, I'm hurting too. And I'm thinking about your love. You need someone to care. I'll be there. You should know I'll never change. Cause I'm thinking about your love.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Aisha Buhari was there. She came back from what they called a lesser Hajj. She was wearing black. She was mourning. If you look at the pictures that were circulated at that point in time, you will see the smug, or should I say, the forlorn faces of northern governors. A minute silence was held at the AU for a late Buhari. Even Her Britannic Majesty Queen Elizabeth II also penned a condolence message to the people of Nigeria before the cabal took over and asked her to rescind it, which she did. Buhari is dead, and I'm prepared to stake Biafra on it. If you, Dele Momodu, can go and prove to me, I'm not asking you to do anything too complex. If you can go and ask this man you call Buhari, whoever it is in Asorok, to come outside, don't do very much, address a panel of Nigerian youths, maybe 20 of them, and speak Buhari's mother tongue, which is Fulfude. I will give up Biafra, I will apologize to him, and I will submit myself to any authority on this earth to do with me as they please. There is no Buhari. Jubril was there. Jubril followed Abba Kyari to Cuba and ran away from there and never came back. The man you have now in Asorok is from Niger Republic. His name is Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad. That's his name. Yusuf Abubakar Muhammad. Even Shekau knows who he is personally and was mentioning his name as well. It is not Buhari.
It is necessary that we take another look at our revenue sharing formula, especially the vertical aspect that relates to the tiers of government.
Sunset on Nigeria's former President Muhammadu Buhari, marking the end of an era characterized by service to a country he served, loved, and fought for. The passing of former President filtered in late Sunday, sending shockwaves across the length and breadth of the country. Buhari died in a clinic in London from an undisclosed ailment, drawing the curtains on the life and time of one of Nigeria's foremost political figures in the last 6 decades. As a soldier, Buhari has always been at the background of top military operations. He led the Nigerian troops to Chad when the Chadian troops invaded Nigeria during the regime of late President Shehu Shagari in April 1983. He was also at the forefront of battle during Nigeria's civil war that lasted 3 years, from 1967 to 1970. Buhari also served as military governor of Borno State under the regime of former military head of state Olusegun Obasanjo between February 3, 1976 and 5th of March 1976, and subsequently served as Federal Commissioner of Petroleum and Natural Resources between March 1976 and June 1978. Buhari's biggest stage as a soldier and perhaps most memorable moment for many Nigerians was the military coup on New Year's Eve, the 31st of December 1983, that announced him as head of state. The reign was short-lived as it lasted just 20 months. On August 27, 1985, as head of state, many Nigerians can easily remember Buhari's war against indiscipline and his ruthless, uncompromising stance against corruption, a public image and posture of integrity he maintained throughout his tenure as Nigeria's democratic leader and his lifetime. At the return of civil rule in 1999, Buhari joined active politics, taking his first shot at the presidency in 2003. Buhari made 3 more attempts before clinching victory in 2015, defeating the then sitting president Goodluck Jonathan under the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC. For 8 years, Buhari presided over a tough economic and political era, determined to fight state corruption to a standstill. In one of his popular quotes, Buhari said, quote, "If we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill us." Born on 17 December 1942 in Daura, the veteran soldier and astute politician died aged 82. Omo Bazwai, Arise News.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't be it's once again. Everybody will pay up. If anybody follow me, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mogo, I be the master.
if Buhari double in Sudan and press him into service as Nigeria's president, what? The representative of the Jubril family, that is the supposed impostor, having discovered the gigantic swindle, suddenly showed up in Abuja the other day and demanded to be compensated with a power-sharing arrangement at the federal level in perpetuity, plus 50% of Nigeria's oil revenues for 10 years in the first instance. Now, that was on the back page of the Nations of Tuesday, 27th of November. That, and I quote, failing these, they would tell their story to the whole world. It further stated that the Nigerian authorities have entered into frantic negotiations with Jubril's family to head off what is sure to be the world's dirtiest and worst kept secret, he said. And he concluded by saying that Britain is mediating its end. So far, to my knowledge, no official statement has refuted this claim, which simply implies Nigeria may truly be up for sale. The question is, has Nigeria now suddenly become a population of fools? I believe it's time to come away from our slumber and salvage this nation from slavery. If this evil tide is not dealt with quickly and decisively, Nigeria may be about to be recolonized the second time, and this time by another African country.
Who believed in us even when the cause seemed hopeless. I salute their resolve in waiting long hours in rain and hot sunshine to register and cast their votes and stay all night if necessary to protect and ensure their votes count and were counted. I thank those who tirelessly carried the campaign on the social media. At the same time, I thank our other countrymen and women who did not vote for us, but contributed to make our democratic culture truly competitive, strong, and definitive. I thank you all. Having just a few minutes ago sworn by the Holy Book, I intend to keep my oath and serve as president to all Nigerians. I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
I
Whoever thought that there has been some form of injustice on him, we are all humans. There is no doubt I hurt some people, and I wish they would pardon me. And those that think that I've hurt them so much, please pardon me. I thank you very much.
Pardon me. Pardon me. And there it is right there. A big fish falls within the Nigerian firmament, and an Iroko tree has just fallen within the Nigerian firmament. But what does this mean is the question. What does this actually mean? Buhari passed on. I think you all know that. Everybody knows that. It's in all of the news cycle. So we're all aware. So Buhari passes on. But what does this mean is the question. And what is his legacy is the other question. How will history see him? But before we get into how history sees him, how are we digesting him? Is he a friend or is he a foe? Is he a friend or a foe? How are Nigerians seeing then this character then that governed that country for however long? Within all of the cycles, I think it's the second longest serving Nigerian president we've yet ever had. Served X amount of years as a military administrator, as a military despot, and then served an additional 8 years. I think he was actually the head of state for about 3 years, and then he was president under a so-called democratic dispensation for an additional 8 years. So it's the second longest serving Nigerian president, only surpassed by Obasanjo. But how will history remember this guy? That is where the question is. So Buhari passes on. Is he a friend or a foe? That's the first question. And then who carries on his legacy is the other question. Who inherits then what Buhari left behind? So that's the other question. So because of course there'll be a lot of scrambling to see who actually eulogizes him the most, and we will see a lot of rebranding. Do you remember the last 8 years? It was yet the worst outside of the civil war. The Buhari 8 years that just went, the Buhari 8 years that Tinubu succeeded is singularly, without equivocation, the worst 8 years that we've yet ever experienced. But then by the time they try and rebrand this guy now, you will think it was Mother Teresa that just passed on. But how is it going to be remembered is quite the thing. They try to rebrand him as a Spartan man of a very simple needs, a pious man, an incorruptible man, and all of these invectives that they throw at the guy. But if you look at his history, he's probably one of the most corrupt Nigerian presidents we've ever had. Do you remember the first big looting that came to public glare was actually done by this Buhari when he stole about $2 billion back in those days. When he was a petroleum minister under Obasanjo regime, all those centuries ago. That was the first big hit, $2 billion. They found it in Midlands Bank, and the thing just disappeared. So that guy has been looting. And when he was the chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund, he looted the money as well. So how is history going to remember this guy is the thing. And his last dispensation as the civilian president was yet the most brutish that we've yet experienced in the history of our country. So how will memory remember this guy? But then, of course, the scramble for his legacy necessarily means that he has to be rebranded now. So Tinubu will give him probably yet the most extravagant state burial we've ever had. It will be like a gala event, the way they're going to send this guy off. And then there'll be a lot of scrambling to occupy the political space that he occupies in the north. Atiku will make the move towards that space. Kwakwanso, of course, will make the move towards that space. El Rufai will try and intellectualize that space. But the space that Buhari occupies within the northern paradigm is not an intellectual space. It's a religious, pious, common man space. And the natural fit for that space is Kwakwanso. So Buhari passing, it actually increases the stock of Kwakwanso in the political paradigm because it's the natural inheritor of the Buhari legacy, the Talakawas and all of that. But it's not going to take the abundance of it, of course. They will all dissipate into little pockets, and however, they are guided by their umalas and their fars and all those people that wear scarf all over in the north, all these so-called religious leaders that they have over there. Pardon me. So they'll farm out here, there, and everywhere, but the abundance of them will go to Kwakwanso. So the ultimate winner of Buhari's passing will still be Kwakwanso, but you'll see a lot of eulogies as we get into tomorrow and for the next few days. Peter B, of course, will be very gushing. Oh, our daddy, our father, he will try and do all of that thing that he does. Atiku Abubakar will play very much a northern leaning narrative, and Tinubu will play a nationalistic narrative. But all of those narratives are really people scrambling to inherit Buhari's legacy. So there it is right there. Jubril at-Sudani passed away in Saudi Arabia a while ago, but Malam Buhari in a shallow grave in London now. So that's the narrative. That's where we're kicking it off. If you want the conversation hop on, I will play. Which music do we usually use to trail it back in? So let's play you where's that? Another K1 track, and then we kick it off.
Ìfà lóní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọn á fi jòyè rògbò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọn á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu, whoever that was. So Malam Buhari passes on, rest in peace or rot in hell. your thoughts. So where are you in the narrative? Malam Buhari passes on, rest in peace or rot in hell. So however you are inclined, come share those inclinations on the platform. Malam Buhari passes on, but the show must go on still. So the show must go on still, and I will kick it off. Where do we want to kick it off? Actually, yes, well, we've already kicked it off actually with the passing of their Boki from Daura. So forever and a day, he will always remain their Boki from Daura by my reckoning. So their Boki from Daura passes on, but life goes on anyway. But it wasn't only the Aboki from Daura. Actually, before I turn the cameras off, it wasn't even only the Aboki from Daura that passed on today, and Oba also passed on. But before we even get into that, I was speaking to Baba earlier, just to we were actually exchanging text, and I was saying to him that I wonder how many of these characters will actually follow us into, not to say anybody's guaranteed life, or so I'm not. So who's to say that any of us will say tomorrow? But I wonder how many of these characters will follow us into 2027. You know that Abdul Salami, whatever his name is, the one that handed over to Obasanjo, do you know that he's also sick in London? So it's a swinging pendulum for him as well, which way it lands. And then, of course, Babangida very ill, Obasanjo very old. So how many of these characters will actually, on that day of the ballot 2027, will still be actors in the field, or will still be a person that can express an opinion? So that's the thing. Not to wish, but they're old anyway, so it's not as though you are saying anything out of skill. But how many of these chancers, will follow us into 2027? That's the thing. And what sustains Tinubu to 2027 really is the substance of the Nigerian state. You saw Buhari. If Buhari had not been president, it had been long gone. It had been long gone. But the presidency sustained him, and then he had an extra 2 years, and off he goes. So Tinubu, of course, he came in also frail as well. But any wish or hope that he's going to pass away is unlikely. Apart from Yadra, I cannot recall. Apart from Yadra, I cannot recall a president that died in office, apart from the assassinations, of course, which doesn't really count. So outside of Yadra, I cannot. And if you remember, please come and let me know. But I have no memory of any president passing away in office outside of Yadra. So it's all the obedience, crossing their fingers that Tinubu is going to Yamo to dream on. It's there till 2031. There's nothing that's going to shake that. But like I said, we're in that season now with a lot of people passing out. Was it not just a couple of weeks ago? Nwanyamo passed on. So Nwanyamo passed. How many people have even passed on just within the course of this year? All the stalwarts and all the heavy, all the Abacha. Yes, Abacha was poisoned. Niger Prince, I suspect. But it's just so many. We're seeing the end of an era. This is really what we're seeing, isn't it? We're seeing the end of an era. We're seeing a natural cause of paradigm shifting, batons being handed on voluntarily or otherwise. We're certainly seeing a paradigm shift. We're seeing a change of order. We're seeing a change in order, and it's natural causes that is affecting that change. So Buhari passes on. Rot in hell or rest in peace. How are you inclined? Rot in hell or rest in peace. So Buhari passes on, rot in hell or rest in peace. But it wasn't only Buhari that passed on today, like I said. Oba Sikiru Adetono Awujale of Ijebuland, age 90, he passed on too. So, like I said, a real changing of the guards we're seeing in Nigeria. So a real changing of the guards we're seeing in Nigeria. Oba Sikiru Kayode. I'm only going to give you a couple of paragraphs because the headline tells us all we need to know. Even not a week ago, the Olubadan died, replaced already. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono, the Awujale of Ijebuland, has joined his ancestors. The monarch died on Sunday. It'll be today, isn't it? Today is Sunday still. Is it still? It's Monday now. But nevertheless, he died within the last 24 hours. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adesina Awujale of Ijebuland has joined his ancestors. The monarch died on Sunday at the age of 91, hours after the announcement of the death of his long-time friend and former president Muhammadu Buhari. So he's taking him along as his sort of hand back to heaven. But if only is the thing that as this news breaks all over Africa, if only is the response that we're getting in Cameroon, if only. So if only at 92, Cameroon's Paul Biya declares presidential ambition yet again. So if only will be the response that you're getting to the Buhari news in Cameroon. Cameroon's long-serving President Paul Biya has officially declared his intention to run for an unprecedented eighth term in office, a move that could see him remain in power until he's nearly 100 years old. Can you imagine that? There can be zero development in that country. What level of development would you get with it's just unbelievable. It's actually quite sad when you pause to reflect that at 8 terms in office, 92, and of course he's going to declare himself the winner, and anybody that even sneezes, just even sneezes a hint of discontent or disaffection, he'll just have them short. 8 terms. Can you imagine that? So how many years would that be now? That would be 40 something years is already their president. And he's going to die there. That's just what he intends, either by natural causes or via the barrel of the bullet. Or via the barrel of a gun, I should say. So from that to from that to back to Nigerian political space. You know, the sort of politics that is being played by the obedience is totally unconscionable. It's totally unacceptable. You are not allowed of free will to have expression in Nigeria. And this is what we are discovering. We've experienced it here severally, but everybody experiences it. They call you a tribalist. They call you an enemy of the people. They call you this, that, and the other. They call you an ego hater. All of these things, all because you've decided to exercise a choice outside of what in essence is even, they're even more tribalist than anyone else, because if you look at the abundance of them, they support Peter Obi only really for reasons of tribe. But God forbid that you don't follow suit, they start to call you names. So suffer it, and this journalist certainly suffered it. Journalists, do you remember this lady? She's the anchor for a popular breakfast time program in Nigeria called The View. I think that's what it's called. Journalist Moriah Brown reveals the messages she received after her viral suggestion to President Tinubu. So of course, you get no prizes for getting these sort of messages, but of course, because of course you know your obedient cousins. It says at first, I voted for Tinubu because he is my choice. As a Nigerian, I have a right to that choice. I have never ever, and this is another accusation that they level against you as well. As soon as you say that you're not voting for Peter Obi, they'll say, oh, you are being paid, you are collecting, you are this, that, and the other. You are everything other than what you are, which is somebody with a brain that understands that Peter Obi is just a common criminal on a chance. You know, Gbadue, as Tinubu, as Soyinka described him. You don't even need a functioning brain to see through Peter Obi. It was never a factor in anything. So, but this is Morayo now telling us she expressed free will, and then she's having to pay the Nigerian price for it. First, I voted for Tinubu because it's my choice. As a Nigerian, I have a right to that choice. I have never ever collected or benefited from this government. Everyone who has cursed me based on an assumption that I am chopping, I have told God to return the curse upon their lives and their children. I am a woman of grace. God has blessed my generations through my hands. So every silent prayer I have with God comes to pass. If I have an opinion, I should not be judged simply because I work for TVC. There are plenty of obedience that work in TVC and earn their salary. No one bothers them. So what led to all this is your question. I think the answer comes here. So this is what some rascal posted on her timeline. It says you are a fool, mumu talking nonsense. Because of what you are gaining, may thunder fire you there or there. Olori Buruku, Olosho. So this is the thing. A respected woman in probably our early 50s who are paid her dues. So I blocked others because they are mostly fake accounts. But you, I will reply, you have enough followers for me to converse with. But why will you do that? Is not fair. Leave politics and focus on journalists. I'm not quite sure what's going on. There it is. So that's Moriah Brown getting it both barrels from the headless mobs as they've been properly described. It says. So everything you have uttered is for you. You said because I am benefiting, sadly I am not. I am earning salary just like everyone else. No cover from government or their cronies enters my hand. So this is all yours. You may want to get an umbrella because the real thunder is coming upon you. When it does, please remember it is because you caused an innocent person. So this is traditionally, historically, people don't tend to respond to those sort of commentaries. But then people forget sometimes that some of these personalities, they're human beings too. So she reads the comments. In most instances, she would not respond. But one comment will catch you off guard on one day that you are not in a particular sort of mood, and you read it again and say, no, I should not have to put up with this, and she should not have to put up with that, and not putting up with that is exactly what she's not doing. So there's that. So for all of this coalition or conversion or all of these things that is going on, the real politics is the movement of power brokers. Amidst growing rumors over alleged plan by Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osun State to decamp to the All Progressive Congress APC, the leadership caucus of People's Democratic Party PDP in the state on Saturday declared that they will follow him anywhere regarding his next political move. So Tinubu comes back from Brazil, of course, as a lot of you should be aware. As Tinubu comes back, the politics change. So the noise moves up, because then you start to see big moves taking place now. And it's only really the death of Buhari that is now standing in the way of our big moves. But you'll see Adeleke crossover fairly soon, just as soon as they've given about a couple of days to Buhari's passing. The caucus, which passed a vote of confidence on Adeleke, also backed what they termed as local and national consultation by the governor, assuring the governor of their unanimous support. A statement by Adeleke spokesperson Olawale Rasheed disclosed that the caucus decision was contained in a communique issued after a meeting held at the Okefia Government House in Oshogbo. Adeleke, who is seeking a second term in office, has been rumored to have perfected arrangements to defect to the ruling APC after interfacing with President Tinubu and some top echelons of the party. According to the statement, the leaders who praised the governor's leadership and performance in office, mandated him to continue consultations with all stakeholders locally and nationally. So that's Adeleke then. So that would be number 3 or number 5 or however what the number is that's now defecting to the APC. So this is going to be the nature of it. The PDP is going to be cannibalized. So the real hitters of the PDP will, and by the way, do you know that Ireti Kingigbe has gone to join the article coalition? So she's moved in that direction, but she's coming out of the Labour Party into that space. But is she even giving up her senatorial seat is the question, because if somebody else does that, she will be the first one to be traversing all the media houses telling us that the rules say otherwise. So but what we're going to see now in the build up to 2027 is the cannibalization, is the cannibalizing of the PDP. The PDP is going to be cannibalized. All the big hitters are going to be shared amongst the front spaces. The main hitters will probably end up in the APC, and then the also runs the disgruntled elements, which seems to be the convergence, the coalition that Atiku is putting together. The disgruntled elements then, of course, ends up with the ADC, APC, ADC. I wonder how that will play out when people are thumbing prints at the ballot. So that's Adeleke then on his way to go and join his daddy. So now, yes, we've already done this. Tinubu announces Buhari's death, sends Shetima to escort body to Nigeria. So there it says, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has formally announced the passing of former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died Saturday afternoon in London at the age of 82 after a prolonged what did they say? Is it leukemia or something like that? Yeah, I think they said he died of leukemia. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has formally announced the passing of former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died Saturday afternoon in London at the age of 82 after prolonged illness. The announcement was made in a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. According to the statement, President Buhari passed away at about 4:30 p.m. in London in a London clinic. In honor of the late leader, President Tinubu has directed that the national flag be flown at half-staff. It's usually called half-mast, so not half-staff, across the country as a mark of respect. President Tinubu, who has since spoken with the former First Lady, Aisha Buhari. So that means then that Aisha Buhari gets away with all of the loot that she looted, But then, Buhari's death now, the people hiding under him, has that cover now been broken for the government to go after them? I'm talking about elements like Abubakar Malami. So what now happens is fate now. And how does this even play out for him? In honor of the late leader, President Tinubu has directed that the national flag be flown at half-staff across the country as a mark of respect. President Tinubu, who has since spoken with former First Lady, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, extended his condolences to the bereaved family, the people of Katsina State, and the nation at large. In a solemn act of state honor, President Tinubu has also dispatched Vice President Kashim Shettima to the United Kingdom to accompany the body of the former president back to Nigeria. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has announced the passing of his predecessor, President Muhammadu Buhari. President Buhari died today in London at about 4:30 p.m. following a prolonged illness. So a lot of people actually wish they died a lot earlier. I'm not quite sure. I'm not even sure. The one thing I know is that I am ambivalent to it. I don't want to be unkind, but there's no sense of sorrow about Buhari passing after all of the lives that this guy took. President Tinubu has spoken. President Tinubu has spoken with Mrs. Aisha Buhari, the former president's widow, and offered his deep condolences. President Tinubu has also ordered Vice President Kashim Shettima to proceed to the United Kingdom to accompany President Muhammadu Buhari's body back to Nigeria. Former President Buhari was twice elected Nigerian president, 2015-2019. He also served as the military head of state between January 1984 and August 1985. So I got that wrong. I thought it was 3 years. It didn't even last. It didn't even last up to a year. President Tinubu has ordered flags at half-staff as a mark of respect for the departed leader, the statement reads. Muhammad Buhari, who served as Nigeria's president from 2015 to 2019, had previously ruled as military head of state between January 1984 and August 1985 following a coup. A retired major general in the Nigerian army, Buhari became a central figure in Nigerian political life for over 4 decades, known for his reputation for discipline, anti-corruption stance, and austere personal style. His tenure as a democratically elected president marked a historic moment in Nigeria's Fourth Republic as he became the first opposition candidate to defeat an incumbent president at the ballot. So there it is right there, half staff, half mouth. There's Tinubu then. So back to real politics. APC wins all 20 Lagos local government polls. PDP win a single councillorship seat. So there it is. So there it is right there for all of the noise that they are going to take over Lagos. I don't think they quite got the memo. What happened in 2027? What's all this now? Oh, what's going on? My computer is now. No. I'm not. Okay. Let me just come out of that. So that's the local government thing anyway. I'm not quite sure. That's it seems to have picked up something. All right. Let's go on from that to another one. I'm not going to overlabor. I'm not going to overlabor the readout. So if you want to come on, start coming on now. The link in the comment section. What do we have here? As politics thickens ahead of the 2027 general elections, the ruling of progressive. Did you see the image of? I'll read this to you in a moment. But did you see the image of the leader of the Labour Party, Julius Abure, making friends with Yemsin Wike? So that's the nature of the politics that we're seeing now. So there's that. So that's to tell you then that the likelihood of Peter Obi being the flag bearer for Labour Party is very slim. You know, there's a good chance that Peter Obi might not be on that ballot. He might not even have a party to run on. As politics thickens ahead of the 2027 general elections, the ruling All Progressive Congress and the opposition coalition under the aegis of the African Democratic Congress seeking to unseat President Bola Tinubu are scrambling for the 5.7 million votes in the northern states of Kano. Correspondent. What's the 5.7 million votes? Okay, that's the registered voters, not the. All right. Central to Kano is the state former governor, Rabi Kwakwanso, who controls a large following known as Kwakwansia movement. Multiple party stakeholders who spoke with correspondents believe Kano's vote and Kwakwanso's standing will be critical to the outcome of the 2027 election. So Kwakwanso needs to come out now and let us know what he's doing. A lot of speculation that is going with Tinubu, but then they're also speculating. I saw speculations even today that is fraternizing with the coalition as well. So he either yinks or yanks because people are now taking positions now, so he needs to take one too. Reps move to strip president of power to appoint INEC chair. So this is one legislation that I align myself with this. I don't think it's proper for the president to choose the person then that will umpire an election that he's an actor in. The House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review is considering a bill seeking to amend the Constitution to reform the mode of appointing the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission by involving the National Judicial Council. So I'm not I'm not quite sure if that does anything. Who appoints the National Judicial Council is the question. Uh, Correspondents exclusively gathered that the proposed amendment aims to involve the NJC in the selection of the INEC chairman, thereby enhancing independence, credibility, and transparency of the appointment process. The Electoral Reform Committee, headed by late Chief Justice of Nigeria, Mohammed Uwaya, 2007, recommended constitutional amendments that will insulate INEC from the political influences of the executive arm of government in terms of its composition and funding. The panel recommended that the power to appoint the INEC board be transferred from the president to the NJC, whilst its funding was to be a first-line charge on the consolidated revenue of the federation. Speaking exclusively with correspondents on the proposed amendment, the immediate past INEC chair, Professor Atahiru Jaga, described the move as a step in the right direction. He said, "It is a welcome development. It is one of the many good recommendations on how to insulate the position of whoever is chairman of INEC from political and executive pressure, as well as curing the deep-seated impression that he who pays the piper dictates the tune." Similarly, the executive director of Yega Africa, Samson Otodo, welcomed the move, even as he questioned the possibility of having a non-partisan NJC. So that's our move then to remove the appointment of the INEC chairman from the executive. So I concur with that. So I concur with that. So that's the readout. Let me play you the clips that we do have. The link in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come on. So Airpeace, we're back with Airpeace. So and nothing good to report. Their aircraft are now dropping from the skies. Watch this. All right, so there's yet another Airpeace airline dropping from the skies. Here is Ben Bruce eulogizing about your president. Watch this.
You have President Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. I've known him for 30-some years. When he was governor, or just as a citizen, you walk into his office, and not too far away from here. You look behind him, he has a library full of books. He reads. He understands issues. If you go to him with a subject, he wants you to explain to him why, and he needs to understand it. He's the first president we've had with a finance background. He understands economics. The problems we've had in the past, leaders who did not understand the budget and the economics and how to run a country. To be a leader of a country is equivalent of running a Fortune 500 company. Now, if you can run a Fortune 500 company, you can run a country, because you have to have finance, you must have a budget, you must have research and development, you must have HR and all of that. As soon as he got in the office, the two things he did on the spot: shook everybody up, deregulated, and floated the currency. It's painful, but it's necessary. All the candidates said they would do it, but he did it on day one. We have a stable currency today. It's expensive but stable. We're deregulated, and prices of oil will come down. And these economic measures will create the environment for production to go up. Now he needs to focus on productivity. You don't produce and you consume, You leads to fatness. Production leads to freedom. We must produce to be free. And his motto is production, production, and less consumption. And if we focus on that, Nigeria will be free. But the point is, we have to go through this painful period to get it right. So President Tinubu is doing a good job, and he's getting it right. It's going to be painful, but he's going to get it right.
And there it is right there. I concur with every single word that was said by Ben Bruce there. Every single step that Tinubu is taking are steps that necessarily has to be taken in order to rebalance the country and to put it on the right traction. The unfortunate thing might be Tinubu might well be booted out in 2027, and then somebody else will benefit from the legacy of his hard work, and they'll claim the credit for it, of course. But hopefully that's not the case. Because the country is now just beginning to turn the corner, and so maybe he should be able to complete his work. So there's that. Still speaking of Tinubu, the return of Daddy is how we are trailing this now next clip. Tinubu then back in the country from Brazil. So to come and straighten up all these rascalities that's been going on, watch this.
Welcome back.
You will see the dynamics of the politics change immediately. Just as soon as Tinubu comes back, the dynamics of the politics will change. So the dynamics of the politics will change. But for that, then there is this. Tinubu has so many nemesis because he's bruised so many people in his journey to the top. Still feeling aggrieved, his former deputy reporting then on what went on at the local government elections. What's this?
The observation is that obviously there is plans to rig this election.
Okay.
Because people have not been able to vote in their units. When you get to your unit, they said they've given them a list of names. I have been to my own unit. My name is not there. There are units which are supposed to be in front of Eko Hotel. They have brought them here to Ajose Adeogun. So it shows, and many people are not able to vote because they have, in fact, completely disrupted all the polling units. I am calling for the cancellation of this election because there's a clear effort to rig the election in favor of one party. Because otherwise, why is it that people are not able to vote in their units? Why is it that units have been disrupted and placed in the wrong place?
So that is Akerele something. That was the former deputy governor of Lagos State under Tinubu, who was sacked halfway through the Tinubu tenure. So that's the voice that she's speaking with. I'll play you two more clips. Of course, the guy that declared himself the Igbo king of Ghana, the Ghanaians have this for him. Here is their response. What's this?
We're from Amanasi, the eastern part of Ghana.
Yeah, Amanasi.
Much respect to our president, Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama. I am calling on all the youth in Eastern region, every part of Eastern region. If you know you are living in Eastern region, we have to bring our heads together and start protesting now. Because what is going on in Ghana It's something else. And the government is not saying anything about it. The president is finding it likely. We are not finding it likely. The Igbo king must go, and the Igbo people must go. We don't want any long talk. When you go to Roma, you do what the Romans do. There are rules and regulations in Ghana. You don't just leave your country behind, come to another man's country, and start imposing things on yourself. That's not how it's done. Charlie, over here in Ghana, we respect our...
Oh, all right, over there in Ghana, they never say nothing. Go and ask them in Lagos. You don't know what you're in for. Once those people dig in, very difficult to shake them off. This last clip now is an echo from the past that resurfaces again. Ejele Speak is back.
There is no type of lie they did not say to us. That these people, the British, they know that Nnamdi Azikiwe was intelligent and they know that they cannot control him. They went and gave it to an illiterate. I grew up believing that Tafawa Balewa didn't understand the word of English language. I grew up knowing that when you see someone with a big stomach, you call him Abubakar. What was the story they told us? We hear this from our parents and our uncles. That they went to London to meet the Queen. Zik was the one interpreting English for Tafawa Balewa. That when they went to drink tea, Tafawa Balewa didn't know the etiquette of dining. That before the Queen, when you are done drinking your tea, you turn your cup this way. Then they will not pour another tea for you. That Abubakar went there. He was like keeping his cup like this, and they was filling his with tea, filling it with tea, filling. I never saw that man with a big stomach anywhere. Only in the cartoons they drew that time. Only for the cartoon where they give people, they read as real news. Then Nnamdi Azikiwe used the Igbo to talk to him. Abubakar Imuchiko, did you hear this thing or not? And they never told it like a fairy tale. Reality, the same way they told us Nnamdi Azikiwe put Mami water inside bottle in River Niger and sealed it, threw it back into the river. That's why the river stopped disturbing people in the market. Did you hear this one or not? So when you are saying, I believe in Biafra story, my grandfather told my father, now the same people who believe say they put person for bottle. They put Mami water for bottle. Okay, I'm happy everyone is confirming. Imagine, so they brainwash when Nnamdi Kanu, they brainwash them. Not be today start. I don't need to tell you that Abubakar Tafawa Balewa knows how to speak English. Go to YouTube, you will see his speech at the UN. I will play you one. Please show me whether you will see Nnamdi Azikiwe around, let alone whispering anything into his ears. Let's see it.
I wish to make our position plain beyond any matter of doubt as regards the African continent. We in Nigeria appreciate the advantages which the size of our country and of its population give us, but we have absolutely no aggressive intentions.
Are you hearing it? Neutrality was telling them anything well na they do. West and East, now na business, no count us join. Name that Nigerian leader that speaks with same eloquence. Name, I want to hear the name. Even your governors. Donald Duke no near. Oh, what they are doing to us. Oh, what they did to us. Hey, quit us. What they did to the people that did to them. Your father was not there when they are planning the coup. Your mother was not there. So why did they pay the price for the burial of other people? The same way you are paying now for Nnamdi Kanu. When anyone wants to tell the truth, oh, you are a saboteur. Are you hearing the truth now? Okwinamia. Ojukwu never respected General Gowon one day. Greed did not let them. Probably brainwashed, contributed.
So there it is right there, Ejele Speaks, of course. You know, I've been trying to reach out to him, but his number no longer works. Obviously, he was incarcerated for so long. I've been trying to reach out to him to see if I can bring him on the platform again. So if anybody has the reach to reach him, maybe I'll go and relay him on one of his streams. But that was Ejele Speaks. Then, talking about the fables that they were fed growing up. So the fables that they were fed when they were growing up. So if you are new to the news cycle, if you have been living under a rock and you don't know what happens today, let me give you a quick reminder.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Aisha Buhari was there. She came back from what they call the lesser Hajj. She was wearing black. She was mourning.
All right, so there it is. Buhari is dead in a shallow grave now in London. So Buhari is dead in a shallow grave in London. Will you miss him? Let's play a little ditty in memory of.
About your love tonight, today, and always. I know it's hard sometimes and you can get discouraged when it seems as though our working lives are keeping us apart. But you trust in me, baby, don't you worry. And it won't be long now, so we must be strong. There were times I know I let you down so badly. I never knew then what losing your love would mean to me. As for anything, I give it to you gladly. Because you're part of me now, and you must believe that. If you're hurt, I'm hurting too. And I'm thinking about your love. You need someone to care. I'll be there. You should know I'll never change. Cause I'm thinking about your love tonight, today, and always.
So there it is right there. If you know, you know. So there it is. Buhari no more. Dead as a dodo. Olule. Olule.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún lè ṣe, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn. Gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́. Ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́. Wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí. Wọ́n á fi jó aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu. Ọlọ́run máa padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. May God never depart from you. That's what that means in Yoruba language. Amen to that on behalf of myself and of course you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us Zita to eulogize about the departed. Yeah, almost certainly to cost the departed. There is Tony right there. Is that the elegant Chioma? This thing is not letting me quite say the name. So I think that might well be Chi right there. This thing is not letting me. Yeah. What's going on? They've changed the layout of this StreamYard, and it's just making it impossible to navigate. Olak, if you're able to pop people on, can you pop them on? This thing is not. What's going? There's Chioma right there. And there's Ola right there, if I can get him up. Oh goodness, that's Ola right there. So that's the assembled so far. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there is it can only really start in one space, can't it? And of course, a moment in time in the journey of Nigeria, the passing away of the Olule of Malam Buhari. We kick it off with Tony. Tony, good to see you. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Good to see you guys too. Thank you very much, sir. But anyway, sir, to our KBC, make we first of all wish our recipes to our Oba, great guy, a very good man. I saw him last time.
You mean the Abujale?
Yes, our Ujale, who else, last time, she was, I saw him that day, last 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago when he was attended the Ujidioba festival. I was very happy seeing him there under the umbrella. You know what I'm saying? And then he was even dancing, with his body at least. I thought that he was feeling fine. I never knew that he was so good. So that's soon. Anyway, his own recipes, Kabi, you know what I'm saying? He will live forever because that's a very long-serving Oba, you know what I'm saying? And then I really enjoyed his time also, during my time in Djibouti. I mean, very good man, very good man. You know what I'm saying? So that's a perfect peace as he joined our ancestors. That's the most important one there, Then to the politics of it, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you are going to give some 30 seconds or whatever minutes of silence, in respect of our Oba that departed. Because as far as I'm concerned, no other person departed. You know what I'm saying? Today. This is just, if I want to go to the politics of it right now.
What about the Malam from Daura?
This Malam has been dead since 2017. That is why we have not been seeing him in public. You know what I'm saying? That has been the bone of contention. Yeah, whenever I say anything, they say, you breathe. It was not by joke. It was not a joke now. I was damn serious. You know what I'm saying? So, you can't say you have a president and then you are not seeing him. Only his so-called spokespeople, his wife going to, to Dubai to go get, impregnated by another man because, Arab world, let me tell you something. You know that it's not a joke when I say that anybody that, like Thomas will tell you, we grew up in Ibadan, we know how these people behave, these Arab people. So the Arab people, we have them, in Ibadan. So, we have Lebanon Street in Ibadan, Lebanon Market, woman. If you go to Ibadan, you know what I'm saying? They are so, they plenty way for Ibadan. So even those people that, those their friends, that Nigeria friends, whenever they go with them, or those their houseboys and house girls, if they go to serve their family members in Lebanon, and then if they got pregnant there, they don't let them born Pekin. Arab not elect, they don't want to let black woman born Pekin for abroad. So as a result, when Buhari's wife was pregnant there, they said, go home and born your child in Nigeria and come back. That was why she was caught unaware at the Istanbul airport. You know what I'm saying? I sent a lot of pictures.
I can't pretend like I know what you're saying, but
No, you remember
carry on,
that
please.
Sahara reporter who carried it. You know, even
I have no
hold
idea.
on, even the mainstream media. You know, that was before the start of the 2023 election. You know, then he came back. Then about you know, it was on the mainstream media, and then so which triggered some question by the mainstream media, asking them about the government. Then say no that she has been suffering from cancer. That's why her stomach was like with a baby bump. You know what I'm saying? Baby bump. I have the picture still. I was so then they said yeah that was. But two months later, she had a baby in Nigeria, and then the stomach became flattened, and then all of a sudden, it's hold on, sir.
No, you hold on, my guy.
Okay.
When did she have a baby?
She had a baby now, just before the 2023 election.
When was that?
The cancer they said that she was suffering that resulted in her stomach be swollen up like a baby bump, and then after 2 months, all of a sudden she became well. Somebody that have cancer, you know, they became well, and then she was attending the APC Women's committee meeting,
maybe I should have started with it or something. I wasn't quite looking for this sort of.
No, we are going to. We are talking.
When did Aisha Buhari have a baby?
So you didn't know one man? Probably people will remind you here. Okay.
I didn't know because it didn't happen.
I knew. No, it happened. You know, Buhari did that before that. You said that you didn't believe. You won't believe anything because we said that we are not seeing the guy in public. I think we have been seeing Jonathan coming out. We have been seeing Abdul Salami.
Tony, it could be like signs of fibroids. She probably had fibroids.
Yeah, that's what she had. I'm not quite sure what all this.
No, but all of a sudden, two months later, she was coming out shiny.
I didn't think we were going to start with the Jubril.
No. It's very interesting topic. You know, that is why I decided to come up tonight. Even that means I don't give a damn if I don't even work tomorrow. So I said, let me just stand by. You know, I will send you the links to many people in America. May they come listen to whatever is going to happen tonight here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You know, some women that have uterine fibroids, they may appear as if they're pregnant.
It doesn't go out, you know, as soon, let's say in 2 weeks, it will go out, and then, you know what I'm saying? That woman was, I mean, this thing was, so, I'm going to send you the pictures. You know what I'm saying? Only that some of my phones, you know, got broken. But anyway.
Sort of picture of Buhari in hospital with...
No, the wife was pregnant. I'm starting from there. You know what I'm saying? That is, let me tell you one thing. Okay, let me go to that Buhari's in hospital. Yeah. You know, Unamdi Kanu is you know, still remain...
No, just speak to us about Buhari's death. I don't want all
Yes, sir. Anyway, okay, let me go there. So, okay, thank you very much, sir. You know, I will try to go deep into... So as my intro.
Deep into anything now. You are giving us a Radio Biafra.
Yes, sir. No, I'm not the Radio Biafra. Yeah, you know, I'm not a Biafra man. Okay, so I agree all of now. You know, this the ADC, whatever you call the coalition, is now working. You know, started to do some harm. You know, so that is why because they are about to expose themselves. You know, Ijaiboro, I told me, got a fight. Now one start now, and the Tinubu is ahead of them. You know what I'm saying? So they are going to start, you know, leaking out all those secrets, you know, exposing each other. That is because you know that these are strange bad fellows that are now forming this coalition. So as a result, I've been a coalition now they call them. So as a result now, before this Buhari mystery that I'll be begging you people to solve that they didn't want to solve, all of a sudden now they want to solve it immediately because they don't want to be caught unaware because it's going to be serious fight, gutter fight. Inside the pond water be now those dirty water fighting. Ain't one happen now because they will start to say, now you had that. Even all the ex-president, all the governors that are claiming to go and see Buhari, Malama Damu, Aliyu, Eke Oshomole, already threatened them in 2020 that if they kick him out of APC, he's going to tell us who is in Aso Rock. And then in addition to Emilio Con's speech in Abeokuta, Tinubu also indirectly threatened them that now want to make a lead the secretary to. You can't be having a president in a country that doesn't come out to speak to his people or her people. You know what I'm saying? And then
All right,
only
Tony,
dispose people.
let me just move it on. If you do you want to speak about Buhari's death, or I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's not that. Not be today in die.
Right.
He don't die before a long time. That's why I'm giving you the reason why I'm telling you that this for that you play game with us. That the war, the fight is about to be gone. Between the coalition and the rest members of the APC, the remaining members, because that is what is sparking off this now. So that's why they want to put that matter to rest now before this thing start blowing out from a different direction. Because you see now that Rotimi Amici is also involved, all of them, Adamu Aliweke Oshomole, because they're going to be exposing each other. That's why they now decide to bring it out. Okay, Tinubu is now ahead of them. Now say, okay, Buhari don't die, so that they know get anything to cause wahala later. This man has been dead since 2017. That's why nothing works again. When Buhari came in, my family voted for Buhari in 2015. Everybody voted for Buhari. We wish that he came back. And then when he came back, 2 years down the line, everything was moving fine in Nigeria until from 2017 upward, when everything just come scatter. Aisha Buhari took over the administration with the brothers and the cousins of Buhari and Ibrahim Gabari. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'll be, hammering on here every time. So, and then now, when I don't talk, but this is not the way that I was expecting them to bring it out. I was, you know what I'm saying? But if they want to bring this Buhari's death out, they should come out clean. Not be like this. They cannot start to fool 200 million people that lost their president. The last time Buhari came out, when hold on. When he came out in 2016, when he said that the woman place is in the kitchen, it belonged to the other room, I've been a bedroom. But since then, so
let's mourn our late president. It's a mourning period.
which kind president? Which kind president you are mourning? Why you not mourning since 2017, my brother?
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. We're going to do 5 minutes monologue just for everybody to respond to the person of.
Yeah, but let me talk to the other one now.
No, which other one? Let's just move it on, my guy. Just hold on.
Okay.
Yes. And then we'll open it up to the other topics. The Lagos State local government and all of that. But maybe even about 3 minutes, just for people to document their thoughts about Buhari passing. We go to Zita, from Zita to Choma, Ola Patoski, enigmatic. So Zita, the president Olule. All right, then we go to Choma. You there, Chi?
Yes, woman.
Yeah.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Yeah, such a wonderful day. We thank God for life. So I was just, yeah, I heard,
So
I was,
is it rest in peace or rot in hell, Buhari passing to you? What is it?
well, I don't know. I can't really say because he hasn't done anything personally to me. So, but I mean, he was the most handsome president we've had in Nigeria. I can give him that. He's tall and handsome, right?
More handsome than Babangida?
Yeah, he's
You think
tall
so?
and handsome. Buhari, yeah. He always walked like gallantly, very nice.
He walks like Scooby Doo. What do you mean he walks gallantly? He walks like Scooby Doo.
Anywho, that's my opinion, right?
One man be guided. One man be guided.
So I don't have any problem with Buhari because I just felt like he had a plan, before. I don't know what happened to him, you know. I mean, I don't know if this is his first death or his second death from what Tony was saying, but there was a lot of rumors that said that he passed away before in the past, but because somebody told me our president died when I was in a hair salon today. And I'm like, oh my God, Tinubu's dead. Jesus, oh my God. I went on your platform only to find out it was Buhari because Buhari is too young now. I was thinking it would be like the other way around. But it is what it is. When it's your time, is your time. But yeah, that's all I had to say. And oh yeah, rest in
You,
peace.
you know, there was a lot of speculation, Chi, that he was actually poisoned.
Again.
It was poisoned. when his administration started, there was a lot of speculation that they pumped some poisonous thing through the air conditioner, and that's what led to his debilitation. And then, as a result of that poisoning, he just changed his tack and became very ethnic. That was what people speculate. Even Shewa Kimbaloye was asking Gaba Shewa about it in a recent interview.
So do you think he was poisoned again?
I think he. I know. I don't think he fully recovered from that. I think it was that original poisoning that eventually took his life. That's what I think.
Wow, that's so sad. But I don't know if it's because of this upcoming election, because we all know who Buhari is going to support. It was going to be Atiku. But as I said, it is what it is. I don't have any opinion on Buhari. I really don't have any personal problems with him. I just like that he was handsome and tall. But yeah, rest in peace to the Oba of Ijebu land. I've met him before, and he was a very nice man. That's what I wanted you to know.
All right. All right. Thank you, Choma. Stay with us, Choma. We'll document everybody's thoughts on Buhari and maybe the Awujale as well, and then we'll open it up to the Lagos State local government elections. So we go on from you to Ola, who hopefully is there. Ola, you're up next.
Hi, woman, and all the panelists. Oh, anyway, people can say whatever they want to say about Buhari. I think I don't really have any particular thing to say. I'm neither happy nor sad. And I know that you don't talk bad of the dead, but when you say you don't talk bad of the dead, you should understand the difference between an individual and a public servant. You see, if you talk against an individual, there's no way the person is going to defend himself about the good he did or about the evil he perpetrated. But if it is public servant, you can just x-ray his life and you just want to look at, do you want to be like Buhari or you don't want to be like him? Personally, Buhari was the type of president I wish Nigeria never had, because I look at his impact upon thousands of people, not just an individual. You understand? Except someone can change my mind. I think he destroyed more lives by the virtue of his position than promoting. And he had that opportunity, despite being a coup plotter. Despite being a coup plotter, he had the opportunity to rewrite the history. But when he came the second time, he did worse, right? So I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to judge him based on how he should rest. That one is in between himself and his God. If he has done very well in the sight of the Lord, the Lord will reward him accordingly. If otherwise, okay, it's left to God, to his God to do that. But to me, he had the opportunity to put us on the right path. He had the opportunity to
Do
unite
you
us.
think he wasted those opportunities? Because when he came in, he told us that he was for everybody and not for anyone in particular. And that was the right note to sound at that point in time. But then he was ill for a period of time, and then you could see then that change. And then even the wife told us that the administration was hijacked. So it's a very complex situation, but ultimately, it did a lot of harm to that country, destroyed the economy, and looked the other way as the country was being slaughtered by his clansmen. So, what will be his abiding memory, his legacy?
You see, if it's another word that is heavier than waste, I will use that. That guy was totally blank. He went into power without any concrete plan of putting the country right. You understand? When he had an opportunity, you understand, to tell his kismet, because if there was anybody to tell all those criminals in our bushes that to H star LA, to those people, he was the person. But you know what? He was indirectly doing some kind of maneuvering, like the body language was like, oh, they are my people, nothing wrong, even if they come and settle it. Now, see, this is the difference between being a patriotic countryman and just be a tribal jingoist. Now, whether we like it or not today, look at what Donald Trump is doing. I may not like it, but when he's still telling you that nobody is going to take advantage of America, he doesn't care whether your color is white or whether your color is black. All he is concerned is this: if you are not an American, if you are taking advantage of an America, he doesn't care about you. Now, we never had that type of leader in Buhari, as the military head of state. He was supporting a foreigner just because, I know those people that are foreigners from Niger Republic, that may be his people. But you cannot be the president of the country and you don't really understand the value of the position, the significance of the position you wear. You understand? You were celebrating another person from the country that won that secretary to the OU, the OAU that time. You understand? Ahead of your own people. You understand? So you don't do that as a head of state. If anybody is saying he want to emulate the type of Buhari's life and he want to follow his full type of leadership as the leader of the country, is a rare flag. So the guy just did more than wasting the opportunity of putting us right. He eventually increased the insecurity. Have you ever seen a situation whereby the government of a country was paying criminals ransom? You were paying criminal ransom under you when you were claiming that you were going to make naira equal to $1. Your people destroy our monetary institution. The testament now is that Emefiele is still in jail now, right? Waiting for the time he's going to be sent to the prison. So when you look at all those things, what did he do? We know we are not kidding. We know that his people are the one doing business of borrowed exchange. You understand? You were subsidizing. You understand? You were borrowing to subsidize naira to give some people to become billionaire overnight. What type of leadership is that, for goodness sake? Things that can just ruin the country. So when you knew that you were not fit for that position, why coming out? That's the problem. I don't want to hear this word that the hijacking, and so what? Is you. I don't care with the hijacker. You that you promise the country is the person I want to deal with. So to me, well, I leave him with his own God. There is nothing. I don't know whether I don't feel sad. I don't feel happy. You understand? He has come and done and he did it. So anybody that is watching, that is how all of us we are going to end one way or the other. You understand? Our own time will come. You understand? It's not as if I'm celebrating this, but I don't want to sugarcoat when I know that I'll be lying if I start eulogizing this man. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So well put by Ola. So Patoski, you're up next. So Buhari came and went. The abiding memory, saint or villain, rest in peace or rot in hell. Patoski.
Yeah, may Buhari so rest in perfect peace. Buhari has come and he has gone the way of every mortal, the way of all the people before him, and that's going to be the way of all the people after him. It's a lesson to everybody that at least one day we will live. And he led a very simple life. If you look at him as an individual, he led a very, very simple life, even while in government and after he left government. His government can be said to be corrupt, but nobody has been able to trace one single issue of corruption to him. But maybe now that he's dead, maybe things will come up. But to him, nobody has been able to. Even his opponents have not been able to do that. And in a very little way, though not very appreciated, he did what he has to do. He did a lot of work in infrastructures. The current government is working towards it, but they have not been able to surpass his record. No government in the past has been able to surpass Buhari's record in the area of infrastructure development. You remember that I know a number of people on this panel when they were in school, if they talk of abandoned projects, Second Niger Bridge was one of them. It was a major topic in some students' social study. But now that is history. Every government in Nigeria has been talking about Second Niger Bridge, Second Niger Bridge. Not even all the states in Southeast have been able to put resources together to do that. Not all the previous government has been able to do that. But Buhari started and finished it. The actual construction. Don't let anybody come and tell me, oh, Jonathan put it in paper. They have been putting it in paper even before Jonathan was born. But nothing has happened there. But Buhari did that bridge. If you look at railway, people thought, in short, there's one PDP person. He's also late now, but he's also rest in perfect peace. He was asked and he said that Nigeria can never have that kind of railway infrastructure. But Buhari came and revived our railway sector. There was nothing like railway before Buhari. The railway was dead. Now everybody's talking railway. Railway now has become like it's normal now. But when Buhari came, there was nothing. Buhari did Warri Takpe. Buhari did Lagos Ibadan rail project. That's a very major one. Buhari finished the Lagos Ibadan Express. And Buhari did a lot of roads, infrastructures. All these railway stations involve building train stations, very beautiful train stations all over the country.
Can I interject you a bit? If you
No,
say yes,
let
just
me finish.
for 10
No,
seconds, my brother.
no.
Lahore.
No.
Okay.
We are building railway stations all over the place. Buhari built a number of airports. So many places, the Southeast, I can't be all of them. A number of Southeast states, never had airports. Buhari was able to put those things there. In short, Buhari has done more for Southeast than Jonathan, who's from South, and enjoyed the support of the Southeasterner, ever did for Southeast. You understand?
Then
Also,
when you are
Buhari,
finished, then I will beg one man to let me interject you when you are through, okay? All right. One man. Don't forget to.
In short, Buhari did for Southwest more than Obasanjo did for Southwest. I stand to be corrected. In terms of infrastructures, you understand? I was living in Abeokuta in Ogun State when Obasanjo was president. I cannot trace any major project in that state to Obasanjo. The only major one that was there was, you can only trace it to Dimeji Bankole, who was the speaker. In terms of road, in terms of any other thing, you cannot. The only project that I knew he did was the gas pipe when we were doing independent power plant. He laid the gas pipe to Papalanto and towards his farm in Ifo-Ebogun. That's the only thing. And we, in that side of the country, we didn't enjoy it. It was targeted at his Ifo-Ebogun area, his farm. So we can say, to me, Buhari has contributed even more to Southwest, finishing the Lagos-Ibadan road, doing Lagos Abeokuta rail. We have another rail line now that passes through Lagos Abeokuta to Ibadan, almost passing through Abeokuta, and we have the old lane that is also resuscitated, that is passing from Lagos to through Papaland to Lafenwa and then to Ilorin, like that. Buhari brought all that back. That's one thing. And in the area of security, Boko Haram was controlling the northeast. They were hosting their flag. All that stopped under Buhari. You will say that some other security issue came off fine, but he did a lot. He equipped our military. As at the time Buhari came in, the military were very low on equipment, and we all knew how Jonathan government and his people shared billions of dollars to Dasuki in the name of equipping the military. And the same Saint Jonathan, under who Obi worked with, the man Obi worked with, and we are seeing as Jonathan is the best now. They all of his players attested to the fact that he spent that money on election and embezzling through Dasuki and almost all the big names. Ruben Abati, even this guy that is that was in Lagos, Musili Obanikoro, all of them, they were in EFCC net because of that Dasuki gate. Unduka Bagbena, the current proprietor of Arise TV that everybody is saying is the best TV station, all of them stole all that money. But what did Buhari do? He made some effort to recover, but Buhari equipped our military. When Buhari came, so many states could not pay salaries. You remember in the earlier days of Buhari, a state like Oshun could not pay salary. Those are even some southwest states that we talk were vibrant. States like it, they could not pay salary. Buhari gave the states that succor to be able to pay salary. So many things that they did, that demand did. Though there's no government that is running perfectly, just like this current government is not. And I don't think if we become, it will run perfectly or to come or any of them. But Buhari, in his own little way, with all his investment in power, he has done what he's supposed to do, and he has played his own part. So my prayer is that his soul will rest in peace. Um, Obasiku Aditon also will rest in peace. But Buhari was not dead in 2017. Buhari just died now. And
Are you sure about that? There's information to the contrary. Watch this.
Buhari is dead
no.
and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
No.
What do you mean? Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi
Okay,
Arabia.
you want to mock this guy. So Buhari died in the UK, and the UK government is so corrupt. They connive with Nigeria and they covered it. And even the palace, the royal house, is so corrupt. Nigeria bribed them and they covered it. European Union is so, even the UK Parliament, they are so corrupt and they covered it. Even the European Union, so corrupt.
These
They
are the
covered
vested
it.
interests. Vested interests. They don't want Nigeria to
uh,
work.
Chama, listen now. I beg.
All right, but
I'm too
bring
smart
it
for
on
that.
past, bring it on past two, and then we'll move it around a bit.
I'm too smart.
And then I want to also speak about who inherits his base. So we speak
Yeah.
about that, but yeah, maybe give us a minute on that, and then we go on to
Mm.
enigmatic.
So I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to ignore the fact that he was dead. He was not dead. I'm too smart for one boy that just was born yesterday and call himself IPOB leader to be coming to tell some of us what we need to. We already know. That's that. In short, what you brought up about who takes over is what I've been thinking, and I think people need to start acting now. That space is open to Atiku, Erufai, and whoever Tinubu is pushing forward. They need somebody need to quickly take over
Is
those structure.
Kwakwanso not the natural successor for Buhari
No. It doesn't happen that way.
in terms of resonating with the Talakawas?
No, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. They need to they can position someone. I won't be surprised if they knew this was going to happen. That maybe that's why that guy was said to resign. I'm telling you, that your chairman that resigned. Maybe that's one of the reasons why. I know that guy has very strong relationship with Tinubu. So
Ganduje.
Tinubu no remove the guy. Forget him. All those drama.
He's been
Tinubu did
given
not
another
remove that.
appointment.
That one is just on the side now. I'm sure. I won't be. I won't doubt it if they already knew that this thing is progressing and they have to position someone. You will see
You know,
what.
everybody had the sense that he would not come back from London. When I, for about a week, I've been anticipating this announcement anyway.
I don't know the nature of ailment. Could it be prostrate? Could it be for people of his
They
age?
said it's leukemia.
Oh, then he tried though, and he wasn't really looking it. So it's easy for them to have known if it's leukemia. They'll see the progression, and maybe they first feel look they need to position someone.
They said he had blood transfusion and all of that sort of stuff.
They do bone marrow transplant. They do,
Yeah.
but for his age, that would be a major operation. And maybe they've tried and.
Yes, they
I
I
don't
don't
know
beg,
how
trust
it
him up.
I
suddenly.
beg one more. Let me push this guy
I don't
back a bit.
know how the leukemia suddenly developed. You know, it happens like that. Too. I have
I
someone
beg.
like that had leukemia, and luckily she survived. They had transplants in India and stuff like that. But my just like you said, that's a key issue that we need to look at. Who takes over that whole structure? They need to quickly move before the ADC guys go there and take over. And that
I
is
think
going to
I think
start.
the movement is already ongoing anyway. You
That's going
see
to start
a
from the
lot of people will
funeral.
be going to the yes.
Yeah, That's going to start from the funeral. The
Yeah,
person that is at the forefront of it.
sorry, Patoski, but Tinubu will superintend that funeral. So how he chooses to orchestrate it then will tell us the direction that,
Just
I think
watch.
they're going to give him one of the biggest state funerals, yes, that we've ever seen.
Yeah, just watch what will happen. And the main northerner that is going to be at the forefront of it. And let's see as that is going to play out. That might be the next person. And I'm sure Tinubu and the rest, they have all the resources to project that person. And he will be looking at projecting someone that has his party interest and has his government interest. But they will definitely project someone. They won't leave it like that. If not, Atiku and the rest and everybody, they will just move in. And
Wama,
but
let me
that
push
family
my
is
brother
not.
back.
Hold on, no, just settle down a little bit. Patoski, let's move it around.
Yeah.
Let's only have that moment, and then I think Enigmatic is keen to speak as well. So Tony, just 2 minutes, and then we go to
Okay, sir.
Enigmatic.
Thank you very much, sir. Patrick, all this your bridge here, your railway here, is that how they do things in the country that you reside? What is the essence of having
That's how they
government?
They don't build the
No,
infrastructures in the
That's how they
no,
country.
do it
yeah,
here.
even though through private or whatever, like a Germany or whatever, is that not the function of a government to encourage or to create an environment so that we
No,
can have
that's
what
how
kind
they
of
do it. Where Buhari
no,
did
what
it,
kind of
that's how they do
infrastructure
it.
do you that is on ground in Nigeria?
That's how they do it.
What kind of infrastructure do you see in Nigeria?
Who built infra? Well, he just gave you a list now: roads, rail services, hospitals, schools,
Airport.
all of these things.
Yeah, how
Airports.
much did Nigeria got during this period under review?
Are you changing the question? You said
Wama, you got
we have
right. You look, you are done your best for me tonight. But tell me that this guy may have been poisoned, and not now. That was back then because the corruption was fighting him back. Because when he came in, he's a good man. He did a great job. But within that 2 years, they probably they poisoned him allegedly right now, and then he died during that period. For a party to come and tell me that he just died now, that's a blatant lie. We should stop all this wasting our money on those kind of patako barrier.
all right, but then that's your belief, but not universally held. So we wait for Zita to indicate that she's ready for us. But as we wait, as somebody that you've always enjoyed Enigmatic on this, so Olule, but Irule Wololu, rest in peace or rot in hell. Your former president, now former alive, Enigmatic on D.
Yeah, thank you, one man. My regards to everyone on the platform. Hi to everyone. It's quite a sobering period for Nigeria. You know, regardless of what people think of President Muhammadu Buhari, he passed on at age 82. That means a lot. Buhari is somebody's grandfather, grandmother. They can go back home and see what legacy is bequeathed to them from those their grand people, or if even any of their generation will ever attain whatever Buhari did in life. From somebody from a very humble background in Daura, he lived a very good life, one man, an exemplary life, and a life that most people want to desire. As a young man, he became uh, the head of state in his 30s.
82 is not actually a grand age in this day and age, with people living forever now, but
Of course, Aminu Dantata died at 92 or 91. Awujale just passed on at 91. The Olubadan of Ibadan land just passed on this week as well, yeah, almost 90. So we've lost prominent Nigerians in recent past. But the fact remains that when you look at at a point, I even heard that Buhari was almost, I think Buhari, I think they said he was a sickler or something like that. But one of his daughters, his daughter died of who was a sickler then. She died almost 10 years ago thereabout. So, and this is the man that has actually passed through the different facets of life, good and bad, negative and positive. So, everybody on this platform, when you look at yourself and you look at Buhari and all these leaders, you will see what they've been able to achieve. At your current age, where were they? Where are you? Regardless of the achievement we've been able to achieve in our private lives generally. So, of course, we do have divergent opinions, but may Almighty Allah continue to rest his soul. May He grant Muhammadu Buhari, the rest that he deserves, Ajana Fridaus, and um, may his shadows never grow less over Nigeria and over his family. Where he faces shall be sunshine, and then the life he leaves behind shall be sunshine as well. So I won't
You
go.
talk about the life that he left behind, enigmatic. What about the followership that he left behind? What happens to them? Who inherits his followership by
Yeah,
your reckoning?
that's part of the politics that I mean, the 3 minutes or the 5 minutes won't be enough to do justice if I'm still on the panel list before we get back to me. I will maybe take 5 minutes to extrapolate on that a little bit. But the fact remains that he has Baba Buhari has done his duty on earth. His wash is over. He's going to be resting well as a soldier. His soldiers on. Uh, sometimes when you read certain things on the social media, and probably from certain quarters, when you hear the way they've been mocking this man, your body, your skin cringes, and then you just feel like to log out and just give yourself some time. You know, some of some human beings, they have no gall of human kindness in them. They talk as if they are gutter breed animals, as if they will never die again. This man has done his past. He has done his
Can,
best in
can,
life.
can you not see why people might be reacting to Buhari in the manner that they are?
Well, like I said, I did say one man that divergent opinions and divergent view, and I understand why some people
on,
will be
on the
reacting.
balance of it was a bad man, wasn't he? For all of the opportunities that he had, he never really impacted on that country in any meaningful. It was a divisive character, so it's so the seeds of division. He wasn't a nice guy. I know they say not to speak ill of the dead. Have you forgotten just so early those 8 years? When the Fulani headsmen were all over our forest and they was telling us that we have to learn to get on with our neighbors, they will slaughter them in Benue. And rather than this guy to read the riot act, they will say, "Oh, the farmers have to learn to get along with their neighbor." It's just it was an ethnic jingoist, a religious tribe, extremist. It was a supremacist of the darkest form. He wasn't especially a nice guy. Not to speak ill of the dead, but he was a nasty piece of work.
Yeah, I take your point, one man. I really do take your point. Do not forget, as much as some people viciously and viscerally hate Donald Trump, it's a doyen and a darling to some people also, right? Some people hate and viciously, hate everything about Tinubu. It's a doyen and darling to some others. Some people love so much Peter Obi, right? Some people viciously and viscerally do not like him. Personally, somebody like me, you know that. So that is life, one man. Buhari, to some people, is evil, is everything you just described and defined him as, right? To some, he's a hero. But you will not see Buhari being a hero to everyone. You will not see Buhari being hero to those who probably he defeated during the civil war, but they are still sad and they are still sulking and they are still crying and bleating like goats and barking like dogs as we speak. They are still really in the pains. He will never be heroes to those kind of people. Buhari will not be hero to people who are considered whalers, who he truncated their 16 years of experience of governance. Those are PDP people who cannot get over the electoral misfortune through Jonathan in 2014, 15, right? Buhari will not be hero to people who wanted him to support their candidate in 2022 APC primary, and he was ambivalent or neutral. He didn't support anybody. He did his own thing, and eventually Ashiwaju clinched the ticket. So he won't be hero to to people who even lost the election, right? Of course, Atiku, it will be heroes to somebody like Atiku. Atiku is a northerner, and Atiku understand politics of maturity, but he won't be hero to some people who their candidate came third and they are still lying about that candidate being the winner. So he won't be hero to people like that. He won't be hero to people who believe that they stole their brother from Kenya and lock him up in Abuja now, which is Nnamdi Kanu. He won't be hero to somebody like Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa, just like he won't be hero to you as well, right? He may not be hero to me as well, but I respect the sanctity of death and I
You know,
understand
I'm
the right.
actually ambivalent about Buhari. I'm
Yeah,
glad that he's not president, or I'm not glad or sad that he's dead. But I just wish he never existed in the manner that he existed in the last 8 years. I would have rather we had Goodluck Jonathan, and then Goodluck Jonathan should have just held that post, and then they have broken the back of all of this sort of. We would not have had Tinubu or Atiku or any of these, near
of
do
course.
wells.
Unfortunately, Jonathan did not have the backbone and the spine to do what he needed to do as a president. He saw his presidency more or less as a benevolence, as a gift rather than being a leader, showing the leadership. So you can't blame Jonathan. His past is gone, is gone, and he's overcome that. He's even living his life. He has moved on, but certainly some people are not moving on from that. But Jonathan's defeat. But you can't even blame Buhari as well. He has come to fulfill his destiny in life. Do not forget one thing, one man. I know some people will not understand the hands of destiny or hand of God in human life. If you are destined to do anything or to be anything, to be whatever, right? Regardless of what people feel or think, if God says you are going to be that person, you are going to be that person. So I see with most of these folks, I see the divine hands of God in their life. It's not that they have something very special that this generation do not have. Because when you look at them, Buhari, OBJ, Babangida, Abacha, all of them, they were leaders in their 30s. Don't forget one man. They are not even as educated, half educated as most of us on this platform, but they were in their 30s were already ruling Nigeria as leaders at one big capacity or the other. So and then it becomes so difficult for even this generation with all the degrees, with all the exposure, with all the Spartan education, Ivy League schools and stuff like that to get to their level. So that is the pattern of destiny in human life. But of course, you know my position about Buhari when he was alive, right? During the period that he was president, I wouldn't say I don't like him. I don't. He was not my type of person. He wasn't. I didn't, campaign for him. I wouldn't vote for him. I wouldn't do anything for him. But of course, he's gone. He's gone now, and he's our ex-president. And as a Muslim, and as somebody who believes in the sanctity of life and sanctity of death, I want to respect him as that. He has done his past, he has done his best. He's a soldier, like I said again, right? He has done his duty in life. He's watched over his people, and himself is gone, and he's resting well. As a soldier, we have to believe that may his soul continue to rest in perfect peace, and may Almighty Allah grant him Al-Jannah Firdaus. That's all I have to say about him.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So stay with us for as long as you can, Enigmatic. I really want a conversation about Buhari's legacy, or who inherits his base, his followership. But before we go on to that, we go on to Enigmatic. I'm not sure we have Zeta fully. No, we go on rather to Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, of course, you don't need any introduction to the topic of discourse, the departure of Buhari from this mortal soil. But how are you digesting it? Is it rest in peace or rot in hell? Rational mind. Rational mind. What's going on with everybody today? Is this I should be charging you people hotel bill. So here is Zita here to come and have a sleep. Here is a rational mind here to
I'm
come and
here.
have. Yeah, we were talking about Buhari. Zita, I called you earlier. What's your response to the news of the day?
I don't understand. What are you saying about Buhari? He's dead, right?
Yes, yes, that's what we are saying. He is dead.
May his soul rest in peace. He tried. He
So,
tried
so,
like
so,
this.
so, is this saint or villain? Well, how is it going to be recorded in the annals of history? What will be the abiding memory
A lot
legacy?
of things Buhari should be remembered for. A lot. He tried in his own time. Although most people don't like him, some people like him. But for me, I would say he's a strong-willed person. And then he's not stupid. He knows when to take a bow. And he's a very good military officer. I will also say that Buhari wished Nigeria well. I would never see Buhari as a man who wants to destroy Nigeria, no matter how anybody wants to think about it or want to look at it. You might call him a tribalistic man. Well, most people are. Even the one sitting down there too is kind of tribalistic. So it's a normal thing. People want to benefit their people, unless you are somebody who don't really like Obasanjo, who don't really like your people, have a grudge with them. You might not really like to put them in the forefront of your administration, but others did. And Buhari is not an exception, and I wouldn't like to criticize him based on that. We are all humans. But what Buhari did in the final, in the final months of his leadership was really heartbreaking for Nigeria. He claimed he's doing it for good democracy, for a better election. But I don't know who advised him to do that, because bribery and corruption cannot only be done in Naira. So I don't know why he did that, but it is what it is. We all make mistakes. Let me say something that I shouldn't say, but I will say it anyway. I said he's a strong man. Why did I say that? What happened to him in Aso Rock? If it happened to so many people, they will be wheeled out. Their dead body will be wheeled out of that Aso Rock. But he survived it. And then he finished his term. Stayed extra 2 years battling with that health and passed on yesterday. That's okay. I will never call Buhari a man who wants to destroy Nigeria. Never. If you look at his antecedents.
Are you with the narrative that he was poisoned?
If I use the word poison, is going to be because when you say poison, there are several intentions of poisoning somebody. But I wouldn't use the word poison. If I use the word poison, I am actually trying to minimize what happened to him. I will use the word they actually wanted to kill him. That's the word I will use. I won't use poison. Because if you might poison somebody to maybe to lose control, not to understand, to dilapidate some part of his body, to make him not to function well, blah, blah, blah. But that one was actually to eliminate. But he survived that. So, and when they were discussing it,
Do you think that affected how he administered Nigeria? Do you think that was what made him pivot into an ethnic jingoist?
I don't know, Buhari has been actually, let me say this, every northerner is, I would say, every average northerner, let me use that word, is an ethnic bigot. Why did I use the word ethnic instead of using the word tribal? Because they don't do it actually if you are from their ethnic group. The moment you speak their language and behave like them and dress like them, they bring you into the fold. So I will see them as something like ethnic, cultural bigots. That's the word I will use. Buhari is not an exception. They've always been like that. In fact, if you are an Igbo person and you meet an Igbo man elsewhere outside of an Igbo man, you speak Igbo, you dress Igbo, you act Igbo, it doesn't necessarily mean anything to him. I can assure you. But if you are an Igbo person, you meet a Hausa man elsewhere outside of Hausa land, you speak Hausa, you act Hausa, you behave Hausa, he's going to bring you into the fold, even when he knew you are not a Hausa person. That is them. So I won't say that. I think his idea of trying to do something different got him into trouble. And then he went on and on and on and on and on and on and on until he left that seat. It's not because they wanted to buy him. That was why he did. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. They noticed what he wants. They came in from different. One thing you will understand about leadership is that for every country, they have a kind of humans we call hawks. They hawk on the country, they hawk on the economy, they hawk on the finances, they hawk on the culture, they hawk on everything in that country. So those people, until you get a leader that is going to not actually eliminate them, but reduce them to the minimum, you cannot get that country functioning. Nigeria is one of them. They have so many people, and every year they keep adding up. Nigerians' own is not reducing. They keep adding up. They hawk. They hawk on everything in that country. They hawk. And they're so excited doing it. And why Nigerian own case is really, really annoying and pitiful and frustrating is that those hawks really have ardent supporters. Ardent supporters who can slit you because you try to criticize them. So it is what it is. To me, he did his best. To the best of his knowledge, he is not a bad leader. Yeah, he must have done one or two things wrong, but we should also remember that he did a lot of things right too. So hate him, like him, celebrate his death, laugh over his death, it doesn't really mean anything. For your information, he's not a young man, he's an old man. So he lived his life to the fullest. And he achieved his dream of being the president twice. So, I don't know. 3 times either, because he was military and then he came out and ruled twice. And for one interesting thing to remember Buhari for, he was the first Nigerian president to the first Nigerian woman to democratically kick a president's ass out of Aso Rock. I don't think it will happen like that in a long while. So that's all I have to say about Buhari. Then let me go to my friend.
Who's your friend?
My favorite traditional ruler. He died yesterday too.
Oh, you mean the Abujale?
Yes.
I didn't even know you were aware of him. Yes, he tried to follow Buhari on his journey.
Yeah, I call him my favorite traditional ruler in Nigeria because growing up as a child, I like his name. His title, actually, that's Awujale. It means a lot to me, those days when my Sister was in Owede Barracks, and then I used to like that name, like Awujale, Awujale, Jale. So then I started following him. There is something he did that made me start respecting him. During the 2014-15 general election, it takes a lot of guts and determination and for you to know who you are for presidents or president and then presidential candidates to walk into your kingdom because they know you, they know your capacity and capability, they know your weight, and they know that you are a mentor to so many people, and they walked into you, and you look them straight in the eyes and say, I am not gonna be partisan. I am a father to so many people. Some are in APC, some are in PDP, and some are in other parties. I want them to have the free will to choose who they want to choose. How I wish traditional rulers in Nigeria can do that. But they won't anyway. So I respect him so much for that. And since then, I started monitoring him. All I will say is, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Why? Because he's lived his life to the fullest. I think he died above 90.
91.
91. Oh, that's good. Most of the people who are celebrating the death of people today, I'm sure they might not live up to that. That's okay. And Buhari died at what age?
82.
82.
Officially, unofficially, probably 102, but officially
Yeah,
82.
because yes, officially because Nigeria they don't keep data.
You know, he doesn't have birth certificate. You know, he was just born in on some
And who
farm
does at
somewhere.
that his age?
Even Obasanjo does not have a birth certificate, and he
And
comes
who
from a
among
literate.
them at
He
that
comes from a literate. They just wear affidavits and write an age there. You know.
and who on that age bracket do have birth certificate?
My parents do. They have birth certificates. My
So where did they
parents,
get
yeah,
it from?
from the hospital, I suspect.
And the hospital where they were. And that hospital, if you go down now to their record, you will see it.
Yeah, but or probably if the records are still there.
In Nigeria. I laugh in Spanish. Anyway, you can say whatever you want to say. But the only thing I will say is that Nigerians don't keep data. That's why outside of Nigeria, in most countries, they don't recognize your birth certificate. They would prefer you to go and get something from the population council.
All right. All right. I want to move the conversation onto life after Buhari and his followership and what happens to them. So Buhari infamously has these 12 million followers who follows him from every election to another. So they're still there, but he's no more there. So who then inherits that followership in terms of upcoming election 2027. So let's kick that space off with the enigmatic. Rational mind, when you're ready, let us know. Let's kick that space off with the enigmatic. So enigmatic. So now post Buhari, but still life goes on. What happens to the Talakawas that follow him religiously?
I'm still here, one man. What's going on?
I called you. I called you.
Hmm.
You didn't. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Now, floor is yours. Then you pick it up. Then did you hear what I said? So pick it up from there. We're talking about Buhari passing, and then what happens to his followership.
Well, it's so sad that he passed away. I know some people, some quarters, they might be.
It's so sad, Ke, but you hated him now. You don't hate him anymore.
Woman, let's stop the word. Let's stop using the word hate in in this uh, this instance, please. I don't want to go. I think that word hate is such a strong word. I don't like using that in my vocabulary. It's just I can't stand people that it's different with when you say you hate somebody and you can't stand them. I think that's a it's a little bit milder than when you say hate. So I can't stand him and his bigotry and all of that. So, but it's okay. I was just saying that I was about saying that it's sad he died. I think it's time for this generation to leave the scene for those who can better manage that country. Uh, these civil war generals and captains and colonels and whatever they were, or role they had played or rank they had during the civil war. I think these people need to go. Um,
Sorry, rational mind. Their children are already taken over. Their children and wives.
well, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. It's true that, like you said, they're already putting their kids there, but we'll see how that plays out. But my point is just that I think if this generation does not wipe out, uh, starting with Tinubu himself, I don't think we're going to have peace in that country. Uh, yeah, Baba Yabo has to go himself too.
Rational mind, we are talking about Buhari.
I know, I
Not
know. You know
Tinubu.
me now. You know me now. You know me now. So they have to go for us to have peace in that country and chart a new course. As long as these people they remain there, who have had one role in, they've had roles, they've had the power.
Just on that Baba Yabo that you said, in the opening phase, I was saying that there's every possibility that both Baba Yabo and IBB might not be with us when we are casting votes 2027.
Even former general that passed the baton to Bayabo
Yeah,
himself is a woman.
he's in hospital as we speak
Yeah,
here in
Abdul
London.
Salam
Yeah,
Abubakar.
Who is
yeah,
in the hospital?
Abdul Salam.
Abubakar too is in
What
London.
about Olusegun Obasanjo? Where is that
He's,
one?
he's still there making noise, you know.
I think a woman.
Yeah.
I was about even looking at that video. There was an interview granted CVC earlier today. I was about watching that while it was I got distracted. Anyways, yeah, I think he granted an interview speaking about Buhari and all of that. So I listened to Femi Oponu, additional. Um, I had him and I had this guy. What's his name? Malami. When he spoke to Shiwakin Baloye, yeah. So to me, I just believe these people need to just go for us to have peace of mind to chart a new course in that country. If at all we can ever chart a new course, because with these people still there, they would just they don't know how to run the country. These guys they try their best, maybe their own way, but that best wasn't enough because there are so many countries that we started off together. They've left us behind, and so they don't have the answers to this question, the Nigerian question. So they have to go. So having said that, it's sad. I don't know if he's going to enter Jana. Allah will decide that. Whether he will have to go and see me meet his 70 virgins, whatever. We'll see how that goes. The idiot additional was trying to make us. I mean, that's what he did in his book, trying to like rewrite the narrative about around the guy. And I heard him when he was saying today was like, "Oh, people have misconception about him." Now, I just want to say something. You said people have. If you're listening, the additional, you said we think of him as a bigot. Is he not a bigot? Because he came, attended your mom's funeral, and he sat through all the whole thing, like you said. Is that why you said he's not a bigot? Just because simply he attended a Christian led funeral and he sat through it, he means he's not a bigot. I mean, there's something we call in Islam that sometimes you have to befriend the Kafiris so as to, to learn all their tricks. I mean, it's there's something they do in Islam whereby if they want to infiltrate the
It's
Kafiris,
not called Takia or something like that.
whatever it is, yeah, maybe Tequila, whatever. But what I'm trying to just say is this: is that we know what they do. We know what that's something. I mean, and when Okibaloye was saying to you, was asking that, is he not frugal? Is he not a frugal person? Is he not somebody who is austere? He said, yeah. I mean, and then he said, yeah, yeah. Well, he didn't really say yes, but he was like using an analogy like, oh, I went to him in Aso Rock. He was eating, what was that, couscous and whatever, and some little things. And just ate a little bit, and he was like saying, oh, the whole president of a whole country, that a rich country as Nigeria, is eating this kind of miserly kind of food. I mean, like, come on. So if our perception of this guy you confirm one of them, but you don't want to confirm the other one for us. We don't need you to confirm it for us, but we know that he's a bigot. We see that in the way he mishandled that country's unity while he was president. But it's okay. They say don't speak bad of the dead. I'll leave him to Almighty God Himself to determine his hereafter, uh, if it's going to be in Al Jannah or if he's going to go the way of the rest of mankind will go, never come back again. We shall see how that plays out. But with regard to his who inherit his followers, his followership. Well, I think Malami said, "Oh, it's too early to predict." That's what Malami said. Yeah, I think it's too early. But I see some people they've been trying to position themselves now. I think the only person that I see that could really position himself into that will be El Rufai. Is that
So inherit Buhari's followership.
I think so because it's the only one where I think I'm not saying maybe not really going to inherit.
What about Kwakwanso?
I can hardly hear you. You sound too far. Are you hiding the whole woman? What's going on?
I'm not sure what's happening with my mic. It keeps dipping in.
Yeah, it sounds too low. I can even hardly hear you. So you said what about Kwakwanso? Kwakwanso has his own followership. I don't think Talaka was. Yeah, I think the the Buhari the Buhari thing. I think it's not about Talaka was, even though that's what he ran on kind of that Talaka was. But I think the Talaka was kind of brand. It's more of this guy, the Kano guy we'll talk about. What's his name? Kwakwanso. Talaka was is more of Kwakwanso than Buhari. Buhari is more like a cult followership, just like the kind of the APC, Runukus, and the Batifieds. Them, they're just like that. They're all just brain dead humans that are just walking. They just follow this guy called that phony guy called that said he's from Iraqbiji. I mean, I say that claims to be from Lagos State, but then people are saying he's from Iraqbiji, and it's. I mean, you see them, they clap for him, even when it's. Did you see what happened in? Did you see what happened in Brazil? When he was giving his own, he was reading his own whatever crap he was reading. Did you see how the way they treated it? I mean, no really people that sat down behind him. Did you see that? I was watching one channel and I saw that. I was like, what the, like a president is giving his own speech, and some other people, I don't know, maybe dignitaries there, they sat down behind him. They took off the phone, the F1, and they were just manipulating their, what's it called? I mean, playing with their phones. Like what he has to say does not even. I mean, even his speech is so boring. That's why we say these people need to get out of the. I mean, just get out of the way for real people to come and manage that country. I mean, how can they work? Did you see the president of Liberia when he was in White House and he was addressing Trump? You see what even the idiotic Trump himself. You saw how he was like making. That's what he does. We know him. Let me not go into that because they said they would denaturalize anybody that speak against him. My point is this: is that look at what he said. All the guy said, all he could pick up for what the guy was saying. How come you speak good English like this? That is how a state man should speak. I was so impressed by the president of Liberia. He spoke like a state man. That's the kind of person he spoke that even Trump himself could even like, where did you where did you go to school? What school did you go? Did you go to school? I said, yeah, I went to school in Africa. And it was like, Trump was impressed. And you have a country, president of 200 million people. Look at it. He was even the same climate issue that he was talking about during during the primaries. I mean, during the election period, when he was saying that we will not comply with them. If they don't give us money to plant those trees. Same idiotic thing he went to say in the UAE when he went there to go and collect money because he thought donors would go to give them money in UAE for the climate, whatever crap that they went to do. Jamboree they went to do and spend billions of naira, not dollars, to go and do. And then what did they come out of? What came out of it? So my point is this: is just that these people
talk about Buhari.
Yeah, I'm talking about him. There's no way I will not talk about him. And I will not talk about him because they are all both same. There's a resemblance. There's something characteristic that they both share.
Don't compare the living. Don't compare.
They are not fit for the office which they
don't
lead.
Don't compare the living with the dead. Talk about Buhari.
Don't compare the living with the dead. Don't compare the living and dead.
You know, be the dead man put on there indirectly.
Don't compare so the living with the dead.
My point is this: is that who is going to inherit him? Well, his followership is caught like I think, like you said, I would agree with you. Probably since there's no that figure anymore that they look up to, probably some of them will pitch tent now with Kwakonso. But I'm seeing that this guy is trying to position himself. Malami does not have the charisma. I think Malami thing is just he wants to become a state governor. Is it Jigawa or wherever? Is it Kebbi State? He wants to become a state governor there. I don't know if that's going to he's going to realize that through ADC coalition if he ever materialize. We'll see how that plays out. But I think Erufai is the only one I think from that CPC block that is seeming like trying to position himself. I mean, I used to.
Why do you think people will want to follow Erufai? Even Buhari, you are still talking, at least you can see, you still has some element that will prove to you that he is not a bigot. Like his driver for several years, for example, was a Christian. But you have El-Rufai that was trying to Islamize Southern Kaduna, that was even celebrating having Muslim ticket in Kaduna. So what makes you think he's going to have the same charisma as Buhari?
Like I said earlier when Ola, I said the Buhari's followership, it's a cult like the Ronukus, just like that. That's something like that. Brain dead people who don't think, they don't have the brain of their own to think. They just follow because Tinubu is just
What
some
is
kind of.
Ronuku, if I may
It's
ask?
okay now. My
You know what Ronuku is now? Can you hear me now, by the way?
we can hear you.
What is one man explain to me what is Ronuku?
It's okay.
Eh?
I want man.
The algorithm of Tinubu followership. Eh? The Ronukos, they are the twin brothers of the Obedience. Yeah,
Yeah, now,
yeah.
yeah, call them obedient. That's the like what's wrong with that? My point is just that you see the thing I'm just trying to say is a cult like it's not like it's not based on any principle like that. It's just the Buhari himself. What impact did he? How did he impact the life of all these followers? He left them with insecurities and all over North. His clansmen that he should have at least checkmate, sanctioned them. He let them run amok. That even the so-called people that voted for him, to a lot of them, they've been victims. They're 6 feet down now. Some of them. So I bet some of them probably they'll be regretting ever voting him or even ever supporting him in the past. But my point is this: is just that the same thing with this Tinubu
They will
bat.
still vote him in heaven now.
Let them
Even
vote
if they
him.
are
So my point is
disfigured, they
this: is
will
that
vote him in
I
heaven.
see Erufai positioning himself. Is he going to be the person to take over from him? We'll see. Time will tell. But I see that
El-Rufai doesn't strike me as a natural successor.
I see.
It's too academic. It's too intellectual for the Buhari followership.
Well, yeah, you have a point there, woman. I agree with you. It's he probably has that persona of to bourgeoisie kind of person. But then it's but I think he has a way of rallying up his people, rallying up the base. You know, one thing about the Northerners is that you use religion, you use ethnicity, rile them up. Oh, it's the time of the North. Yes, they're going against the Islam. Islam says this, that, blah, 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 blah. They will all just put that in one place. You know, that's how they are. They run in. Sometimes we talk about the sophistication of this Northerners. It's not really that what it is for me. I don't think there's nothing sophisticated about them. It's just that they all agree to do one thing and they want to do it. That's how their leaders are able to, they're able to like make use of them for elections and all of that. But I don't believe what's his name had those number of votes that he had. I don't believe he had that 12 million. A lot of them were just
No,
ballots.
I don't believe that either. They are phantom numbers.
So yeah, it's yeah. But let's leave that. My point is just that I see some people trying to position themselves, and I think some of them will go for Atiku too. If Atiku does contest, or if whoever Atiku can support, maybe some
Who,
of them will.
who do you think, in terms of our 2027 election, who do you think Buhari's death favors? In terms of the main protagonist, who does his death favor?
I think it's a loss to Tinubu. It's a huge loss to Tinubu.
Yes, I think so because it was going to use
him
in.
I see that because I think what Tinubu has been trying to do is needlessly offending what's it called? This guy that died, Buhari. But my point, my thing, what my reading now is this: is that without Buhari out of the picture now, it's going to be very, very difficult for Tinubu to rally up that base of APC that are sympathetic to those Northerners that are sympathetic to APC. He's going to have a difficult time doing that because those people that are currently in his cabinet, they're not really people who are in the inner circle of. I want you to know that word, the inner circle of Buhari. One of them is with Tinubu right now. I said Tinubu wants to use his own Ogboju, use the old might that he has as an incumbent, and do mago mago and whatever it is. If you don't know it, but my point is just that I see that Tinubu is a huge loss to Tinubu, and I think at this point now Tinubu can now go ahead and release Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu. He can do that now because at this point, except he still want to like fool himself, delude himself, thinking that let me just put him there so that those base of Buhari who likes Buhari, sympathetic to Buhari, they will say that he did not betray our person when he was alive.
And a rational mind. How did Buhari that did not support Tinubu, how did
Exactly.
Buhari become which loss?
Okay,
You kidding me?
So he didn't support him now in 2023.
well,
He
well,
campaigned for him now. Did he not campaign for him?
He
at
did
least he
support
did
him.
one.
He didn't support him at the primaries, but when Tinubu got the ticket, he campaigned for him
He
now.
campaigned.
He
Well, I
didn't
think one or twice
really.
he appeared. Yeah, I think
He
one or
didn't
twice.
really. They had to drag him.
But
at a
Yes,
hold
they
point.
had
on.
to drag him because
One
of his
man,
frail health.
one man.
No, no, no,
The
no, no.
I
Even
think I would just.
Buhari didn't campaign for himself, really. Now, other campaign for him. He didn't. His campaign. Buhari is not a campaigner.
No, 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 no.
One man. The what we. I think. Let me just leave Rational Mind to finish his monologue, and then I can submit my own after Buhari's, after his base and everything, because
So, for
because
me,
it's a
okay.
multifaceted discourse, and it's not the
Yeah,
one that.
it is multifaceted, but that multifaceting is essentially no. The Buhari base is not going to go with one person as one whole entity, so it's
Mm.
going to be balkanized. But who's going to get the majority of it? That's really
Even when you
where
are
the
talking
play
of
is.
the balkanization of that base, right? Let let Rational Mind land his
So,
thoughts.
We can open it up to a free flow now. I think we're all
okay, no
there are not
problem.
that
We can
many of us, so
open stuff.
yeah,
So
yeah.
for
Go on.
me, yeah, real quick. So, for me, I just think going forward now, I think the political calculus will change with regard to this guy's base. I see, like I said, Erufai inheriting some, Atiku inheriting some, Kwankwaso inheriting some, and I don't know any who are within Buhari's inner circle who is part of Tinubu's administration. Okay, maybe Kwankwaso. I say Kwankwaso. This guy, former chairman of APC. What's his name? Gandola, Ganduje. Himself is no longer there anymore. Maybe now he has a position as working in the government, not as a party man anymore. So, but I don't know any of those people who are I mean, is it Mustafa, Boss Mustafa? Is it the other guy? Is your elder brother? All of them. None of them is in Tinubu's. So I see Tinubu having problem from there. He would have problem. And couple with
On the contrary, he won't. Let me just
okay,
maybe
okay.
take it from here.
Let's hear your own view then.
So on the political base of Buhari, like I said, right, it's quite it's dimensional and it's multifaceted. It's layered, and when you want to actually speak to the uh, fact behind that, first of all, let's acknowledge the fact that with Buhari's death now, once again, may God continue to rest his soul. The entire North, they've lost their undisputed political leader and their moral compass. That's a fact. Uh, but that also uh, removes the greatest threat to Tinubu's dominance. It removes the greatest threat to Tinubu's dominance. The North is, as we speak currently now, the North is divided, and the divided North cannot challenge the united pattern of the politicking that is already ongoing, particularly with the strategic movement present with Tinubu within the Aso Rock. So all he needs to do for Tinubu is to play his cards right. Right? He won't. We are not. Without even talking about his chances of the 2027. but he doesn't just going to win the 2027. He's going to become the architect of post Buhari's Nigeria, and the one that where no region will have the strict authority to power, and no emotion will dictate the voting pattern. So if you are to, in chronological order, if you want to look at it, the political base, what is it? What is it, and why does it matter now, right? But before you talk about the inheritance, we must first define what the President Buhari's base actually, what it truly means or what it was. Don't forget that the core northern Muslim masses, right? The primarily from the northwest. When you look the major fulcrum of the Buhari base is from Katsina State, Kano, Sokoto, Kebbi, Zamfara, and Jigawa State. That's usually is Buhari's base, but they were not really. It wasn't really focused on the elite, but the populace, the Talakawas, as we said.
Are you leaving out Kaduna? Is Kaduna not part of
Yes,
his base?
yes, Kaduna, yes,
No,
Kaduna.
I would say for Kaduna it's too sophisticated
That's
for
why
Buhari's. Yeah.
that's why I was cautious to put Kaduna is like the Lagos of the north. Don't forget. So it's multi. That one is multi ethnic environment. So when you look at the religious clerical establishment, Buhari enjoys the the subtle and at times the over support of the northern Islamic clerics, who have continuously and they continually helped to frame Buhari's image as a devoted Muslim, as a very honest and Spartan Muslim, and one of us kind of a person, that one of us kind of leader, right? And another point is the military old guard nationalist. Buhari had this credibility among the northern ex-generals and the traditionalists as well. So they view him as a stabilizing force and as a stabilizing figure, and more or less like a bulwark, against the southern dominance of politics for a very long time. But and then when you look at the mass mobilizers like the Talakawa, the poor people of the north, the disenfranchised people of the north, the masses from Katsina, from Kano and other states, they see Buhari as this Megaskia. When you understand what Megaskia means in Hausa language, it means the truthful one. That Megaskia, uh, accolades or probably that Megaskia definition that Buhari carries, none of them has that type of stuff. So now that he's gone, of course, there's a vacuum, a very serious one. Then the question is who inherits that political base? So, of course, it's a big question in the lips of everybody. But as it is now, no one automatically does now. No automatic successor or inheritance of that Buhari's, bulwark, that's that Gaskia base as it is. But don't forget, Buhari was not just a politician. Buhari was an emotion to the north.
Yes, this is what people don't get. Buhari was the life patron of Mete Allah. It was almost like a deity in that
That's
space.
why.
And I don't think there's anybody that commands quite that level of connect with that.
That's why I'm chronologically breaking it down for you now, so that you understand any of these folks that you guys actually mentioned. You try to fix them into that puzzle if they actually fit any of the puzzle at all. So Buhari is an emotion to them, not just an ordinary person. It's a symbol, right? In so many ways, and he has this messianic figure in the north. His base was built built over decades since 1983 that he became head of state that time, right? He has had this messianic and this cult followers or cult following from the north. In 2003 when he contested, in 2007 when he contested, in 2011 when he contested, finally when he won in 2015. So, but when we try to narrow it down, because there's no way we are going to speak about this without looking for the possibility, even though precautionary though, trying to narrow it down to some individuals. Let's start with Kwakwanso, for instance, and I'll be very brief in their comparison, their pros and their cons. When you look at Kwakwanso now,
Yes, be a little bit brief, enigmatic, only for the reasons that Q joins us. He's not been here for a year and a bit. He's from the north, so I especially want to hear his perspective. But carry on.
yeah, I will take time, and this is probably the only conversation, the only topic I want to speak about, and I will give room to whoever.
I want to hear from you on Lagos State as well, but so don't
Ah,
run away anytime soon. Yeah.
uh, okay, I have a okay. No, let me just on Kwakwanso now. The pros for Kwakwanso is that he has this genuine grassroots followership in Kano, right? VA is a Kwakwansia movement, right? But the only disadvantage, which is the cons that I would see, is more of a just court figure that is restricted just in within the Kano metropolis, within Kano state, so to speak, and less influential beyond that Kano. But that doesn't have the that court followership within just that Kano state that wouldn't go beyond Kano state doesn't have the trust of the religious northern elite. That's where he's gonna have problem. Unlike Buhari that has the trust, the Mesgakia stuff with the elite, with the clerical elites of the north. Um Kwakwanso does not have that. On Erufai, the pros for Erufai is like Kwakwanso too. He's a northerner. He's a Muslim. He's articulate. He's a technocrat, and of course, he's daring and he can talk loosely. He's ambitious, and of course, you can say he has some sort of influence as well. But his disadvantage or the pros is he's quite divisive. He's very polarizing. He's He's not trusted. He's distrusted by the traditional establishments in the north, and is always at increasingly at odds with the Talakawas. El Rufai is seen as a treacherous, um you know, serial betrayer. The same thing Atiku. Atiku is a serial betrayer. Is treacherous. Same thing as El Rufai. El Rufai has spoken ill, very, very ill of Buhari until Buhari appointed him and he worked under Buhari and he started kneeling down, prostrating everywhere Buhari. It is Buhari. He did the same thing to Atiku. Do not forget it was even Atiku that brought him to Buhari's OBJ's cabinet. So OBJ had a very a nasty thing to say about him. The same thing, Buhari. The same thing, Atiku. The same thing, Tinubu. So he has always, every turn of his political career, been a betrayer and a serial one at that. So that will not cut it out for him within the clerical play. But of course, I don't want to mention Shetima because, of course, it's the VP, which is the pros for him. He's a northerner, he's cerebral, he's sophisticated, he's highly intelligent.
My brother, let the Malam talk now, my brother, you know, the man because I see the way to.
Don't call him names now. What's his?
Now, my brother, now, you know, enigmatic now, my guy.
Don't call him. No.
Let me take my time. Okay.
But no, they say one Malam one talk now. I say we see the way. Maybe we do one quick.
Don't call him. No, I said this from the north. Don't call him. I don't. Just
okay,
call
okay.
him Q. Call
So
him,
and then
yeah.
and then the religious clerics too, right? They have, of course, we know the roles of the religious clerics in the north. They have influence over the minds of an average northern youth and the poor people, the Talakawas, basically. But how would they influence all these individuals? So when you want to actually nail it down a little bit, you see that there's no clear inheritor to that Buhari's base. It's quite splintered for now, and that splintering we benefit one person right now. It's only benefiting Tinubu. How is it benefiting Tinubu? Because people want to say, okay, it's going to benefit Tinubu because there is a vacuum that has been created now, right? So it's going to end the end.
Do you expect Atiku's language to get more ethnic now? Because he has to use an ethnic narrative to try and pull as much of the Buhari base as he can. So I'm expecting him now to be a lot more ethnic in his politics.
Well, he will have to be cautious because it's not the only. Like I said, they have to trust you to an extent. Buhari does not need to go ethnic before they trust his words, right?
Yeah, but they admire Buhari for his piety, for his simplicity, for his
Yeah.
Spartanness, for his righteousness and all that. But Atiku is the direct. They dislike Atiku. They think it's like a Lagos sort of. It's too loose with life. It's too
What
women everywhere and all these
what is
kind of
going to
things.
happen? One man,
They
listen.
don't like that in the north.
What will going to happen? There's going to be a very robust realignment among northern power blocks now. Buhari out of the picture now, being the anchor man. The northern governors, the ex-generals, the clerics, the political godfathers, they will begin jostling for supremacy as we speak.
A lot of dollars will be flying
Yeah,
around as we speak.
yeah, apart from even the dollar, when there's going to be a lot of so weakening any unified northern front, there's disarray, there's a fraction now, right? So that fraction means there's a vacuum because the pillar is gone, but they need to have a pillar, even if they cannot have the exact replica of that pillar. So Tinubu himself, as the president, or of course ever being the political chess master that he is, take it or leave it, you know he will insert his own ally into the northern structures now through maybe political patronage, through appointment. He will leverage the powerful ones within his fold. Shetima as a connector, these Gandujes as a connector between the north and the Talakawas and those who actually mean.
Ribadu is a factor as well.
I'll be cautious about Ribadu, right? And of course, there will be divisions. Don't forget in this quibble, in this vicious quibble for this relevance. Now there will be division. That's where you will see the government of the day, because of the pivot position they have. They will exploit those divisions among those contending forces now. And how is this going to benefit going to 2027? I'm rounding off now. No kingmaker in the north as we speak. Without Buhari now, Buhari being the king, all he needs is body language as a statement, right? So there's no singular northern voice who can basically dictate electoral terms or probably electoral body language as they used to speak. So this makes Tinubu now, more flexible, right? To make to make deals, and then to, like I said, to actually warm himself into. So it becomes very easy for him to split the northern oligarchs, basically. While I know, like you said, Atiku will be playing a card, Erufai will be playing a card, Kwakwaso will be playing a card. But at the end of the day, the center of gravity is going to be from Aso Rock. If Tinubu maintains that stability, right? If he continues to do what he does and delivers on what he needs to do, the strategic playbook for him is you have to co-opt the influential clerics. Don't forget, Tinubu has a lot of a lot of patronage from the northern clerics. I don't think you know that. So you have to continue to co-opt them. You have to empower most of the folks that he needs to empower, particularly from those powerful northern blocks, right? Unlike before, that people are saying he's having issues with Shetima or whatever, you will see that that would be, if they had anything, even if they had a scintilla of misunderstanding before, they will have to strengthen that issues now going forward. Though they will have to isolate and divide some northern political elites with ego massaging and with selective patronage. All this Malami, right? Boss Mustafa, Babashe Lawa, that were never with him before the election, after the election, during the election, because they were the CPC bloc. This is where you have the division, divide and conquer rule that will actually come into play now. And then the conclusion of it is that Tinubu himself, of course, he respects the Buhari legacy while Buhari was alive and while they were in the same team. What he needs to do going forward is continue to do what he's been doing. He has a full sprint in the north already. So focus on the areas of their weakness, which is where the division will be coming through, try to exploit that, and then all those ones that he needs to work on. Don't forget that all this Malami, they do not really mean anything from their root, from their base. Even they before he moved to ADC, they've already chased him out of APC in Kebbi State. Don't forget that. And when you look at Babashe Lawal, do they have any roots, or Boss Mustafa, all of them? So the game is going to get a little bit strategic in the coming days, and it's going to polarize realignment in the north. But of course, we've seen the end of a mythical Mesgaskia era of Buhari. So nobody has that natural inheritance capacity, right, to actually take it on as it is now. So it's an open block for everybody to fight. So whoever plays the bigger role or bigger game is going to win and capture the bigger block. That's the way it is, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently delivered by Enigmatic. So well done, Enigmatic. Stay with us just for as long as you can. I'm really keen to hear from you on Lagos State, and you as well, Rational Mind. But before we go into Lagos State, let's welcome Q, who has not been with us for close to a year now. Q, our fight don't finish. We've not even brought Peter Obi's name into the equation. Did we even be able to pick the crumbs from the Buhari followership? So Q, on mute. Buhari passes on, but what is his legacy and what happens to what he left behind? Q, you there, Q?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
there
here.
he is.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to have you. What happened, man? Is our fight over? It's been too long.
I don't know how to fight. How have you
Eh?
been?
I'm good. I'm good. All the better for you being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Well, you asked a long question, but before I answer this question, I just want to talk about one of the panelists who has not been here for a while, and that's Kulata.
Yes.
I think you need to revisit that, please, because I listened to it the last time he was here, and I don't think it was done properly. Kindly revisit, please, and he should be here often.
Yes,
So,
I'm in touch with him actually. I was actually going to bring him in, but I think he's catching a flight, so maybe we
think
persuade him
that
to
is,
come
yeah,
tomorrow. Yeah.
because Kulate is one of the few people whose presence here is valued and well appreciated in his absence, and he should be here often. It's important to have voices like that, though. So, back to your question. Can you kindly come again, please?
Yes, I was just saying, it's a very complex situation. This passing of Buhari,
Yeah.
it's one of those. It's a polarizing figure. Some people detest him with every core of their being. Some people adore him to the last moment. It's almost like a messianic figure to some people. So, what will be his legacy? So, Buhari, it was a myth until he came in 2015. Was it demythified via his administration? What would be that legacy, and what are your thoughts about his passing? So that's one. And then this fabled Buhari 12 million followership. What happens to them for elections to come?
Okay. You asked interesting questions. The first one, actually, about Buhari and being demystified after 8 years in power. Well, it depends on what angle you're looking at it, from what perspective you're looking at it. Yes, he was detested by so many. He was looked at not only as one who perpetrates evil, but he was seen as a devil, in fact, by some. Um, there are those who used to see him and still see him as a messiah, rightly put by you. Now, whichever way you look at it, I think it's important to take into consideration the role the media plays in molding people's minds in this country, in Nigeria. They do so much damage to people's psyche, and it's quite it's sad, really, to a large extent, the inability of people, even those who are educated, to decipher, discern, and thoroughly define a situation as put forward by any media platform. I agree with you to a large extent when you critique Arise News, for instance. In my opinion, I think Arise News, if you ask me, I'll tell you that it's the damage it's doing in Nigeria. It's quite cataclysmic. It is worse than Fox News to any non-white in the United States of America, if you were to compare. Arise News is detestable. Ideally, in an ideal setting, you're not supposed to have such a media platform in the country. Now, I want to take this into perspective, and that is Tinubu's presidency. To answer that question, be it the former president, the general, was seen as a messiah, or he was viewed as the devil. I'll put it that way in quotes. You can't help it but look at the way the elections and the campaigns went. You can say clear without any iota, without any atom of doubt that Arise and the people who uh, chair their morning routine shows were clearly for a candidate in person of Peter Obi. There's nothing wrong about it. You can support that candidate, but make it clear to the people. But sadly, as I said earlier on, people find it very difficult to distinguish. And while they are supporting a particular candidate, they go ahead and demonize the other to the extent that people find it very difficult to associate themselves with the other candidate. Now, those who don't interrogate such news, they end up becoming their lackeys. They're puppets. They keep controlling you indirectly without you knowing. So I would like to answer that first question that way. Now, in whichever way people look at the former president, it's important, I think, to take into consideration who he was, the kind of positions he held in the past, and the opportunities he had. Now, if you say, and he came in on three things. He said he was going to fight corruption, he was going to revamp the economy, and the most important of all was security. And on the three counts, if we were to judge, well, what did he do on corruption? I don't think he did much. It was quite sad when I saw those who were convicted, the former governors, were pardoned by his administration, in person of the former governor of Jos, Darie, and the former governor of Taraba State, Nyame. That was quite sad. You don't fight corruption by releasing those who were convicted, you know? So that's on one side, and other things as well. There are so many allegations about the former attorney general, so many allegations about the minister of aviation and the person of Hadi Sirika, and so many other things as well. That happened. Let's not forget about the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Okay, so there's just a lot. And then when you look at the economy.
Sadia Farouk.
Yeah, she was the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. So I'm talking about the ministry as well and what happened there. And apart from that, you also look into the economy. How was the economy? What happened? Was it really much? Well, I can't say, but if you were to talk about the economy, I think for a developing nation like Nigeria, a poor nation, you have to take into consideration agriculture. Agriculture is quite important for any nation to develop and to drive its industrialization. That is key. Buhari did a lot in that aspect when we're to talk about agriculture, because particularly rice production, we've never seen anything like that. Nothing. You cannot compare that with any other. So that's just on one side. Security, well, security was terrible. You cannot say anything about security. But then again, for security, I will not blame him. And I will also not blame the current president when it comes to security. I think in my opinion, people are getting it wrong. Because the security issue, the setup we have, they keep talking about security architecture. But back in 2009, I had this conversation when
My
the former
brother, I'm very sorry. Before you go to security, I want to get it. I want to ask you about the
I
rice.
asked you
About the
one
rice,
man,
please, sir, please.
one man. Is one
Can
man
I?
there?
Can I? Yeah.
It's common there.
Hold on, Tony.
Okay.
Q usually it prefers to just have a flow, and then when he lands,
Okay. Okay.
then
I
he'll
was
take
just
question.
begging him. Okay, but if you say no, it's
No,
okay.
no, no, no. Yeah, no. That's how he likes to flow. He likes
All
to.
right. When you
He
finish
doesn't like
talking,
it.
then I will
All
beg
right.
you to give me
Yes.
some second. Uh-huh.
All right. Okay. Back to you,
Thank
Q.
you.
Yeah. So as I was saying, for the security, it's quite difficult for me to blame either the past president and this current president, simply because I believe you have a security setup that is just not it cannot just solve the problem. The the security, both the military, the police force, the immigration, and what have you, cannot bring the security situation to an end. They cannot do that, and you will keep having these problems for as long as they are there, because they just cannot do it. That is just it. I'm telling you this. I said this back in 2009, and I'm saying it again. So, I mean, even for the current president, I am not going to blame him for the level, for the insecurity. People can say what is happening in other places. The inability again of those who we call analysts, both security and what have you, to thoroughly decipher what is really going on in that sector is just unfortunate, because you cannot just release such funds of money on and on and on, and they just cannot solve the problem. Forget about the fact that they tell you people are coming in from out of the country. No, you need to be passing information secretly to the security officers. You need to collaborate with them. No amount of collaboration will solve that problem, because they are
Have we lost you, Q?
Na Naja network now. We could wait for them.
Yes.
What woman?
Yes.
Yeah, I know some people don't like me talking here. My
Let
time, I
me
didn't spend it there.
let me say good night. I have to go now. Thank you.
So, I didn't spend much time. Some people spoke a long time here, but it's okay. But I just want to ask you: are you aware about the meeting between Abure and what's it called?
Yes, Wiki.
And Wike. You are aware of that?
Yes, no, that will come into the conversation as well. It was one of the things we touched on in the. I think it dropped. So you pick it up there now from actually, let me go to Comrade Omoriuri. Prince Daddy joins us.
I will try to ask question. I will try to ask questions, sir. If they say that there was
But
rice, he's
but
listening.
no,
He's
he's blocked.
listening. He's
Oh
listening.
God.
Because when you talk about rice, about rice
Tony, now
production.
the other people that have not spoken now.
But I know, sir. Just like it is. So this scenario was like it's comparable to where they say water everywhere, but no water to drink. No rice production was made available or whatever. No rice was made. There was no rice production in Nigeria. Okay, that's what I was trying to tell the guy. That is all
Who told
just
you that? Who told you
no.
that?
Why were they? Why were people hungry? No rice. You know what I'm saying? I beg. There's nobody that
Who
produce
told you
anything.
there's no? There is.
Those sacks
We've
of
had it.
rice they
Oh God.
displayed at in Abuja were stone pyramids. Thank you. I hope he's listening.
All right. Okay. Let's go to Comrade Omori. We're responding to the passing of Buhari, and we're saying, is it a case of rest in peace or rot in hell? So your take on that space. Good to have you, Comrade Omori.
Yeah, thank you, Oma, for the opportunity and for the platform. And greetings to all the panelists and our esteemed listeners across the globe. I don't belong to those that celebrate the death of any human being. No matter how you look at Buhari, whether some people see him as a messiah, some people see him as a villain. So, different. Buhari means different things to different people. Depends on the side of the divide you belong. You know. But before I continue. My condolences to his family. Somebody has just lost a husband. Somebody has lost a father. Somebody has lost an uncle. Somebody has lost a cousin. No matter how you look, it's still a loss to them. No matter how you look at him. To some people,
they have every reason to celebrate. They see him as somebody that was against them right from his military rule to date, you know. And other people, I mean, to them that, especially those those that the civil war affected negatively, they will see the likes of Buhari like terrorists. And there's a saying that one man's a terrorist will be another man's hero, depending on the side of the divide you belong to. You know, they talk they were fighting to put the country together, to united Nigeria. Some other people said before the war wasn't necessary, they should have allowed everybody to remain the way we were before we were forced together as a people, and we have not been able to recover from that. You know, one thing I've seen about Buhari, if Buhari didn't have opportunity to come back as a civilian president, he would have probably, go to his grave as one of the best presidents Nigeria never had. But when he came back, I think he was demystified by the second coming of Buhari. Two people like Buhari, people had the opportunity, such opportunity in Nigeria, himself and Obasanjo, to make mistake during military era and to come back as a civilian president and to correct those mistakes. But to what extent were they able to take advantage? To what extent was he able to work for the Nigerian nation? Considering the mistakes they made when they were young, much, much younger. Most of them started when they were 29, in their late 20s and the early 30s. So they could be forgiven for being too young and being naive for the mistakes they made in the past, but not for the one they repeated when they had the second chance to correct such anomalies. You know, one of the things that worked for Buhari in 2014, 2015 was his total of not corrupt leader, somebody that will be able to fight corruption. If you didn't give the security aspect, I mean, the economic aspect of Buhari, a lot of us expected Buhari to tackle insecurity in Nigeria headlong, considering what the role he played in Kano during the reign of, there was one rebel group that cropped up from Kano, Matisani group, or what they call it, I can't pronounce it very well.
Maitasini.
Matisani group, it was very brutal, it was very vibrant, it was, it was result oriented. Within a twinkle of an eye, within a few days, that thing was brought to an end, So everybody expected a similar thing to, to when he was trying to come back 2014, 2015, he had a lot of, political mileage, leverage, thinking that was going to repeat what he did then when he was in the military. And it was an opportunity for us to know that he wasn't really in charge. The man that was actually in charge of what legacy indiscipline was the late Brigadier Idiagbo. If Buhari didn't have the opportunity to come back, you could see his court followership, 12 million, though that one did not exist anywhere. It was overbloated, it was overrated and inflated because there was no beavers. So there's no doubt he was popular, very popular among his people till even this time. But his second coming was like a mere shadow of the Buhari we used to know. Nobody thought Buhari was going to fail in terms of security and corruption. That was why you saw the moment he was declared the winner, do you know a lot of people started running away from the country? They started running away from the country on their own, thinking that the man has come back again. As soon as they gave him 6 months, he could not even form his cabinet. His body language didn't show a sign of any seriousness. A lot of people around him took advantage of him to enrich themselves. The Malamis of this world and a lot of ministers around him. Whether because of age, whether because of his ill health, I don't really know what to attribute that to. Or this was this was the real Buhari that was hiding under Idiagmo to gain a lot of, undeserved popularity. I can't really understand the Buhari I saw for the last 8 years as a civilian president. To me, it wasn't the Buhari I expected. It wasn't the Buhari I heard of. The Buhari I saw between 83 and 85 when he was the military head of state. You know, no matter how you look at him, to some people he's still a messiah. To some people he was he was a terrorist. So depend on the side of the divide you belong to. That is all I can say for now. But another thing he did that was very instrumental. A lot of people saw him as a dictator when he was trying to contest towards the build up of political campaign between 2014 and 2015. But I think to a reasonable extent, he was able to pull off that togal of dictatorship. He was more of a Democrat than the so-called those that fought for democracy. There was something he did in Edo. Edo not be Lagos that we were shouting. It wasn't because Edo people were stronger than any other tribe in Nigeria, but because Buhari never wanted to play the role of a dictator. He never wanted to take side by imposing anybody on us. You can see what he did to Ushomole and co. Ushomole was busy fighting the same political godson he brought to us in Edo. He told us in the morning that Godwin Obaseki was the best that could happen to Edo. He condemned the other guy, Pastor Izeyamu, as a pastor in the day and a criminal at night with AK-47. So, you know, within the 4 years, he had a problem with his political godson. He wanted to put the political gear on reverse by telling Edo people that he made a mistake. He was busy trying to use his office as a national chairman to sustain the Edo people. Buhari wasn't there for that kind of game. They warned him, he never listened. So they placed him where he belonged. That was a very good one. He did the same thing in Ogun State, in Imo State. No chance of culture was about leaving office. He wanted to impose his son-in-law on Imo people. Buhari wasn't willing to play that kind of politics. He went to Imo to campaign. Even he talked to them behind the scene. They were not willing to listen. They brought the fight to his president when he was about to campaign. He already mounted the podium. They were busy fighting each other. Buhari wasn't part of that. He told everybody openly, vote for me for presidency and vote for your choice for governorship. Only a few Democrats will do that. Not even the one we have on the seat right now. Go between Ibikule Amosu and I think his successor. It was another political battle royale. So he did the same thing. He was almost thrown at Ogun State during one of the rallies. He played a neutral game. He wasn't willing. It wasn't a do or die affair like we had under Obasanjo. So, in that regard, I think he tried as much as possible, not to, I mean, not to act as a dictator that people were accusing him of when he was campaigning. He tried in that regard, and a lot of people felt disappointed after the 8 years because there were we expected a lot from Buhari, and he got little or nothing from
All right.
Buhari. And
Bring it on, comrade, so we can hear from Prince Daddy.
yeah, I'm almost done. At the end of the day, at the end of the 8 years, it was almost like 8 years of total Holocaust. Nothing. It was almost big disappointment compared to the expectation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Comrade Omorui giving us a balanced view of Buhari's life and time. So Buhari's life and times, Prince Daddy, you're up next. Sinner or saint, rot in hell or rest in peace. The Aboki from Daura passes on, but what is your abiding memory of him, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, hello, one man. How you doing? Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good to see you. It's been a moment.
Yes, one man. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I saw the headline. I thought it was one of your interesting headlines, but it actually happened, I guess. Um, so yeah, I guess rest in peace, Buhari. What can I say? Um, he said he died in London, so I guess that's almost expected also. Buhari passing away. I mean, I heard some of the people's comments earlier, some analysis. Um, I don't.
You had
I,
what? You had what? What did you say you had?
I said I heard some of the analysis, and I think Rushmore, you said it's going to be a huge impact on Tinubu's re-election. I'm not even see where that comes from. I'm not even sure. Buhari and his in the administration that opposed Tinubu uh, completely in the last election. I'm not sure why. It's not even a campaign. It doesn't know how to campaign, nor does it know how to do politics. Buhari is not a politician. And in the last person that spoke, Omori, like many Nigerians, they have this static view or perception about Buhari as being this guy that fights corruption when he comes back the second time to be president. See, that was a big mistake. It shows lack of I guess political sagacity by the Nigerians, the followership, I would say. um, Taking a person that was military, and I think I mentioned that before in your show, a person that was a military leader that operated by command and control. Why do you think it's so easy to transition to a democratic system whereby you have to negotiate with other people? It doesn't work that way. That's a la la land for the birds. It doesn't make any sense. Why does not know how to play politics, nor doesn't know how to negotiate to come to an agreement? It doesn't know. It doesn't have those skills. Being a military officer and telling people what to do left and right, it doesn't show your leadership skills at all. When you come to the civilian setting, in a democratic setting, and you have to talk to people you don't like or people you don't agree with, and that's what we talk. That's what we call politics and being able to negotiate. And the notion that if Buhari hadn't come the second term as a civilian president, he would have been perhaps the best president in Nigeria. I'm not sure what that guy meant, or Mori. Where did that come from? What did Buhari ever do? It did nothing. As far as I'm concerned, Buhari may actually be the bane of Nigeria's problem, modern problem, at least after the war. Buhari was the one that circumvented the democracy in Nigeria. At the end of the day, if they truly audit this guy Buhari and do a really detailed inventory of his participation in Nigerian politics, it was perhaps the worst person ever to have come up in Nigerian politics. It came on wanting to fight quote unquote corruption. And by the way, maybe he said it during his campaign, but I think that the notion about fighting corruption was kind of emblazoned on him by Nigerians because he was a military officer that wanted to fight corruption when he was in the military, which he never did well anyways. So Buhari to me never displayed any real ability, skill to do any of those things that was ascribed to him. He never did. So it wasn't surprising that when he came, it was a big failure, though he was sick initially for a few months, but it was a big failure overall. I think some people have said it. Perhaps Buhari's administration uh, was the most corrupt administration ever in Nigeria, way worse than Jonathan's. My understanding is open for debate because this guy was absent. He didn't have a clue what was going on. His administrative skills were zero. He didn't know much. This is just being objective. As a person, I think I like the guy actually as a person, Buhari as a person, but as a leader, as an administrator, it was zero, zero, zero. And the notion and the thing about is this 12 million vote that he had that he has always carried. Well, maybe so, but as somebody debunked earlier, perhaps because there was no beavers. So this fictitious 12 million voters, I'm not sure where it came from. Okay, because 12 million voters, three election cycles, it could not win. It couldn't do nothing with it. So it tells you that Tinubu is a true master. It has nothing to do with you having the votes. You have to be able to know where and how to place the votes in the country. Having a block of votes, it shows clearly in Nigeria doesn't guarantee you winning in one part of the country, one region. It, anyways, of course, I'm not speaking about bad about the dead. I'm just being objective in my analysis. Um, so overall, in conclusion, Buhari was never good for that country. Buhari to me was the worst thing ever happened to that country. Absolutely the worst thing ever happened to Nigeria.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I suspect that a lot of people will concur with those sentiments. It's quite a divisive figure, isn't it? Because when you speak to people like Hassan, who will tell you that this guy he tackled insecurity in Borno, and that was the first time. So he will eulogize about him, but then I think it's a north-south divide, isn't it, Buhari? Broadly from the north, you hear glowing reports, and almost universally from the south, you hear just
Well,
condemnation totally.
man,
But one
Buhari is
man,
like
please, please,
one second.
please,
Buhari's
daddy,
like. Hold
please,
on,
daddy.
Tony. Buhari's like
Okay, okay.
to me. Buhari's like Peter Obi in the sense that um all the qualities, the good qualities ascribed to Peter Obi were actually garnered or concocted by his followers. Okay, it wasn't Peter Obi himself. It wasn't Peter Obi himself. If you look at Peter Obi, he is a crafty man, but he never said a lot of things that people ascribe to him. This so-called great leader, strategist, and other things. He didn't say that. Peter Obi does. He just plays is pedestrian politics. That's what he does. You know, yeah, that's what Peter Obi does. I think the same thing applies to Buhari. A lot of things that people ascribe to Buhari, I don't think Buhari himself said it. I don't think he championed those things with his chest out, like, oh, I'm going to do this and that, or I'm this and that. He never did that. Those are the followers, the politicians, the pundits that came up with all those things just to play politics.
Can I interject? Can I interject now a bit, sir? So long you said it's a flowing.
All right, but we want we want to hear from Remy for about 3 minutes, and then we open it up. Zita wants to
No, I
speak
just
as
need
well.
20 seconds. 20
Rational
seconds,
mind are
please,
still
sir.
not really fully.
I beg.
All right,
Thank
go
you.
on.
I beg. So, please, daddy. Hello, sir. So, okay. So, what I'm trying to say is that, I think that we are doing a great disservice to our nation and to Buhari, because Buhari was a very great man. You know what I'm saying? And that is where the question of whether this was the real Buhari now come into play.
Are you
That is
taking
it.
us back? Are you taking us back?
No. I'm just trying to. You see that I'm still defending Buhari that I used to know as a teenager. You know what I'm saying?
No. We don't want to do Jubril, my guy. We don't want
No.
to do
He's a great man. He was no longer there. That's what he said. Go war. Okay.
All right,
I'll
brilliant.
describe. Yeah.
All right, Remy, floor is yours. Just give us about 3 minutes on Buhari, and then we'll open it up. Yeah, but please don't
Okay.
don't tell us it's Jubril. We don't want to do Jubril. Yeah.
I'm not going to say that. Okay, good morning, everyone. Actually, it's a sad day, considering two important people that we lost in a day. We are talking about our former president and our paramount ruler of Ijebu land, also passed away yesterday. May their soul rest in perfect peace, and may God forgive all their misgivings and let them live on peacefully. I mean, wherever God put them. Now, in talking about Buhari, I will look at it from different angle, truthfully, because when you become a leader, the indices and something that is happening in your country or in the whole world can also affect your performance. When he came in as a military head of state, he did really well in terms of putting Nigeria in that disciplinary mode. But unfortunately, we have a counter coup and Babangida came in. And I think personally, that is the beginning of the trouble of that country, to be frank, because he played a lot of bad politics. I'm talking about Babangida. But the second coming of Buhari, which is totally in a democracy, so it's not going to be easy for him to just be commanding like he used to command, like a military man or like a soldier. So it's not going to be easy. Unfortunately for him, he also inherited an economy that was terrible. Jonathan and his gang has robbed the nation blind. Everybody knows the truth unless you are not telling the truth. So that is the first thing. And the second thing, he also came in when there is COVID 19. And so the country went through two recession twice. But the biggest mistake of his is that he's too tribalistic and he's too fanatical. That's the truth about religion. And he protected his own very well. And that is why we see a lot of insecurity first. He was able to, I mean, Boko Haram was able to nip it in the bud, but not totally. But when you talk about insecurity, others farmers clash, it just like she does not care, and is a leader that does not like to talk. He doesn't talk to his people. And when you talk to your people, you bring confidence. He does not like to talk to his people. So I think in overall, when I look at him, I will put him that in terms of infrastructure, he did wonderfully, like all those standard gauge line that from Lagos to Ibadan or something like that, and the other train connection all over the country. But in terms of economy, as I said before, it came in at a terrible time. That was COVID 19. The world economy is in recession. And this really tells Nigeria when you are choosing your leader in the future, you better choose somebody that is highly educated, that knows a lot of things, that is versatile enough to know about the economy, to know about economic indices, to know about social infrastructure net, to know a lot of things, not just a leader that is so stoic, does not like to talk to people. We must find somebody that is up there and that knows his onions, that know how to manage a country. So that is why sometimes you see some great country, they deliberately choose their super business people to be their leader of their country. And you will see their country prospering. But at the same time, the followers too must also know that whoever is there, Rome was not built in a day. It needs the cooperation of everybody to support that leader. So, because of the recession, he was unable to wriggle his way out. And because he's so stoic, he does not know about economic indices, does not know. Everybody just tell him anyhow, and he just believed like that. And that's why we find ourselves in Emefiele doing whatever he did and so many other stuff. So, in overall, in terms of infrastructure, he did wonderfully well. In terms of economy and in terms of security, I think I will give him a below pass mark, and that cumulated in the next government, and that's what we are seeing. And they still have to continue to work on our security situation. So I hope he rests in perfect peace, and he has come, do his own part, and he move on. And that is about life. Life is a continuity. That is his own part. No matter whether you like him or you dislike him or whatever you are going to call him, he has played his own role. What about your own role to your nation? No, it's not all about just coming here and trying to talk people down or blah 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 like this. What have you done? You can. This is also a kind of retrospect for all of us individual, because no matter what we do, we also have a family, and we are also going to grow old, and maybe one day God will call us. So it's a kind. So I don't like people talking evil or talking bad about people when they are gone. I think I like people to tell the truth when they are still living. I like people like this. But at the end of the day, as I said earlier in the beginning, I said, may your soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, woman.
All
Woman,
right. All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Well said, Remy. Stay with us, Remy.
Can I
We've
say
got.
something?
Just give us 3 minutes. Let's just document Uriola and then you come in after him. Uriola, yeah, just give us 3 minutes on Buhari and then we open it up. Zita and Rational Minders who still want to speak. Uriola.
Hi. Yeah. So I, I mean, rest in peace to the man. But the thing is, I critically am looking at this guy. I think, if I think he's a good person in a way, and um, President Wise, when he was head of state, I think he was, based on the history, that what I read about him, I think it was when he was okay. He did, I mean, I like what he did, and I think when back in 2015, the only reason why a lot of people want him back is the fact that he used to be a president and they like what he did when it comes to, I think, the cleanliness and people, well, cleanliness, and I forgot the other thing. It was just like everybody, um we try to do the things the right, things the right way. So here's what I would say. whatever. I mean, he has chose his own path or his own um. What's the word? Yeah, he has chose his own way in life, but I won't totally like blame him because I try to think about this very well of everything single thing that this man has done because he has the good side and he has the other side. I won't totally blame him, and I would not because when he first came in, he was very young, and when he came in, and you have to realize politics, if you don't have a vision or you don't have a goal, is very difficult. And a lot of people that run, especially African countries, they don't have a vision, they don't have a goal, they don't have ideology, they don't have something that they believe in. Um, so it's very difficult when you don't have a path like this is what I want to do. So it would be hard when you have a team to direct them that I would like this is my goal. Did you see it? Did you see my vision? Did you see what did you have something you can bring to the to the table that we can see this vision through? And I think that would be a problem of when he is during his time. I think from my own knowledge, from what I see looking at this man, I see like his lack of vision because I don't think he has and when you look at most of people on his team as well, there's no really a solid goal to, even though they say they want to tackle corruption, just saying stuff does not, you don't have a plan, you don't have a pathway to get through what you're saying. You just what a lot of us we dream about something, but if you don't write it down, you don't have a plan, you don't have a pathway to get there, it won't work. So I think majority of the things about him and the fact that he got sick and if you look at him critically, you can tell that he never get over that sickness. He was still there. So, but I think, and even though I decided to look more into this man when the 2020 thing happened, I was mad. Um, then I could say that he play a role because he's the chief um commander officer that can actually tell the military to do anything. So I will say he called the shot. But the thing is, I won't totally blame him. He grew up during the colonial era. He went to London school. He was trained by people that don't really like us. They put a lot of this kid, then they were kids. The same thing with the past president that we had, Obasanjo. They all trained by people that don't like us. They all trained by people that the things that they taught them, they wouldn't allow it in their own place. So this they came up, they were brought up with the different way that colonial these people, the colonials, they were treating us. They learned from them. They they figure out. They were thinking that that would be a pathway for them or the
All right,
same thing.
bring it on, Mariola.
So
Bring it on.
yeah, I will. So I won't blame him because when you critically like look into his life, I won't I won't blame him. But I think he's a good guy based on um the way he live a simple life. He is I don't I mean in my a lot of them still anyways, but but the thing is I think he's a good guy. He is very I won't like disrespect him and say now that it's past, but I would have loved if he can actually, I don't think he write any books, I don't know, but if he does, I will like for the historians to look into his life and actually write things about him. If his family members are also, they can bring something to the table that we can learn about this guy, because a lot of things that we learn about him I mean, he's good in one part, but there's a lot of other gray area that doesn't suit him. But I think he's a good I think he's a good guy, but I don't think he did a lot for the country during the democracy wise. So that's what I would say about him. There's a lot. He's critical. Like if we critically think about this man life and other people that he came, they were born in his era, I wouldn't totally like fault him for what he did and a lot of things. But rest in peace to him. I think he well he lived a good life in a ways. He was 81 or 82, so yeah, that's what I would say about him. But I don't think he's a totally like we can't disregard him because he did something. But we just have to look more historians to I would like them, I would commend them to bring something, especially a lot of our leaders that are going away now, to bring more information about them. We need it. All right, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. And so Zita, rational mind as well. The point that Oriola was making there, Buhari said he said he wasn't going to write his memoirs because if he wrote his memoirs, it will have to condemn a lot of people, and he did not want to. He said he was thinking about their children and their grandchildren. Do you think a lot was lost in terms of what this guy could have documented in terms of his experience of governing Nigeria? So maybe you want to pick it up from there. Zita, you come in, and the rational mind will open it up, and then we make it free flowing.
Woman, I don't think I really want to pick it up from there because there are a few things. One or two times I came in to listen and I heard some people say, and most of them were actually laughable in the way we think and the way we reason and make our judgments. If Nigerians can come out boldly and say that Obasanjo won 1999 election, won 2023 election, and then what's his name? Yaradua won 2027 election, 2007 election, and then even when the man came out and fought the election, and then interestingly, Nigerians will look you to your face, more especially those from the south. And if I might pinpoint very well, I will make exceptions to those who are from southeast and south. They will look you straight in the eyes and tell you that Jonathan won that election, 2011 election, randomly, and they voted for him massively. And then, after saying all this, the same people will come out and single Buhari out and say his 12 million votes are overbloated, that his 12 million votes are not actually what he got. And his 12 million votes is because there was no beavers. And when you look at all these elections that I have mentioned, none of them use beavers, but they believe those ones. But that man, his 12 million vote is overrated. But I leave it there because that's how we think. Then back to Buhari's administration, because I don't want to speak on whatever people think about him.
That was not from the South people that made that such commentary today, madam. It was from our brother from Southwest. If you have something against us, just say it. I know you don't like your people, and you don't like your Igbo people.
Will you keep quiet?
But I'm an Edo person here. Don't say South again, okay? Concentrate on the East.
Can you keep quiet?
We never want you for
Madam,
Yoruba land, sir.
what is even the point there? There was no beefers. The 12 million vote wasn't actually there. Why are they not getting the same number now? When you were getting 3 million, they have
no respond to that. No respond to that.
What's the point you are making? What is the contradiction there?
Let me finish what I'm saying, because when
No, just clear that one. Clear that part. I was the one that made that point.
Excuse me. We are not listening.
You are the one that is listening.
If you were listening, you shouldn't have asked that question. That's just simple. Because 1999 election, there was no beavers, but you believe that election. 2023 election, there was no beavers, but you believed it. 2027 elections, there was no beavers. You believed it.
They were all overrated. What is the point of contention here?
2011 election, there was no beavers. You believed it. Then why single out one man's election and his numbers, and you categorized on that and said it was over bloated? That's
Did
my
I say
question.
anything
But
about all
never mind,
those
it's your
elections you
turn to
mentioned?
speak. And now listen, if you want to interject me, could you please ask for permission? I beg of you. Thank you. So that we don't make this session very rowdy.
You are the one
Now,
that is cutting things up.
now, let me go back to what I'm saying. Buhari did a lot of things. As a military administrator, it is easier for you to rule a country as a military administrator because you sit down in your office, you marshal out your orders, and then it must be carried out. Otherwise, somebody will be died. So when you look at him, forget about the age. As at that time, as a military dictator, he was able to achieve a lot. And that was why most people celebrated him. And when he won, some people ran away. But I will not forget what his wife said. When the 2015 election was moving from one state to the other, all the noise, all the crowd, all the gidigba, the wife made a comment when she was interviewed. I think it was in Chinese television during that period. She said something that most Nigerians refuse to listen to and they refuse to understand. She said that Nigerians should understand that being a military dictator is different from democracy. That her husband's hand is going to be stifled. I will never forget that statement. That before he will do something, it has to pass through so many channels for it to be get done. But as a military dictator, he can only pass orders and it get done. But I'm sure most Nigerians speaking here today, they did not, probably they did not come in contact with that interview. Neither did they listen to that woman. Now, in terms of security, yes, he fought security. He fought it head on. He tried. But the thing is that if the people you are fighting are actually, if a cause you are fighting to better some people, and the people are actually the people causing the thing, you can never succeed. And it's still happening to Tinubu. But Tinubu took something a little bit different. I heard he's looking for the sponsors. That's something a little bit different because those people are heavily sponsored.
Can I ask you a question?
Heavily. Go
Can I?
ahead.
All right. You make something you make a valuable point to me. When you said a lot of people
Sorry, Oriola. Rational Mind, are you there? Oh,
Um,
okay, carry on.
I'm here, woman. Sorry.
Yeah, check. I left you a note on the private chat. Sorry, carry on, Oriola.
all right, so when you made mention that Buhari's wife made mention that when he first came in, that was military era. So it's not the same thing. The democratic process is a little bit different. Don't you think we Nigerians we're having that problem that we tend to like glorify the military era than understanding what the process of what we should go through now. So reason why I mention that is people like that era, what he did when he was military. The same thing applies to Abacha as well. People like a lot of people want us to go back to those things, not realizing that that's not a good thing. So what would you say to that? Because you mentioned it now that people are not saying that they want them to do exactly the same thing that they did when they don't have to take permission from anyone. But are people now thinking that that type of thing is preferable to what we are doing now? What do you think? Because it's very
People have said
mind-boggling.
it severally. Even
Mind-boggling seeing people say those things.
after 2023 election, most Nigerians went in front of the military cantonment or wherever headquarters and knelt down and was begging the military to come back. But what they seem to forget is that when Obasanjo came, he did something to our military that weakened them. The military of Buhari, Abacha, IBB, and Mama Vasa them are not the military we have today. The military we have today are the military that command money, not status. They command bribe, not ethics. They command politics, not military. So if any Nigerian think that if military take over, they will see the likes of those days of Buhari, Mama Vasa, Abacha, and IBB, and all whatnot, that's not gonna happen because Obasanjo destroyed our military. So that's all I have to answer you. So
Please, can I interject you or a minute?
go ahead.
Yeah, I want to disagree with you. You said made a lot of valid points though. But on the point of security, that Buhari for security, he didn't. On several occasions, there was even at a point he was made to intervene as an intermediary for the Boko Haram leader nominated Buhari to speak on their behalf before he became the president. And when he became the president, on one occasion he said killing Boko Haram was a war against their own people, against the Northerners, number one. Number two, I watched his live interview on Arise television, where Buhari was asked about the insecurity in the Northeast. He said he spoke with the governor. He wanted to know from the governor if they were, that is the commander-in-chief, he was finding out from the governor of the states that were involved, if they were foreigners or Nigerians. The governor told him they were Nigerians. And instead of talking about solution to tackle the insecurity, Buhari was busy defending them and giving excuses on why the thing should continue. A lot of people are jobless. A lot of people are hungry. They're trying to survive. Buhari was my man. I was one of those that campaigned assiduously for him, thinking that he was going to do some magic. I was disappointed at the end of the 8 years. So while I'm making this background is to let you know that I had nothing whatsoever against Buhari. I was one of the people that formed APC. I was one of the first that dared PDP in my area, even at the detriment of I put my everything on the line. Finance and everything. So if you count like 2-3 people in my area, I think I was one of those that formed APC from the beginning. I was one of the founding fathers of APC in my area. When the fear of PDP was the beginning and the beginning of wisdom in my area. So that's to tell you what the effort we made
So what's
in
your
bringing Buhari
question
to
to
power.
me?
Yeah, the
Do
question
you
I
have
just
a
wanted to
question or you just
no,
want to tell your story?
I just wanted to contradict you on the point you made on insecurity. He didn't
Okay.
fight insecurity.
Can I
In fact,
answer you?
he supported insecurity in the
Can
north
I
at
answer
the
you?
beginning.
Can I
If
answer
you
you?
can, it's
Okay.
not a question though.
Okay. Can I answer you now? Okay. Let me say this. You see, there is one thing I notice about us. We hear something, we don't hear a counter something. When we hear something and that thing suits us, we run with it. We don't wait to listen again and see what happened to that thing that we heard. Yes, Buhari said in something in favor of Boko Haram. That man's truck was attacked. And then when he sat down to see what it is about Boko Haram first, When he said that, he said he thought it was the defense for the religion. Then when he sat down and looked at what the thing is all about, he rechanted. I am sure you heard what he said at the beginning. But when he said he has hands off everything, and he has, in fact, that he regrets even ever saying that. I'm sure you didn't hear the second part, but that's
I hear everything.
okay.
I'm not a baby, madam. Don't try
But
to
that's
talk to
okay.
people
Never mind. Let me
as if they are
continue.
children. We are
Let me
adult.
continue now. Can I
We are adult.
continue?
Nobody is less than. I'm not
You
less than 50
didn't
years.
hear the second
You talk
part.
to people as if you're talking to your housemate. It's not good.
It's okay.
I
You
heard everything.
didn't.
You have not
We
contradicted
didn't.
what I said.
You heard
You've
him
not contradicted
saying
what
he
I said.
supported.
I just
You heard
contradicted
him
the
saying,
point you made earlier.
hold on,
He never
hold on,
fought insecurity. In
hold
fact, he
on. I'm
supported
coming
insecurity.
now. I'm coming to that. You heard him. You said here that he supported Boko Haram.
I heard
I have
everything. Don't tell me
counted
the one
that.
I heard and you're not
I
to tell
have
me the one I
counted
heard
that.
and the one I didn't hear.
And you
I heard
didn't
everything.
hear. Come on, man.
I heard
Can
everything.
we have a healthy conversation?
You're speaking for me. You can't speak for me. I'm not a
You
baby.
heard. You told me here now, just few minutes ago, that even that Buhari supported Boko Haram. And I have heard a lot of people make some certain quotes, even when it is not exactly the way he said it. But I have heard a lot of people make some certain quotes about his inclination to Boko Haram. But they are not making that certain quotes when he recanted. But that's okay. Now, coming to insecurity, I am very sure from the way you are speaking, I'm sure you come from the South. But I will ask you to find out from the Northerners, the president that was bombing both Boko Haram and civilians from the air. It is Buhari. So if a president will go to that extent of Buhari, I don't think Tinubu is doing that in the Northeast now. I know if he does that, they won't like him. I don't think he even have the balls to do that in the Northeast, to fight Boko Haram the way Buhari fought them in the Northeast. But what I will say, I believe that Hassan and the other guy that come from Adamawa and the other one that come from, both of them come from the Northeast exactly. Next time, when they come to this platform, it will be nice for us that do not follow what is happening in the North. We have a kind of waving what goes on there away, as if nothing is happening there. It will do us a lot more good if they come here next time, you ask them how Buhari fought insecurity in the North on his own people. I think that will give us a very good picture of how he fought insecurity.
In addition, Madam Zita, I think you are right. It is during his tenure that he fought the Boko Haram to stupor. There were a lot of their leaders that were pie that time. And just recently, they reared their ugly head during the Tinubu regime, just some few months ago. And when you are talking about 12 million votes, I think this guy have a kind of cult followership in the north. Everybody knows the truth. And at that particular time, there is no BVN. And even when you talk about state like Delta, state like Akwa Ibom or River, they always turn out 2 million votes. But look at the last election. How many votes did they come from there? It's not even up to 1 million. 700, 500,000. Even Lagos State, the total vote is about 1 point something million.
But
Thank
Remy,
you,
let me
my brother.
add
Thank you for that
something.
point you just brought up.
Let me
Thank
add
you.
something to you, Remy, what you just said.
Oh, school everybody.
If they are using beavers, if they are not using beavers, and in fact, for somebody like me, I will actually say that he has more than 12 million followers. Why would I say that? For them to rig and rig and rig and rig to the extent that they will assign him 12 million actually means he got more than that. Because these people, what they do is that, according to, I like to borrow words from Showore, they assign votes.
Does it mean Buhari did not ring in his own
So
area?
if
No? Are
your
you insinuating that
opponent,
he didn't ring?
if your opponent see your large number of votes and he cut it like this, cut it like this, cut it like this, cut it like to make sure you don't win that election. And even at that point, he was will I say he was shamefully and stupidly enough to give you up to 12 million. Means you got more than 12 million. Then let me say this. There is one question one man asked Remy. He said, who will inherit Buhari's 12 million vote? I love what Buhari did. In as much as most people call him all manner of names and say whatever they want to say about him, that's fine. It's your opinion. It doesn't matter. He lived his life. He achieved his dream. And he lived long. And he's dead. So it doesn't really matter what we think about him. But there is one thing he did that I love. His integrity, when he entered politics, he could not see any good politician to hand him over his followers. He was selfish about his followers. He didn't give it to anybody. So anybody in the north that wants to get that kind of followership have to work for it, period.
And in addition, Madam
I
Zita,
repeat, he was very selfish with his followers because he know they believe and trusted in his integrity. That man is highly respected in the north.
Woman, woman, are you there?
Let me finish.
Woman, are you there?
I'm soon random.
I think you've said it now. We've had you.
Yes, I'm here. Yes,
Let me
yes.
round up in a
Yeah,
second,
round up and then other voices come in. We were waiting to hear from
I just
you.
want to say I didn't see the private chat you're talking about. Is it? Oh, please, I beg.
It's under your name. You'll see your name.
Okay, I will have to click my name.
Yes, you have to click your name.
Okay, all right.
All right. Yes, Zita, bring it home and then let them come in. Yeah.
Okay, rational mind. We were calling you, self. We didn't hear. Anyway, he was very selfish. I will use the word selfish with his followers because they believe and he believed that they trusted his integrity and his reputation. So he didn't want to carelessly release them to any and anybody. So any Northerner or any Nigerian who wants to get that kind of followership, that kind of occult-like followership, I repeat, has to work for it. But as it is today,
yeah,
he hates Buhari,
Zita landing
love
so that
Buhari.
yeah.
Hate Buhari, love Buhari. He is the only Nigerian that have such followership. I rest my case.
So, Madam Zita, I quickly want to come in. In fact, the death of Buhari brought good deeds to Nigeria politically, because as I say today, nobody and no one can get that 12 million vote or more than that, even in the northern, and it will even make the north to be more competitive, not listening to their leaders like before. And I think at this particular moment, wherever anybody Atiku tried to try it. That is why he went to him like 2 or 3 or 4 times. But that guy held on to him. He didn't give to nobody. And for the incumbent, the president now, he has the opportunity to wipe some people to order because they thought that Buhari is still living. And they know that this Tinubu really respected that old man a lot. He does not want to do anything against him. So in the next 10 to 12 years or 15 years, I do not see anybody that is going to fall into the shoe of this particular man. So forget it totally.
Remy, Tinubu does not respect Buhari for nothing. He doesn't respect him
No,
enough.
no. What I mean by respect is not like calling him big brother or something like that. At least he knows
I
him.
don't even
Sometimes,
think he
as
respects Buhari at all.
Tinubu is a politician. As a politician,
Because there's
you
nothing to respect.
manage. There are some people you have to manage. There are
He
some.
respects his followership. That's what he
Yeah,
means. His
that's it.
popularity.
Everybody.
He just
It's
leverages him. That's
managing. You
all.
have to manage some
Oh,
people.
oh
When
no,
you
Tinubu
manage them,
manages
when
everybody.
you get whatever you want to get. So
Oh no,
please,
that
that
was
you
what
can
makes
take
him
it
a really
from
good.
where.
Tinubu
That's what makes
respects
Tinubu.
Buhari's political capital. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, yes.
See,
That's more really it. Yeah, Prince.
yeah, thanks, Roman. This cost like 12 million votes you guys are talking about that never won one single election. I'm not even sure the value of that 12 million cultish votes you're talking about. What is it? What does it really mean in politics? It never won a single election with that cult you're talking about. It never did. Okay,
It was a sessional followership. No particular session can win presidency in Nigeria.
if anything, it actually exposed a lot of things about Nigerian politics that originally original candidate like Kwankwaso and how Buhari was can't win the country, can't win an election without being able to traverse the entire country and build consensus at least in three or two solid geographical areas. It showed that. So I'm not why it is so caught up on this Buhari 12 million votes that did nothing. Nothing. It didn't win. It didn't win a local government election with 12 million votes. So I'm not sure why you get so excited about it.
He not just local government, he won states, but he was a sectional champion. You're
Oh,
not
oh,
getting
oh,
the point?
all right. AY joins us. I take my leave. Choma takes charge. No super chats to report for my poverty-stricken audience. But love you nevertheless. So love you nevertheless. Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Choma takes charge. Rational Mind takes the floor. He's been waiting to speak. Choma, you take.
One man before, I think you left. I just want to say I've been trying to look for my
No,
icon.
it's there. If you look at your name, they've
I look
changed
for it.
this
I can't
thing.
even find it here. I'm like,
They've changed this thing so much. It's a struggle to navigate through all the changes. But
yeah,
it's under your name anyway. But
but it's okay.
I'll send it to you via text.
Okay, that would be better.
All
All
right.
right. So for me, I just want to say this because I have to bounce myself too. Thank you so much, one man. Thank you, everybody, our listeners. I don't. They will say so many things about Buhari demise. It's so sad. I know that I'm happy, kind of, that he's gone. Because nobody wish, because I know he has family, he has kids, he has loved ones who loves him, even though some people don't like him. But my point is just that we do not want to do this try and error thing that we've been doing in Nigeria. If you have nothing to contribute to the development of that country, that is far reaching. Get my word, mark my word, quote my word, far reaching, not mediocrity crap that these leaders they've been giving Nigerians. And some people come here, oh, he did this, it was incorruptible. It was what does that what the crap does that even mean? That is incorruptible. How does that put food on the table of a common Nigerian? The same man who was there, he could not make any hospital that he would be able to go and get medical care, but he could run to London. He could go and die in London. So a common man like you and I, who does not have the luxury of going to London to go and get medical care. So what happens to us? And it's so things as basic as medical care for common Nigerian. Let's say Nigeria cannot even feed. You have medical centers everywhere where Nigerians can go and get free medical care. You could not even do that. And some of you here, you are praising him, all this mediocrity things that all these leaders they do, this crap that people they do, and then you people will come here and you promote it like there's some kind of like a savior kind of person. I don't get it. So a good grief to Radiance. That's what I would say. I mean, it's gone, it's gone. Let him go. Let him go and be a visitor.
Rational man, can I
Let him go and
interject
see
a
God.
little bit?
Well, I
Did
guess I've
you,
not really flowed. But go on, please. If you make it snappy,
yeah,
so
yeah. Thank you for that point you just made. The lesson we can all draw from this. Uh, there are people still running today. You know, popularity is very high. How much they can translate of that popularity to governance is another question altogether. Now that he has died in London, he had several opportunities at least to build a world-class hospital, either in Daura. It could be his village, I don't care. It's still part of Nigeria. Abuja, Lagos, or somewhere. I used to remember in those days, foreigners were coming to Ibadan for treatment. So if we can have a responsible National Assembly that will make it a law, against if you're a public figure, there should be a law against you traveling abroad for medical tourism and sending your children to school abroad so that they will have opportunity to build our health institutions and educational institutions. Thank you. That's another lesson we have to learn. For those that are supporting Obi today, yeah, it's wanting to support a popular candidate. What that candidate will do when it comes to power should be of utmost importance than the support. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Rational
it's
mind.
yeah.
Can I
Um,
say something?
okay, okay, go on, please. Just make it so I can because I
I
need to. Please go on,
okay.
please.
I don't know. I don't really know when last we visited Nigeria, but Nigeria has very good hospitals. And let me say this: they have very good
Madam, can
hospitals.
you mention one government good hospital?
Please,
Why are
please,
they going to London?
please.
Stop
Hello,
all this
Most
excuse me.
hypocrisy.
I
Mr.
took
Comrade.
permission from Rational Mind.
Hold on. Don't do that, Mr. Comrade. Next time, I'm just going to remove you. Period.
So
If you remove me, I go and sleep.
most prominent Nigerians died in National Hospital Abuja. There are very good hospitals in Abuja, in Nigeria, and Nigeria is a kind of a capitalist economy. That being said, it is actually wrong to tell somebody where to go seek help for his health. I repeat, it is actually very wrong for somebody to sit down somewhere and tell somebody, you must go get help for your health this place. Otherwise, you are not a good man. I rest my case.
On tax people, on Nigerian taxpayers' money.
It's okay. You see, when people make this
I don't know. I don't know why we just talk.
kind of kind of
We feel whatever we
how
say
many
is
of
the right
your
thing, no
how
matter
many
how
of
we
your
say
prime
it.
minister?
The one I got outside of Nigeria did not use Nigerian
Hold on,
taxpayers'
hold
money.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, you see, there you go. You make this kind of false.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about our head of state, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, it's that's what people do a lot here. I mean, like when you even in Sweden or in Norway or in Finland, where you guys have lived there, how many times has your prime minister gone to London go and get care? You see, you people just come here, you just want to justify things, and you're talking about there are good hospitals in Nigeria. How many Nigerians can go and afford those hospitals? How many ordinary Nigerians can go and afford it? And you live here in Scandinavia, one of those Scandinavian countries where you have access, free access to common thing that they believe that a common citizen should have. Citizen should have. And you're here telling me, preaching to me that there's a hospital in Nigeria. So how many Nigerians can go to that hospital? How many of them can afford it? You were here when
They say the wrong things with
you
full confidence. They mislead people with full confidence.
you were
As if
here
they know it all.
you were here some weeks ago, or like a months ago. Chioma, please don't take anybody out. I beg you, please. We are here to. I think it's free for all this time around. Please don't take anybody out. So my point is, this: you were here some few months ago when a man came online, was weeping. She was in the process of transferring her wife. I think the wife was going through some childbirth or whatever. I don't know, maybe whatever. And it was on. I don't know why people even do that sometimes. It's even beyond me sometimes. It was like doing it a live streaming. I don't know, maybe later they post it later, but I saw the video where the man was like begging Nigerians to pray for him, blah, blah, blah. He's taking his wife to the hospital. He has been to one hospital, they rejected her. They took her to another hospital, they rejected her. Like, how many places do we have those fine hospitals, those beautiful, those hospitals that they could really take care of them? How many places do we have that? The loot is there where they are about there, where they get one of the best nurses, the best doctors, where is even the center where people go and do their medical practice. How many Nigerians can go and afford it? If you go there, they're overwhelmed. They will put you on the list. They will tell you to wait for like how many several hours before they can see you. And while you are waiting, you die. Not you, the person died. And you're telling me, you see, we come here maybe because some of us don't live abroad so much. And you're asking me a while ago, when was the last time I got my own dad, my own very, very dad? I had to pay through the nose just to take care of that man. A senior citizen, which normally if they are done it, okay, Senior citizens, we are giving you free health. You young ones, may not go work, may not go get insurance. They don't do that. And you're telling you see, it's so annoying when some of you come here, you do this your ngbati what's it called? This false parallel that you like to do here. That yeah, anybody can go. Nigeria, what takes them from going to anywhere in Nigeria and go and get medical care? What takes them? Anything. So we're not talking about him. If you like, let him go anywhere, but make it available to Nigerians that every Nigerian can accept. Or maybe you guys, okay, you want to go get Fensico, you want to go get a Panadol, or you want to get, at least you're getting something that will treat you whatever you're treating. But no, you're here telling me a story about anybody can go. Yes, let him go. If you like, let me go to Kafacha or go
At our
to.
own expense. At our own expense.
You
Eh?
see, it's okay. You see, this is what they do when they want to do this, their APC promotion and all that. But it's okay. Yeah, everybody can promote whatever. For me, I'm not promoting anybody here. Even though it's Obi, this one that Obi is talking crap that I mean, listening to him, that he wants to fix economy, he wants to fix security. He wants. You see, I want to say this just in conclusion because I have to go. Obi needs to just watch. I think a lot of things is going on. I've seen Wiki, and when we come here, we say Tinubu. Despite even himself, he has used his own mouth to confess, say it gives him pleasure to see the opposition in disarray. And the guy that is doing that for him, at least for PDP, we've seen him how he has make a nonsense of his own political party, which is PDP. And we come here, some people say, how do you know? What's your evidence to show that Tinubu is the one putting the political opposition in disarray? When he himself said it with his own mouth, that it gives him pleasure. Say they want to unseat themselves. All those kind of crap that he was talking about. Who does not know that he's the one behind it? And now suddenly we're seeing Abure with Wike. What is going on there? I just want to silence everybody so that it could become their so-called one-party state. I hijack the whole state. I hijack the whole country to Tinubu. I will not be surprised if Tinubu will say he wants to go to third time, or they will pass a bill that will make him go to a third time. I will not be surprised. We'll all be here. But my point is just that we said it that you people are building a monster. I'm not saying Obi is a savior or is going to be a messiah. But we need to change from these guys who lack empathy, who doesn't see that nation building is about the people, building the people themselves. This capitalist kind of Louis Brook capitalists that does their own capitalism in their own way. Which is chronism, not even what was that in the Mogaluko even called it the other time when he was doing his interview. He called it something capitalist chronism. That's what Tinubu practice. It's not like it's doing it for the benefit of everybody, but it's just for the benefit of his own cronies.
Okay, so rational mind. I would like to have AY speak.
Well, I rest it there. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, good evening, Choma. Evening, everyone. Good discussion so far. Mori, are you still here?
I did, my brother. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys on Dr. Damages almost all day actually. You know, Buhari, may his soul rest in peace. May God forgive his sin. But one thing I find very disturbing, in all honesty, is how people try to celebrate the death of President Buhari. I think it's uncalled for, in all honesty. Yeah, I don't think anybody should celebrate past leader death or anybody's death, you know. Even to the extent that I hear people still say, oh, this is Buhari's second time death, it's Jubilee for Sudan. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? How can educated people be talking like idiots? Like, I find it really weird when I still hear people say all those kind of stuff. I mean, the man is dead. He's dead at 82. I think that is a call for celebration because how many people really reach 82 today, you know? He tried, he lived his life, he was president twice. Yeah. But the issue of his legacy, we can discuss those, right?
Yeah,
Like,
3 times, my brother. 3 times. One
yeah,
time as a
exactly.
military head
So
of state, twice
that
as a civilian.
yeah, that's a fulfilled life, you know. That's a fulfilled life. Then when we come to issue of his legacy, right? Yeah, Buhari second the civilian administration, I was a bit disappointed. I personally feel I supported him vigorously in 2015, but I feel like after his first tenure, he should not contest. He would have just, you know what? I'm too tired. I'm sick. I'm not fit for this. I want the country to continue. Just conduct a free and fair election. He missed that point. He missed it over there, right? Yeah, during his time, a lot of things happened. I mean, the Nigerian economy has not done good for a long time. During President Goodluck, Nigeria was kind of broke. Um, then he moved to Buhari. Buhari came in. COVID was right here. I think the almost the beginning of second tenure, I guess. So he got a lot of challenge. There was a militancy in Niger Delta that were blowing up pipeline. He got some challenge, but however, yeah, people give him some credit for infrastructure, which is good. But I personally feel when I look at his administration, I feel Buhari was not ready for power, for governance. I feel he was not ready for governance because what you hear about how he managed the ministers, they were just doing what they like. That was not good, you know. But however, I still believe Buhari is a good man. I believe he has integrity, even though he could not stop people from stealing the country dry. I think he was not ready. That's what I would just say. I mean, we even
Sorry,
Jonathan,
the speaker. Sorry, the speaker. See, yeah, there are many good men in Nigeria, right? So,
right,
Barry was a leader, a president, right?
right.
Multiple times. So we have to talk about him based on his record, not about if he was a good man or not. Okay,
No, it doesn't
I think that
matter.
to make that distinction will really help. If you think he
No,
did
no,
good as a leader, then that's fine.
no. It's, as a leader, I don't think he did good. I repeated that. But as a person, I said he's a good man. That's my opinion. I hold that dearly. I feel it's not. I still strongly believe Buhari is not corrupt as a person. I feel he's a good man. It's just like Goodluck Jonathan too. Even though I never liked his administration, like Goodluck was a perfect gentleman as a person. So there are cases where you have somebody is good, but when you give him a position of leadership, he can't really do well. When I look at Peter Obi is a good man, perfect gentleman, but even if he come in, will he be able to do something? That's the question. So what that means, it doesn't really mean because somebody is gentle, somebody is good, it can make a good leader. I think a good leader needs to be good and be tough. Most time, these people are not tough. You gotta be tough. If you are not tough, you will not be able to manage Nigeria. I tell you that for free. Even
Yeah,
as a governor.
sorry, on the issue that Buhari was not ready, I
Mm,
don't believe that for a second. Eh,
mm,
Buhari just fulfilled his long-term ambition to become a president, a civilian president. But the notion that
exactly.
was not ready, it wasn't that he wasn't ready. He was not fit for the job, plain and simple.
So Buhari was not fit for the job and he was not ready. He fulfilled,
Okay.
I agree with you, he fulfills long-term ambition, just like what you are seeing with Tinubu right now. Tinubu fulfill is just fulfilling his long-term ambition. Tinubu
And it's
was not
working.
ready.
There's a distinction.
No,
Tinubu is
it's
actually
not
working.
It's the
working.
same thing.
No, they are
No,
the
no,
same. It's not working. Tinubu is
no.
not working.
They don't know what they're
But
doing. Let's be
hold
real.
on, bro. Hold on. We gotta be real. Hold on. Tinubu, for the many years Tinubu has calculated, prepared to be a president. Tinubu supposed to hit the ground running. He's supposed to know what I want. In fact, watching Buhari administration, he was just interested in power. He just like Atiku himself. Atiku is just interested to mark the register. I was the former president. I can tell you it's not ready. When somebody is ready, there are decisions you will not make. You must have done a lot of study, know what is going on, know
See,
this guy
sorry,
can.
speaker. Sorry, speaker.
Mm,
I didn't catch.
mm,
What's your name again? I recognize the voice, but I didn't catch the name.
AY.
Oh, Eva, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Um, so maybe I'm misunderstanding when you say they're not
Mm,
ready. Are you,
mm.
are you saying being ready is synonymous with not having any idea? Is that what you meant?
They are not prepared for leadership. They are not
They are
prepared
not
for the job.
prepared. Yeah, they are not prepared for the job. But they were
No,
interested in
I
the
think they
job
don't have
Any
before.
idea.
wise, can I interject for a minute, please?
So
If you
let me
permit.
say this, right? Yeah, I get your point. So if you are say, for example, you want to be a governor, you should be able to know, okay, if I'm a governor, these are the things I'm going to focus on. I will make sure the state achieve this. I will make sure this. They don't have a plan. They are not ready. They were just interested in the power. That's
Okay,
just the truth.
can you give
That's
me
what
a
you
minute?
see with. Hmm?
Can you give me a minute, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. What you should realize is that a country where there is no enough record, we do not keep proper book of record, there is a lot of things under the carpet. The bane of most Nigerian presidents is that even they, when they are outside, they might thought they have everything in their hand. No. It's when they get there and they see the rot. And when you now see the rot, even all your plan, sometimes you just have to replan again. And if you are telling me that this current president does not have a plan, I don't agree with you. A
Okay,
person
let
that
me
let
let me
me
prove it
finish.
to
Let
you. It
me
does
finish
not have
quickly.
a
I said
plan.
a minute. Only some seconds remain. A person that came in that changed everything totally, where the rest shy away from it, they don't want to do it. And now, as we are speaking today, the economy is picking up little by little, unless you don't want to say the truth.
Okay,
So
hold
I'll
on.
come again after because you have the floor
Okay,
now. I'll come
okay,
again later.
hold on. Let me break it down how the president Tinubu himself is not ready. The economy is not picking up in Nigeria. Nigeria right now, you over 100 million Nigerians are into abject poverty as we speak. Things are very, very difficult for Nigerians. Now, here
Can
is
we
it.
make it the
What happened?
conversation
Hold on.
again?
Let me break it down for you. Hold on. I'm going to break it down. So, during Buhari, we had difficulties. There was poverty. But Tinubu coming in the first day, removing fuel subsidy, as a president, how come you don't understand the implication? I don't have issue removing fuel subsidy. How come you don't understand the implication of removing fuel subsidy? How come you don't understand the implication of unifying Naira unification? How come you don't have a team
I
even
think
before you get? Hold on. How come you did not have a team even before swearing in? If you want to remove subsidies day one, and let the team do a study, let
no
them know,
need of
okay, how
doing.
can we? Hold on
Okay,
now,
let me
hold
quickly
on.
say
You are
something
too
so that
fast.
you can go ahead again.
Go
In the
ahead.
2020, in the 2023 budget read by Buhari, subsidy is already gone. There is no provision for subsidy. And as a new president, if you come in and then you are saying you want to continue the regime of subsidy, that means this man has to go and borrow money to continue to live our current life we have been living. And that means we are deceiving ourselves. We all know the truth. Before the election,
You
Nigeria
see,
was okay. Let me finish. Everybody know that Nigeria have a multidimensional poverty, and that's what you are seeing. A country that refused to plan for more than 5 or 4 decades. So you cannot. And this man, when he came in, it told the people the truth. We will suffer because any country where they are going through reform, there will be some pain. But now things are getting stabilized. Unless you are just trying to be
oh,
to be
okay.
Can I
you
can
You
I
try,
interject for
let
one
me
minute?
finish. Sorry.
and
Let me
sometimes
answer to him, Mori. I'm coming.
and sometimes you
So
cannot tell. You can let me finish. You cannot say about people are just suffering. If you want to move a needle, you don't need to say, okay, I will first make all my country people to be happy before I move my needle. You are also deceiving them. Why not tell them the truth? This is a poor country. All our wealth are being siphoned out, and then some of our oil have been awarded as a future contract of borrowed money. Whereas our revenue to our debt is about 98%. For God's sake, that means out of 100 naira you are making, you are using 98 naira to service it. How can you survive like a country like that? So
Our
maybe what
leaders living like leaders of a poor country. Their lifestyle, does it portray
it's God,
leaders
God
of a poor
bless you.
country?
Hold, Omari, you just hold
You're
on.
telling others
So
to tighten their belts. We're going to suffer. Are they suffering with us, with the
I
people,
think
with the
most time we
masses?
are just looking at it
Omari,
a
Omari,
layman.
hold on.
Whatever he bought, let
Is
me
a
finish.
rational
Whatever he
man.
bought,
Hmm.
you come now, don't worry. Whatever he bought, whether a plane or maybe a car or whatever, he's going to leave it. No matter what, he's not going to take it home because it belongs to Nigeria as a government. You can continue
So
now.
So let me see. Seems you are on the defensive side. So nobody.
I'm
I'm
not
not.
on the defensive time. I'm trying
I.
to bring it to
I'm.
the upper
I'm.
truth.
I'm
You're
with.
not defensive here.
First of all, I'm with my people, my Nigeria people. I don't care who's in office. So first of all, let me make that clear. What you are saying, you are on a defensive side. If Tinubu was aware
I
that,
am not on a
hold
defensive
on,
side. You can
hold on.
state
If
your
Tinubu,
opinion, but don't
hold on,
continue to say I'm on
hold on.
defensive
If
side.
Tinubu
I'm not.
was,
That's not my type.
hold
Okay,
on, hold
I
on.
don't do like that.
Oh shit. If Tinubu was aware that subsidy was removed, how come he did not plan? Like, how do we? You know that if you go
AY,
to
he had a
economic,
7 month window.
yeah. Apart from that, right? Apart from that, you are talking about. Oh, he told people they are gonna suffer. What sacrifice are they making as leader? The president, the senate, the rep. What sacrifice are they, Nigeria should see you making sacrifice as a president, as the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. They should be seeing you people make. What is the budget of National Assembly? What is the budget of the executive? I'm telling you, I'm not talking of capital budget. I'm talking of recurring expenditure. Go and look at it. So you are telling Nigerians, hey, you got to touch your bed, you got to sit up, but you are living, you and your family, you living a lavish lifestyle, buying new private jet, buying new all the brand new cars imported for the legislators.
Can I
That
quickly
is
ask
where the
you a
problem
question?
is. See, he is.
Can I ask a
Nigeria
question
need
so that
to
I can do
hold on.
my
Let me
editing?
finish this. Nigeria need to see you as leader doing what is right, telling Nigeria, okay, listen, we are not buying new cars because of this. We are not. You are wasting Nigeria resources and you are telling Nigeria to tighten their bed to the extent that people cannot even feed, buy Gary, and Gary is now expensive. The common food for the poor in Nigeria used to be like Gary, even beans, like little stuff. Now, there is no common food in Nigeria. There is high
Okay.
level of
Can I go
poverty
ahead
as
with
we
my
speak.
question now?
Yeah.
Does National Assembly, do they have a forced line of money remitted to them?
If they have what?
I mean, did they from the federation account? Do they get their money directly from the federation account?
Yeah, that's where they get their
Probably
money.
not. Probably not. I don't know.
They have their
Okay.
own budget.
So,
It's from
so the
federation
answer is
account.
yes. The answer is yes. The
Yes.
legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, they get their money directly from the federation account. They changed that law during, I guess, during Jonathan or Obasanjo regime. I forgot. So they changed it so they get their money. I think probably Jonathan, or I think it's Jonathan. So they get their money directly from the federation account. And then they are the way they do something is that they will buy their whatever they buy a vehicle for themselves. Of course, it's condemnable, but you are right because we are going through a lot of hardship or something like that. But if at all they did not buy vehicles or something like that, they can still do other stuff to also eat the money or spend the money lavishly. So to me, I see this complaint you guys always complain about as too pedestrian. It does not hold water at all. You said you buy a new plane. So you want the plane that is using, you don't want to believe in their own excuses. But if there is a plane crash and the man died, you say, oh, why doesn't change the plane or blah, 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 like this. I think sometimes
Again,
we
you are
human
on
also.
the defensive side.
To be a leader, finally, to be a leader does not necessarily mean you should be a slave to your people, okay? And does not necessarily mean you should be deceitful.
Can I come? Can I come in? Can I come in for a minute?
Amori, you go ahead.
Yeah, these are excuses. See, this is where sometimes I conclude that we have a long way to go. Our leaders they're even too nice because considering our position as a people, I think we are aiding and abetting whatever evil we feel our leaders are doing. We are co-conspirators, in one way or the other. Depends on where we belong. My thief is better than your thief will not make Nigeria a better place.
I am not
You
talking
you
about
you gave excuse of whatever vehicle they buy, they're leaving it behind. They're not leaving anything behind. They're taking it home for your information. You gave excuse
the
of a
president will
plane.
take the
Hey,
plane
let me
home.
land. When you were talking, I didn't interject you. Please, just give me 1 minute. Please. You made excuse for the plane as if there was no one available for him, as if they told you that one was faulty. And again, does that have anything to do with the convo? You telling people to tighten their belts. Your convo will run for how many, for like an hour, no stop. Does that make sense to anybody? Nigerians are too patient people, and as Fela will have it, suffering and smiling people. No nation in the world would take the nonsense we are taking in Nigeria. We
Okay,
considering our population. So we side these people, we defend
okay.
them,
Can
either on religious ground, on tribal ground, and
I
I
will
think these
tell
people are
you.
even too nice. They merely take advantage of our gullibility to lord over us. They are just too nice. They should do more evil to us. Thank you.
Okay, I will take
Honestly,
you one by one. I will quickly talk
I
about the
agree.
plane. Sorry, let me be quick. I will talk about the plane. If you follow the Nigerian government very well, there was a time that he traveled to France and the plane defaulted as a problem. He has to get a charter plane to South Africa and also to one other engagement. It's like about 4 times they have to charter the plane, and it's more expensive than more than that. And at the end of the
Right,
day,
one question: how many flights do they
How many
have in
jets?
federal?
Yeah,
How
how
let
many
me
many?
jets?
finish. At least I give you,
Presidential.
said I should not interject, and
One
you're
has
getting
a four, the other all others have four too.
okay, relax. As we are talking today, two Nigerian planes are on sale in Switzerland. Those one that have a fort before and another one, they already put them on sale.
They will
I
turn
don't
around
know
and buy
whether
it for themselves. Just watch out and see who will buy it. They will
I
buy it
think
one way or the other.
what I'm trying to say, I understand there is hunger in the land. Things are not okay like it used to be. I understand that one. But it does not mean that people should not govern. We should also look at generation yet unborn. So this is for me, I see this is the reality of the country. All those lies that we tell ourselves like 40 or 50 years ago, it has to stop. This is the reality. Let's face it. And government is a continuum. It does not mean that if the new government comes in, maybe in 2027 or 2031, they will not buy new vehicles. It does not mean that they will not change plane. It does not. So sometimes I wonder sometimes how Nigeria thinks sometimes. So you want him to die because he's your president, so that his plane will crash, and you think he's your president, he should be doing
Remy,
fully
can I
and
come in?
shouting. So
Can
sometimes
I
I
come
wonder
in?
how we think at all.
Can I come in? I don't even know why this argument is on. In every country, there are things for presidents. Unless otherwise he wants to, on his own, to do otherwise. It's a very high position. And everything is on the table for them to grab. That's how it is all over the world. Although some of them will say, well, it's not necessary, let me walk down the road or let me do this. That doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't have that. Remy, I have to say this because for most of us that have been worked in a place that seems to be like a country, I want to cite an example of that kind of place. If you look at those kind of work environment, you can use it to see what happens in a country. In most workplaces, you see GMs, VPs, directors, they have a lot underneath them that the company give them as benefits, including a bottle of Coke. I can assure you, including them ordering their favorite fruits and candies to put in their office, so far as they are in that position and their secretary or their TA can say that those things are being used for work. That's all the company needs to hear.
Even when the company is making losses.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then what happens is that if the company is not doing so well, it still hits the lower cadre. Because if there's going to be reduction, the reduction will start with the lower level of work. Those people that are low in the company, any little this thing they do, but most companies don't actually do that. Companies like Shell, they don't do that. If they are running into deficit, all they do is to sack their workers. They do what is called redundancy. They count the 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 300, you can go home. So they don't actually reduce the benefit of those top high-ranking officers. Rather, instead of reducing their benefit, they reduce their staff strength. So
Madam
I
Zita,
don't
would they
really
be
know
buying new private jets as a CEO if your company is not doing good?
if the company assigned a private jet to you as
Yes,
a
they already
CEO,
have
they're
a
not gonna
private
take
jet.
it away from you.
Would you go and purchase a new private jet, a yacht?
You as a CEO of a company, you
Mm.
don't purchase private jet of your own unless it's a kangaroo company.
And you tell
But
shareholders to tighten their
if
belt.
it is
That things are not okay.
can I please speak?
You
I
defend
don't go on
everything.
about.
I
I
think you
don't
are
speak
perfect.
with my emotions. I speak with facts. So let me tell you how a company works. If it is a private company that has stakeholders, the CEO will not just wake up and go and buy private jet. It doesn't work that way. It passes through all signatories before he can go and buy that private jet. And if the company is doing so badly, he's the owner of the company. The only thing the stakeholders will tell him is that probably they don't usually do that. They don't usually put the burden on the big boss. That's one thing you people will have to understand. But the big boss can decide to release some of the things. But when companies go down, the burden is never on the big boss. It's still on the lower cadre. That's word. It's an unfair word, but that is what it is. We can't come here to run our emotions and feel. That's why I used to tell my younger ones, all you need to do is to walk yourself up to that top. If it gets you so angry, why don't you just walk yourself up to that top and stop sitting down there at the lower cadre whining? Find a way
Madam,
and
this
walk
is a
yourself
different
up to
ballgame
that
altogether.
place.
You are talking of a servant. We elected him. He's working. He's our servant. Supposed to be our
And
servant.
the
He's
moment
a
you
deep.
elected him, you elected him to a
Your analogy is
position.
wrong.
The moment you elected him to a seat and a table that has a lot of things for him. Actually, those things are not actually for the person, it's for the seat. So that's why come rain, come shine, it's not the person. Let's say you remove it from the person. No. You have to go back to the drawing board and remove those things from that seat. Not because of that particular person. Because if you remove it from that seat, come rain, come shine, it still remains as you kept it. Whether the country is dwindling or is rising, you still have to go back to the drawing board to put those things you removed back. It's not a kangaroo. It's not a Yahoo environment. In as much as people see Nigeria as a place something doesn't work. But you should
Yeah, the
understand that.
problem here, if I may come in, the problem here is you hire somebody to work for you. He's not doing the job as according to specification. You think you don't have opportunity or
Then
the
fire
right
him.
to
But
question
that's your
what the
own
person is doing.
opinion. That's your
Then you
own
That is the
fire
opinion.
him.
problem here. You think we don't have an opportunity to ask question or
You
to say
fire him.
You
you're not
can
doing
ask
the
No,
job.
questions,
no, you
but that's
fire
your
him.
opinion. And in the next election, if you have the
You
power,
fire him.
Not just my opinion. The Nigerians are suffering.
No,
Is
no,
that
no,
that's
also
you
your
my
fire
opinion?
opinion. You
him.
cannot be the
The
same
suffering of
Nigerian.
Nigerians,
No, you fire him.
the
You
suffering
fire
of
him, you put
No,
Nigerians
him
you
is
there, so
also
you
fire
take him
him.
away.
You fire him. Let's not doing this bulabalu and doing this innuendos. If you think you hired somebody and the person is not doing well, if you believe it is in your power that you are the one that hired him, then if he's not doing your bidding, you fire him. Because who it is in a power to hire, is he in his power to fire?
how do you fire him when you people are saying he's the best of a man you have
Okay,
ever
but
seen?
you hired him.
So that is why
Hold
it's
on,
called a
Remy,
country.
please hold on. Let's do
Okay.
a conversation. You hired him, right?
The people, Nigerian people hired him,
Good. And you said you are now saying they can't fire him.
and he's not working for them.
And
And
you
you
are
people
saying
are
they
saying
can't
this is the
fire
best thing
him.
that has ever happened to
Hold on.
Nigerians.
Hold on. and you are saying they can't fire him. Hello?
I'm here listening to you.
Yes, you said Nigerian people hired him. You said it several times, and he is not working for them. He's not doing the things that made them to hire him. And I'm just telling you, then they should fire him.
Okay.
And then you
What
come around, hold on, you came
what
around
if
again and
what if
say,
it's supposed to
how can
be
they fire him? I don't
what if it's
understand.
supposed to be an employee but he's becoming the boss? Putting the annex, putting court, put everything in
You
his
fire
pocket.
him.
How? How?
What is this argument all
You
about, if I
can
may
you can
ask?
pitch him now. Why not? You have
You
Eh,
representative.
fight. No,
He
forget
pitch him
about
with the Akpabionized
Remy,
Senate.
So that
Remy,
means you don't have the power. That is so simple.
Remy, please don't
Yeah,
go
well, that's
there.
why the people are at your mercy. Well,
No,
you can say whatever you want to say. The people doesn't matter.
Remy,
The people
Remy,
don't count.
Don't
That's the
go
what you are
that
saying.
level.
That's what you are
Don't
boasting
go
on.
to impeachment. He said,
Akpabionized Senate.
he said that it is Nigerians that hired him. And it actually made me happy. Because when I hear Nigerians say that their leaders are being hired by them, one thing comes to mind. So you believe in the electoral process. That's what it simply means. If you can boldly say that Nigeria hired him, that means you believed in our electoral process, that Nigerians have the last say. So let's go back to that electoral process that you believed in that hired him. They should fire him. It's as simple as ABC. And it's just round the corner. Nigerians should bread and already they're warming up. They should warm up and go to the drawing board, go back to their drawing board, get their things straight, the way they hired him, get it back into order, get it together, and wire him through the window.
Yeah,
Go
madam. The
2027.
point I'm trying to make. Let me interject, please, for a minute. The point I'm trying to make. The same people that hire somebody to work for them are complain that they are hungry. Wow. We are hungry. You people feel they don't have the right to complain. This is the bone of contention. You think they don't have the right to complain that they should suffer and
Hold
die?
on. You are
Instead
saying
of
a
complaining, they should
different
work
thing.
their way to the top.
You are
Everybody
saying
cannot be
a
in Asorok at
different
the same
thing.
time.
You are
This
saying
is
a
the
different
contradiction,
thing.
the controversy here.
Okay. They are complaining.
You said they
They
should work their
have
way
the
to the
right
top,
to
work their
complain.
way to presidency.
Okay. They hired somebody to work for them.
You are repeating
And
what you
they
have said.
hold
I
on
beg.
now.
You are repeating what you have said. You're not the
Hold
only
on
person here.
now.
Not
You
two
No,
top
yeah,
brought a
person
but
like
new
this.
point. You
Nobody's your
brought a new point that
nobody's
they are
your housemate here.
suffering.
no,
So wait now. You hired somebody according to you, and the person go India and they are suffering. The people that hired him are suffering. They have the right to complain. You are very right. Nobody say they don't have the right to complain. But let me put it to a period, what they call full stop. If they're complaining and the guy they put in there is not listening to them, the full stop is fire him. So why are we continuing on this argument? I want to come in
eh,
through Abure's
Madam
side.
Zita, you're right. They will fire and they will fire him when it gets to
Thank
that
you.
time.
Good.
So, but I
Good.
just wanted to
They should throw
draw
him through the
a
window if he's not doing their bidding. Just as they gathered, according to you people, oh, hey, I'm so happy that at least Nigerians are beginning to accept that their electoral system is working. According to you people, at
is
least you agree that you put him
Don't put
there.
word in anybody's mouth. That is your own words. Which electoral system is
yeah, the rigging electoral system is working. Yeah, but
so there is already there.
what what I want to say is, you know,
How did they hire him? Is it not through the electoral process?
He got either by hook or by
but it's
crook.
not the
It doesn't matter.
best.
It's already there. Today
Please,
is the president.
hello. Let Mr. D speak.
Sorry. Yeah, what I just want to say, like, I think the same problem with Buhari is the same problem we're having with the Tinubu government, in the sense that, you choose your leader, your, you know, your godly leader to be there, but he doesn't understand how to govern a country. Do you understand? I mean, I think for Buhari, he didn't understand how it was. He just wanted him to get there and he's seeing it like, wow, it doesn't understand the economics, doesn't understand immigration, doesn't understand anything. They don't. Do you understand? When they don't even understand the like the way those things work, they don't. They've never been in that position before. You know, like when Buhari was in Nigeria, or when he was the president. For me, I didn't go to Nigeria for 9 years. I couldn't get a passport. Simple thing as a passport, like to just renew your passport is long. You want to go to the
And
embassy.
today,
And today it's changed. I'm not lying. Like just very simple things. And I tell you one thing, what people don't understand, and I'm saying it. Like
do it online.
from that 9
You
years,
can do it
yes.
online.
No, okay, maybe I don't know. But for that
I'm
9 years
asking, the
that
new
Buhari
passport,
was,
can you
or
do
that
it
nine
online?
years, 8
Hmm?
years when Buhari was there, all the parties,
I
like
asked you a
events,
question, please. The new passport, can you do it online?
I don't know. I haven't done it though. I
Okay.
just did mine. I went to Lagos and I did it. Do you understand? So I can't say if it really works 100% online right now. But what I'm saying is, when this guy was there, you couldn't get passport, you can't get everything. It's difficult to come back to Nigeria. Ticket is expensive. You want to go to Nigeria, just come on. Even like people like us, economy, you pay £1,000 to come to Nigeria. I'm just saying, if you have family, you have people, you can't host events, you can't do anything. But I'm not lying. Since Tinubu came, it's changed. We've been to Nigeria, we've had parties there. Those parties, each one, in fact, the people coming from abroad, maybe will spend like, say, 60 to 100, like all the families coming. Those parties during Buhari's time, we always had it in London here because people can't go back. It's difficult. And when this time has changed, I'm not saying this thing, no. We will go back. And every time you go back to Nigeria, you create economic activities for them. Do you understand? So simple something like that. That guy didn't understand. That's what I'm saying. Like it was just, I mean, this is my own side of it. And on this Tinubu side, yes, he's done some, but I still think he's not very competent enough. Because some of those things, one of the structures, for example, like even your census, you don't know it. Those are those things, because again, you're always going to run into problems. Some people think they have 20 children, whereas they have 200 children. How can you manage it? How do you know what you want? How don't you know what you don't want? And if you don't fix it as one of your first policies, you're not going to be successful. It's going to be this kind of case. When you come back, people be like, oh, you don't know what you're doing. Don't get it wrong. Like what he's done is wrong. Me, I like the fuel subsidy because the corruption was there. They had to cut it off. Nigerians need to suffer for that one. I agree. The monetary policy, there was racketing on it. And the government was so corrupt that they racket everything. Even this passport something, they used to racket it. And the airports, they racket. They got their people to be at the hand. They're still doing it now. Do you understand? But a lot of those stuff, they're still there. And these guys saying insecurity is a big problem. They're overlooking it like this thing. Oh, is that. But you know that you cannot be successful except you tackle it. And the way it's gone that is very deep. It's only going to get worse. Do you understand? That's why I think even right now it's difficult for even the um Tinubu government to be able to tackle those things. And they're not very 100% on it. Even if some of the Agbado economics people, they don't know it. You understand? The next leaders that we're supposed to be pushing, they're leaders that's supposed to be like, okay, on economics, what do you know? On this, what do you know? On that, what do you know? Do you understand? Give me one more example on this immigration something. And
Can I
this
ask
is
you a
why I'm
question?
happy with, sorry, 1 second. This is why I'm happy with what Donald Trump has done to Nigeria and something. And I say, it is so difficult to get a visa in Nigeria. It is so difficult. to get a visa, and it's so expensive. And for a country like Nigeria, I don't know what they're hiding, or that they don't want foreigners to even come to their country. Do you understand? If you want to pay, you go pay a visa, pay $300. Why would you pay $300 to a visa to Nigeria? Even if America is 300, America, like a special country. UK, they're developed country. Why would any human being on earth pay $300 to Nigeria, and they only give you 3 months, and they're not even giving you 2 years. They're not even looking like, okay, you understand? Whereas every time you go to Nigeria, you spend money,
Sorry,
which goes
Mr.
into the
G.
economy.
I just want to quickly give you very important information. Do you know you can get 5-year multiple visa to Nigeria with the same
When
amount you're paying for that 3 months?
Why? I don't think there's an option, because if there
Okay,
was, people, why would I go for 3 months and I'll go for
a
five
lot
years
of,
for the same
because the
amount?
minister said so. So sometimes you can verify with when you go to the embassy or the consulate, you get your visa. Ask them question. Ask more or look at.
No, stop it. Listen, you go to if you create a website, this is what I'm saying. Stop defending these people. You go to a website, you put visa to Nigeria, 3 months, 3 months, three
Are
hundred
you saying
dollars,
that Nigeria gives foreign citizens
five
3 months
years,
visa?
300 dollars. Why would I go for
No, no,
300?
no, no. Let me
No,
get
you
you
don't.
right.
I'm clarifying something for you, but you are muddling it up.
Hold
Madam,
on. Let me get something right from him. Are you saying that Nigerian embassies all over somewhere else in the world, that if you apply for a visa into Nigeria, they give you 3 months?
Yes.
So why are other countries giving Nigerians 5 years?
This is why Donald Trump has done that policy, because
no,
Nigerians, they give three
that's
months.
not the reason. No, that's not the go ahead. That's not the
Somebody
reason.
It's
said, okay,
actually part of the reason.
listen,
But I didn't
somebody
know. I
said
wanted to confirm that it's really true.
it is. It's
That
3 months they
story you're
give.
telling,
One
that story you're
African
telling,
guy,
my brother, hold
yeah,
on. That story you're telling is not true.
Is that
Yeah,
true?
it's not true. So if
no,
you're just
listen,
don't come and
one
tell us your
African,
story.
wait, okay,
Go
let
online,
me,
listen,
let me
hold on,
tell you, let me
hold
tell
on.
you how
If you
we've
go
paid.
online and apply for visa to go to Nigeria, there are so many sections, there are so many categories. So you click the one you want and you pay for it. And
No,
Nigeria
that's a
have that
lie.
right.
That's
Nigeria
a
has
lie.
a 5-year visa.
Hold
Nigeria
Yes,
have
on,
but
that
hold on,
how
Nigeria
much
hold
is
have
on,
it?
that year visa.
hold
So
on, please.
don't say it's
Let
a
me
lie.
It's
clarify something.
If
Are
you don't know,
you
you don't know.
saying, hold on,
No,
please, can I ask you a question? Are you saying that in Nigeria, if you apply for visa to Nigeria, they categorize their visas? So the higher the number of years or months, the more you pay. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
I
So that means he's right now. He's right because um, in other countries like United States, you pay the same amount. You can get any multiple. You can get 2 years. You can get 5 years.
five
You can
years.
even get the 3 months. So why would Nigeria give you higher price for a higher stay? I've not even had this one. This is actually ridiculous. Anyway, we shouldn't be
Okay,
saying that because it's very shameful.
Because
now,
they don't value their country. That's why. They don't
okay,
value their country.
let me see now. You see how important that simple thing is. Whereas, on the contrary, if, for example, you go to you have like Egypt, because I'm not saying, we're lucky that you're probably a citizen of that, of maybe the Western country. They'll let you in for visa free. If you buy a flight from, say, the UK, now you're going to Nigeria, you buy normal flight where it's supposed to just be transit. They will extend your internal flight, their transit there, so that you have a spot chance to go into their country and spend money. But our Nigerian mentality, leaders, they don't even want even the Western country, the people that have money, to come into their country to
That's not
spend money.
true.
Why would you?
That's
Okay, for
not
example, I want to say, even if Nigeria, I know it was old policy before, which the new ones have to
yeah.
stop it. If
So
you are, even if you're saying you live in the, for example, you have an American passport, do you need to have a visa to Nigeria. The
You
American
must.
passport is supposed to be visa
You
free
do.
to Nigeria.
It's not. You do.
For economical, listen, I know, see, this is what I'm saying. For your protectionist, for your all
So we
those
should let
things, you think is this.
we should let every Carry come to Nigeria
You
because we
should
want people to
let,
come.
and listen, you should let
They should not control the
it,
border. Is that what
it
you're
is
saying?
not everybody. Listen, you're not letting people from Afghanistan come. You're not letting people from countries that don't have. You should let countries that are developed, that the people have money and
So
they
they don't
will
have
create
criminals.
impact in your economy.
They don't have criminals in their country because they are
You
Americans. They don't have.
can still, in fact, if you are you not if you're a criminal, you can still stop them. If the criminal wants to pay $500 or 1,000, they will pay. It's not stopping criminals. It's stopping the good people. And I give you one South African guy. He said he's a businessman. He wants to go to Nigeria to pay $300 4 times to come to Nigeria. Even the African countries, yeah, even the African countries, the African top businessmen, you understand? There is a way you can put it. And I'm saying this same government and this same mentality, that's why you're saying this like this. If you have a British passport, you want to go to America, they will let you in because they know when you're going there, you're spending money in their economy. So they will let you come. The Europeans will let you come. But our own African leaders, even from people that live abroad, they'll tell you, hey, do you have a clue? Why do you need to leave it open? What are you guiding it for?
But, Mr. D, let me say this. If you are talking about transit visa, Nigeria is not a transit country.
It's not transit, boss. It's not transit.
What
Visa
are
into
you
the
talking about?
country. Like, for example, I want to take my friends. I went to Nigeria 3-4 weeks ago. Yeah, I came like in May. Went to Nigeria. We had people that would have come visa wise. This didn't come because it was too expensive. They're British citizens that they would have spent more money in the Nigerian economy.
How
These
much is
leaders
it?
that we
I say
have,
it's too expensive. How much is it?
who $300. It's too
So
expensive. If me, I want to go to
260
listen.
pounds expensive for visa. Do you know how much you pay for visa
Yes,
here in UK?
for a third
Do you know?
world
They should make it.
country.
How much do you think they
Maybe
should
says
have made
about
it?
1,000 plus. Yeah.
Listen, for a
Do
third
this
world
kind of
country.
talking.
1,000 plus.
Listen, for a third world country. This is what I'm
And
saying.
so,
If we have people here
They
that
should
don't
have
have
make
the
it
mentality,
free just because they are coming to spend money in your country.
can you
listen.
imagine?
See, for a third world country, you need these people to come. I'm giving you an example. If me, I want to go to South Africa and I don't need to buy visa. If I want to go to America, I don't need to buy visa. If I want to go to Germany or the better countries in this world at the moment, I don't need to buy visa. If I want
Mr.
to go
D,
to, listen, if I
Mr.
want to go
D.
to, boss, listen to me. I'm giving you. If I want to go
No,
to
just take this
Dubai,
along. Just take it along. A quick question for you. If it's reciprocal visa, why can't America also make Nigerian visa free for
why
America?
they don't
Why
need
you
you.
can't say that
We
America need tourists too.
listen.
They need thousands of
They
tourists.
don't. They need
But
thousands
not
of
for
tourists coming
Nigeria.
from third
Sorry.
world countries. They don't need the tourists that comes from the European countries don't need to pay for
Have
visa. If I go to
you
America, I don't need to pay for visa.
do you
No,
notice the
no,
many
they do. They do. Hold on, my brother. You're just giving this. They do. As a British citizen, if you want to go to America, you apply. There's this salary
You
that we apply for.
There's
You
no
understand?
visa that you apply for. You
oh
apply for
there
the
is now.
Oh
ETA.
my
There is.
God,
Just
There is.
D,
introduced
There is.
stop.
they
My
just
You
brother,
don't
there
have
is.
introduced
all
now. You
the
have to.
info. Wait, you guys,
There is.
listen.
You can't just pick a passport
Stop.
and travel to America. Just like you have to go online and apply.
D,
I
D.
can't remember the name of
You
that
don't
visa
Yeah.
have
my wife
all of
applied for
that.
yesterday, last week. We have to pay.
Anyone
It's not
coming
free.
to the US has to apply to
It's
with a
not, it's
No,
not difficult.
there is the new what they do. Listen, there's the new style. What's it called? You know when if
no,
you're going to the US,
no. I know
see,
someone that came last week. They had to get a visa to
it
come
is
to the
not.
US.
Oh, a UK citizen?
Yes, British
Yes, yes.
citizen.
No.
Not UK citizen, a
Let
I'm
me
British
tell
telling you,
you, the
talk
citizen.
to
S
our business.
oh,
We have just apply.
listen, it is not a visa. It is the ESTA. ESTA is what the American did. For example, if you're going, it's visa free. But before you leave, you must have a permit so they know you're coming.
No,
It's
no, no,
not
no.
a visa.
No,
Before you travel, you
no,
apply now. I'm telling you, before you
Yes,
travel,
no,
it's the
go
same
not.
thing.
online
So
and
British
apply,
people are doing it back, but
and you
that is
pay,
not a
and you pay. It's not
visa.
free.
It's $10 or so.
Mr.
Yeah,
T,
is it?
even
Isn't that
No.
money? Isn't that money?
Mr.
What are you
D,
saying?
do
Okay,
If it's a
you know
foul,
if they deny you that extra, you have to go for the visa extra.
Exactly. They
What
can,
are
yeah,
you
yeah.
ESTA
thinking
is
here?
not a visa, so
The
it
condition is
takes.
there.
Mr.
They
it's a way
deny
of
some
FIFA.
people.
It's a way.
You're speaking lies, and it's not good.
Why
No,
why you
no.
so extended as if you don't
See,
do this? My wife just apply.
listen.
My wife comes to America and she
S
apply for it. She
S
cannot go without
S.
that without that thing. She has to pay
And
like
Listen.
and
£20.
it can be
Oh
denied.
my goodness. See, ESTA is not a visa.
It's, okay. Let me ask you. If they deny you, for that, will
Exactly.
you come with
Listen,
a passport?
ESTA is not a visa.
Wait,
It's
Answer
for
can
my
you
them.
answer
question.
his question? D, answer his question.
If they deny you, that
Uh-huh.
means you're on their record that you shouldn't come to their country.
You see, you're dodging it. That means you refuse visa. Yeah, you refuse entry.
No, 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 no,
That
no,
means
no,
you
no.
refuse entry.
Listen,
That's what
you
it is.
see, visa is you go, you get an appointment, you get an interview, somebody talks to you, you
See,
go.
visa
ESTA
come in
is you
different
do it
ways.
online,
You don't have to go for interview. You come in different as long as you are paying.
except you're criminal.
As long as you are paying for that thing, it's a visa too.
Listen, except
It's
you
not free
don't.
entry.
It is not the same thing. This
It's
is what I'm
not.
saying. We should stop
But it's
misinforming
not
people
free.
on
It's
here.
not free. It's
Okay,
not free.
now for a third world country, Nigeria is a third world country. You
Okay, it
cannot.
doesn't matter.
If
We can be 23rd
listen,
country.
this is what I'm
It's
saying.
not a country. Nigeria is a suffering country, okay? And we can't look down and say because it's a 20 world country. We have rights to determine what we want for our nation. And that's what they're
You
doing. If you don't like it, go somewhere else.
which one? Nigeria needs investors to come
We
to
don't
their
need
country.
those that we need. They will apply and obey the rules of the country.
Nigeria needs investors to come to their country. Nigeria needs people to come to the country. Every
Who
time you
said
go to a country, listen,
people
every
are
time
going
you
to
go
Nigeria
to
to invest, my brother.
Nigeria needs people to go
Don't
for
come and ask people
holidays.
here.
Listen, Nigeria needs people to go to holidays in Nigeria. They need
Who said they
people to
don't go?
come there.
Who said they don't go to Nigeria for holiday? I
Listen,
mean,
they need
go.
people. Oh, this is what I'm saying. Choma, you went to Nigeria. How much did you spend? Yeah, in total. Imagine you have 4, 5 friends. They want to come with you, and they're spending the same amount. Nigeria's one is your friends. Oh, you have to go to New York, or in America, you have to go
So
there and get
somebody
a
that
visa.
cannot afford $300 visa will be able to spend money in
Eh?
Nigeria.
Can you
Listen,
imagine?
yes, they will spend money. Why would you spend money to go to Nigeria?
So no, if you have money to spend, so $300 will be your problem.
Listen,
Huh?
yes, it will be.
For visa.
Whereas if I'm going to Dubai, do
No.
I
How can
spend
that be?
money?
How can that be? How can that be? That
Listen,
means that means
if I'm
that
going
means
to
you look down.
Dubai,
Hold on, my brother. That means if that is a problem, that means you look down on that country that they don't deserve
the country is
to
down
that amount of money
already.
for
It's not.
visa.
We need. You see, it's
No,
when people are not saying the truth. What are you
what
saying?
truth?
Look up.
There's
Are
no
you
truth
going
in
to
what you're
look up
saying, my
to
brother.
Nigeria? Do you
There's no truth
understand?
in what you're saying. First of all,
It,
see, hold on. I came in and
Sorry. Can I say
let me talk
something,
now.
Mr. D?
Let me talk, please.
No,
All right.
I'm
let me
mod.
finish.
Hold on,
No,
Mr.
you've
D.
been
The
talking now since now.
Let me finish. You're interjecting me.
$300 is your problem. There's two things. It's either you're broke or you're not ready to travel.
See, let me say something. Yeah, if when a country is prepared, yes, for it to grow, yeah, you leave your borders open for the main people to come, the main actors, so that they can come
So
and
the main
invest in your
actors
So
are
country.
who are the main actors?
people
The
that
back
cannot afford
You
pappers.
three
What,
hundred
listen,
dollars. They are the
you
main
don't listen to my
listen,
actors in
point.
the
Can you stop
economy.
saying it, please?
He's
listen,
looking for the back pappers,
listen.
the backpackers.
No, you have when you look at these Western countries. Yes, you look at the Western countries. They allow themselves when they see that your country is a strong enough country. They allow your people so that
That
your
is
main
the
actors
policy,
can
that's
come
the
there.
international policies you are seeing out there.
Same
For
thing.
example,
Yes,
let
Same
me
thing
tell you
happened to West
something. In the
Africa.
EU, in the
Remy,
EU, you can move
Remy.
around. Yeah, sorry.
yes. South Africa would allow the United States to come in. They will allow the EU people to come in. Will allow if you're from Kuwait, you're from Dubai. If you're the citizens of those
Are we
people,
not
they'll
allowing
allow.
them to come into Nigeria?
No, we get them visas to come there. This
Because
is
they
what
are
I'm
not
saying.
They have to pay now. Is there a problem?
Those kind of people
So
don't come for tourism, oh. They come for
Why
big
would they
business.
not want to come for tourism?
No, no, no,
Why?
no, no.
so
Ah, come on, man. If you are talking about big tourism, a lot of people go to the Caribbean island, okay?
Yes. So,
That's not
so why? Listen. Why would, if Caribbeans allow Europeans to come into their country and allow
so
Americans
that
to
is
come
what
into their
most of
country,
them
Because
Canadians
those
to come into
countries that
their
you are
country?
talking about, they depends on tourism. Nigeria don't depend
only
on
like
tourism.
Kenya don't depend on tourism alone. I understand what you are trying to say.
You
They are
understand?
not there.
South Africa, if you want to go to South Africa, is you can, if you have foreign passport, if you have Western
Yeah,
passport, you will
one
go.
thing I want you,
Egypt,
Mr.
you
D,
will go.
one thing I want
Morocco,
you
you
to
will go.
realize,
Nigeria, they'll tell you to put visa on
okay,
top. This is what I'm
one
saying.
thing I
It's
want you
simple.
to realize is this. Last December, there
Hmm.
were a lot of people traveled to Nigeria all over the world for
Yes.
this December. And they did not care how much is your visa. Some people are even looking for
exactly,
the visa
and they pay.
1 month at a time. They were
They pay for
looking, they
it.
were looking,
Let me
they were looking.
see. Let's
So
be
that
real.
is why they liberalize
The
it
people
now.
who came,
They now make
there's
list. Let's say they get an e-visa now that you can get within 24 hours in Nigeria.
no. This
Their quota.
okay. I understand.
More
Listen,
easier. So it's not about the money.
the
If you
the
really want to
people
travel, if you're a traveler, sometimes you don't care
see
about
it.
tourism. People go to Nigeria for different reasons, not only about tourism. But what
Good
you should
for
see is that we should
the
develop
people
our
who
tourism industry.
the
If we
people
develop,
who came.
Sorry,
Listen, the
can I get
people
a
who
story?
came, the people who came to
One minute.
Nigeria for 30 December, they're
Sorry, yes.
Nigerians.
no, they are not only Nigerians. So many of them are Americans,
Listen,
British, Europeans, and the rest.
most of them were Nigerians
Just,
that
So
came home for December.
you're just changing your word every second. Every second,
What are you
you just say
telling
you're
me?
Nigeria. You say most of them Nigeria. Let's talk
The
about something
people
else,
who
please.
came,
most of the
we're
superstars
talking about,
also went to
listen,
Nigeria at that time.
we're talking about inviting people who are not Nigerians to Nigeria. That's what we're looking at. The people who
Is it
came
by
for,
force?
listen, the people who came for 30 December in Nigeria were Nigerians. The first state was Lagos. The second state was Edo. It's the people that've been out of Nigeria December time. They bring their family. They have their passport. They came in.
No. The 30th
The
December is not
if
about that
if
one.
listen, if that
D.
Nigerian visa is changed from $300 to, let me say, even $50, you'll see the difference in the economy of Nigeria. You understand? I'm not saying there are different ways. This e-transit something they'll do
So
it. They,
just make it zero fee, okay, so that the whole world will know
no,
which.
it's not, because you need admin people to push it. That's why they're doing
Okay, I
the
think we are belaboring this. We've taken your
No,
point.
lovely.
I think
No,
it's
lovely.
okay. You don't have to continue arguing on this.
okay, because
Yeah.
you stopped me. Let me finish my argument now, because you guys have stopped me and some people do. So, like I'm saying, the leaders that we have now, if we don't point them on some of those issues that will grow the economy, it is not anything going to get better. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I was trying to say in some of those little policies that,
Do
like, for
you
example,
know
that I'm
for the first
affected with.
time? Do you
Because
know for the first time in the history of that country, our export supersede import? Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't believe
So,
that.
so you say
That's a
you
lie.
don't know. It
That's a
No,
supersede
you,
lie.
import.
you, you, you don't believe
What
now.
are you
You believe now.
exporting? Oil? Don't put oil
No,
in
no,
there.
no. This is also non-oil, mostly
Now lie.
agricultural product and
That's
gas.
Listen. This is an
What are you
APC lie.
exporting that made it?
What are you
What are you
exporting?
exporting?
What a
You
lie.
go and check it from
Recount it.
go and
What
check
you're
it from
exporting.
Nigerian Bureau of Statistics.
Granite,
Go and
There
check
is
dried
nothing.
fruit. Nigeria
No
don't
Why you
export
say
export
fresh
Go
fruit.
and check it by
anymore.
yourself. If I cannot be
This is
But
a
believing
but
you,
stop
lie.
stop
Look,
stop
go and
spreading
check
lies,
it out.
Alumo. Even your government,
Okay, okay, it's a
because
lie.
of
Believe it or not,
that's
believe
a
it,
because
or
big lie.
it's your problem. It's a lie.
because
It's
of
You
the
don't
not
believe
believe.
it now.
Okay, it's a lie. It's
export
a lie. Go ahead. It's a lie. It's a lie.
because
It's a
So
of the
lie.
export problem they have.
Let me leave them. Let them
They
believe. They
were
will never
they,
believe.
Okay.
listen.
because of the
Don't worry.
because
So,
of the problem they are having on exports, they have to give order last week or
okay.
so that any goods that is leaving Nigeria must be 50 or whatever 50 or 30% finished goods. You understand? So they
Okay.
don't have to export raw materials anymore. But
Is they
how are they going to follow it up? That's the problem.
let's okay. On this okay. Let me conclude, and I'll conclude on this export something. This thing, this guy. Sorry, I don't know if it's Remy or that is not true. Nigerians don't
What is
export
not true?
anything. Have you exported something out of Nigeria,
What is
Mr.
not
Rem?
true? What is not true first? What
How
is not
long does
true?
it take you to listen? How long does
You
it take
said
you
it's
to
not
move
true. What is
something?
not true?
It's a lie that Nigeria export more than import. That's
Are
a
you
statement.
kidding
Apart
me?
from oil, we're not talking of oil.
We are not even talking about oil. We are just talking about non-export. So
Tell me
okay, go ahead.
what, what,
Okay,
what?
go ahead.
Okay,
So go ahead.
in that, in conclusion, yes, you
Why are you
continue.
okay? Why are you removing oil?
Remove oil because that one is general. When they say this, that is different.
It's not
Don't
produced in
put oil
Nigeria.
in it,
It's not exploited in
please.
Nigeria.
Don't put oil. If you know that you're putting oil, then we know it's never
Look,
been. It's
look,
always
look, my brother, you know what? Go home and do assignments and Google how many stuff that Nigeria export to
you come and
foreign countries.
tell us.
You
I
will know.
cannot go
I'm
and
Why
not
do
should
need to
you
tell you.
guys?
Go
Why
and
Google.
do your
can't
own
you
work.
get that
I will not
exporting?
tell you.
Listen,
Go and do your own work and do that and do your research because you guys don't research at all. All what you do is sit down
listen
in
is
parlor
not
Leave
and
it.
listen
Go
to
and do
listen to
Yes.
propaganda.
Then
go
what
and
stop you from giving us it? What stop you from giving us it?
I'm
information.
not
If
I'm not
you
giving you. Go and do
why
your
should you
research
give?
yourself.
Go
I
and do
cannot
your
use my brain
research.
for you.
It's
You
not
also have brain like me.
I have
see,
checked these details. I know that apart from oil, Nigeria don't export anything.
okay. Now that everybody's on mute.
How can somebody even say such a
Um,
thing? Eh?
so you guys, I
Now, raw
think the next
materials is the export now. You cannot, there is
I think the next person I want to speak is Ekene, and I want us to go to the main topic of your opinion on Buhari's death. Ekene, I would like to hear your opinion. So yeah, I'm changing that subject.
I haven't
okay.
spoken yet.
Well,
Go ahead.
okay. The point is that what I want to say on Buhari is that what I see there is that no matter how, people must die. You understand? Whether he died for 2018 or 2017, what we know now is that Buhari is finally dead because the rumor of his death has been going on since 2017, 2018. You
So
understand?
who died now? Is it Buhari that died now or Jubri?
But I don't know whether na Buhari or Jubrin. The most important thing is that the death has been confirmed.
How many times did he die, Self?
Maybe not two times or once, but the issue now is that it has been confirmed dead. You
Ah,
understand? So,
he double die,
um,
double die, die.
yeah, is it?
16,
Well,
2017.
God.
Now he's dying again as in
No,
2025. So which one? Which one are you going? Is it going to be another? Are we
uh-huh.
going to have another Buhari after this?
Simba, no, we're not going to have another Buhari. The issue is
You
that
know, you
now it has been confirmed that
Nigerians,
Buhari is
you
dead.
people are very ridiculous, very ridiculous set of people. You people are just mega jesters.
No, you see, Simba, no, that's a fact. That's the issue. Buhari
Hey,
is dead.
Ekene, you know what thing I like about what
and you guys
Nigerians
are
do.
happy.
Whatever, even they know that
At
this
least
thing is
finally dead.
reliable, but
I appreciate.
when it suits their narratives, they will believe. The Nigeria can believe lies, oh, they can believe lie once it favor them. You understand? But when
No,
even if it true doesn't favor them, they will say it's a lie.
no,
That is
It's
Nigerian
a
for
lie.
you.
even most of
Not so
us,
them be.
even most of our children are celebrating his death. So I saw the
So
video and everything.
Ekene,
So the
how do you think this
I
will
beg,
affect
don't do
the
that now.
election?
Ekene, don't do that. I can't be celebrating somebody's death.
Excuse me. So how do you guys think this will affect the 2027 election?
no, what happens now is
It doesn't affect anything.
that Buhari. Anybody is thinking that Buhari will help him in the next election should go and look for another thing to do.
I
You
think it
understand?
will
That's
help
Buhari
what.
didn't help you last
Nigeria.
time.
No, the issue is that it will help Nigeria to reflect. If our
Ekene,
politicians have to, if
Sorry, let me ask you this.
let me say this, Simba.
I'm not
If our
against you. I
politicians,
just want to ask you a question because as I'm talking also, I'm in Lagos. I'm in Nigeria. There is this rumor that is going on. Some people are even speculating that he was killed.
no, I don't think so.
There's a
Buhari has been very
possibility.
sick now.
Yes.
He has been very
You
sick.
know, yeah. I can see. I've been seeing people writing something. I've been seeing it on the social media that there is
No,
something people are speculating.
what I see
It
on
will come
social
out very
media.
soon.
what I see on social media is that
But why would they
his
kill him? Why
contract.
would they kill him at this
What
time?
they,
Who
let
said
me
that?
let me
Is
say
it
this. What
Remy
I see.
or
Yeah,
Simba?
What
what
I
would be the motive, Remy?
See, that's
what I
Simba,
see.
Simba,
What I
Simba.
see.
Eh,
What I
they are
see on
linking
the
it to election now. They are linking it to
what
2027
does it
election.
have to do with election? What does it have to do with election?
It has a
What I
lot
What
to
see.
do
does he
with
have to
election.
do with the election?
It has a
I,
lot because
eh,
Buhari will be supporting Atiku.
No, Barry will
I
support
don't
Tinubu.
think I don't listen. I don't think Buhari will want to meddle in election. Forget that.
The
For
only
any
thing I
other
know. The
reason,
only
Zita,
thing
yes,
I
but
saw. The only thing I saw.
Zita, I cannot just be speculating what I'm
Simba,
not.
Simba, let me use my time judiciously. The only thing I saw on the internet space is that they are saying that his contract is over. When you look at it, and there was a tweet made, I think 2018, by one anonymous guy, and they explained everything that after 2 years of his regime, they will confirm him dead. So they were like, the prophecy has come, and it's a
Okay,
very good
sorry.
prophecy.
What is the meaning of that?
So
Contract of who? Which
can
contract?
you imagine these people? Can you even imagine?
Jubril contract. Jubril contract.
To be
Can
contract.
you stop saying this now?
the Jubilee contract
Why
is
are you saying this?
is over.
It shows
So
the kind of person you guys are. So they just unplug his life like they just unplug his life like that. Your contract is end.
no,
This is
it's
a
not.
good.
No. If you look
Jubilee
at that,
Ali
please
Sudan.
see. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. If you see that tweet that was made
Nigerian guy.
in 2017, if you see that
Can you
tweet,
imagine?
if you see that tweet, you will know that this death matched everything that was made in that tweet. And then, if you are an IPOB, it's very easy to believe Nande Kano now. Let me tell you. You understand?
Why won't
So
it be?
it's very easy to believe him now because that tweet matched Buhari confirming him dead now. Even there was a video of Nnamdi Kanu, even when he said it, that his contract will expire. And
So
after 2 years of his expiring of his
so
contract, they will
so
confirm him
so
dead.
you believe so you believe that man is actually a crone, is a high human being that they create for
Man, but
Buhari
let
what
me
you
tell you
believe.
something. I will not lie to you. Let me tell you something. This is dead looks
You
somehow to
believe.
me. Honestly speaking, the thing looks somehow to me. It's as
No,
if
no, just tell me, do you believe that Buhari
Ekene,
is high
in
high?
fact, you made
Buhari is
my
high
day
high.
today.
High
I'm very
human being.
happy this morning with what I'm hearing from you.
Now
But I don't know the
You are
difference. So,
making me
but
to
this,
laugh.
they said the new one came fresher. It came very fresh than the
uh,
old one. All of
so
a sudden,
let me tell you, nothing will make you as an ardent follower of Nnamdi Kanu not to believe everything he has said.
because now play the work now.
No, it is just mash it. He said after 2 years of his regime, they will confine him dead. At least if I am the federal government, if Buhari had known, he would have prayed to leave after this 2024, maybe 2020. I mean this 2025, maybe 2026, he will die. It will nullify that
Let me tell you.
prophecy.
Let me,
You understand?
let me tell you.
But he can't go die
Hold on,
within
please.
the prophecy. This thing.
So, whose corpse are they
Ekene,
bringing now? Is it
Is
corpse of
Ero.
Buhari or
No,
corpse of Dubri?
the Buhari they've been hiding in the mortuary for 10 years now.
For
Those are
for
the
eight for
that's the one
8
they're
years,
going
I'll be
to
6 years.
bring. Hmm?
They can even. Are
No,
you thinking?
Buhari died. They
Uh,
put him in the morgue for
Madam
for
Sita,
10 years now.
if
Let
that
me
one is
finish now. They put him
okay,
in the morgue for like 6 years now. So now they have announced that Buhari is dead. Jubri can freely go back to South Sudan,
And live
and
his
yes,
then
normal life.
and
yes.
continue with his normal life.
there are some
Then
things that we're not supposed to be saying outside though. Because people do you know how many people that died before Buhari?
See,
Even this man,
Madam Sita, let
this
me tell you this.
let me finish
Let,
now.
let, okay, Madam Sita, finish what you want to
You
say.
people should listen to my own story now. I know I'm not Nnamdi Carlo. Let me explain to my brothers and sisters, okay? So now that, they planned it, that after
Mm,
2 years of his, Jubril Air Sudan has finished ruling Nigeria.
they will unplug
mm,
him. They will unplug him.
So the contract has ended. So what they're
Yeah.
going to do now is that they will quietly, Jubrin will go to London because we don't have hospitals in Nigeria. So they
Mm.
have to take Jubrin to London. So now
Mm.
that Jubrin has gone to London, they declared Buhari dead,
Mm.
who we know died 6 or 7 years ago. So now
Mm.
that Buhari has
Will
been
it be?
announced dead, Jubri is going back to Al Sudan to
Mm.
continue with his life. So that
So like,
Buhari that died 6 years ago, that's the one that bringing to Nigeria now. I think he's in
Ye-
Nigeria now. So they will
Yes,
now
it's
bury
very
him in
possible.
Daura.
But
So that's the
but
story.
yeah, but yes, but Azita, you still know that it's very possible to keep a corpse for even 10 years because even in my village,
Now
I
listen,
this
let
guy
me
is
tell
not
you
believable.
people
so
something.
This
On
guy
a
is not
serious
believable.
note, can I say this? On a serious note.
Even a kid cannot think like this.
Can I say something on a serious note? We are being
okay.
serious now. It's actually demeaning and condescending for to Nigerians for somebody to crook up this story. And some Nigerians are actually thinking it happened. I remember a very prominent pastor in Nigeria said it in his church.
Imagine.
Bishop Oyedepo. That's how low people can go. To even think that with the intel on planet Earth, that a president of a nation will die. By the way, who the heck is Buhari? That he will
Well,
die. He's dead.
I
Let me
do.
finish, please. His death will not be announced and it will be hidden. What is the reason for hiding it?
Manazita, let
When
me
they
say
hold
this.
on, let me finish. When they know that Nigeria can quickly, Osibanjo can assume the position with a northerner. And then
You don't know.
normal,
You don't know
hold
our
on, let
political
me finish.
space.
Normal, the northerner will take over, just as they did with Jonathan. So, in as much as this ridiculous story went out and some ridiculous human beings are believing it, those people that concoct this ridiculous story have not told us the reason, sensible reason why Buhari's death will be hidden and his corpse preserved.
Okay, let me finish my submission, Manazita.
You
There
have
is
2 minutes.
every
You have
reason.
2 minutes.
Le, le, are you the one that gave me time to? Have I even speak? Let
Yes,
me say
yes,
this.
yes.
There is every reason to believe that story that Buhari has died since 2020. The reason is this: our government is not transparent. When a president is sick, it's not a bad thing to review your health condition to the country. But you see, the way our government and politicians live in secrecy, even Tinubu, when he goes to medical checkup, you hardly see him say, I go for medical checkup. You see the writing and everything, but it has become a normal in our political space. But in other countries, it's not done like that. Even
Mention one country. Mention one country. That the
even
president is
the
sick that they
US,
announce it
Which
even the
country is
on
US.
not
CNN.
done like that, Kene?
No, I don't
Mention
think
one
EU,
country, can
every United
Which
States
country?
citizen.
Name one, and I
Let
will
me
tell you.
finish now. Let me finish. Every United citizen know the health condition of their past president, which is is it
That's
Biden?
not true.
So
That's not true.
everyone knows that the guy is
No,
sick.
that's not true.
So they were
That's
not
not true. I don't
able.
know where you
They
got that
were,
one from, but that's not true.
if United States was like America, they would have still packaged Biden and bring him back to power. You understand? They would have done that. But when your government is not transparent, this is the
That
result.
means
So
what I can get from you is Nigeria
you
is so
see,
powerful. We are the most
how
powerful
can a
country in the
president,
whole world that
let me finish, how can a
we can
president
produce
stay, how can a
our
president stay
president
abroad? How can a president stay
because
abroad
we are powerful
for
than
more than
UK
100 years, for more than 100 days?
that their queen died. They couldn't do the same thing for her.
Let me speak now.
Right?
If I finish speaking,
And Buhari is so
you will still
powerful.
speak now.
Buhari have all the secrets. of this world in his hands.
Oga, let me speak. If I finish speaking, you can come and speak. How can a president stay outside the country for 100 days, for 100 days, I mean, and no trace? Nothing can be said about his health. You just package everything you want to package and bring him back again. There is every reason to believe whatever narrative that is going on. And even somebody like me, I'm even believing it today because when I saw that tweet, I said, now, wow, this thing makes sense. You understand? Because even the government cannot tell their side of the story. They cannot even tell me that Buhari went for such checkup,
Ekene,
such this, for
sorry,
almost more than 100 days.
what did
Do
you
you know
just
what it means? Do you know what it means for a president to stay outside of the country for 100
Ekene,
days?
what did you say you just believed now?
You understand? Quarter,
What did you
quarter
say you
of a
just
quarter
believed?
of a year.
Ekene,
You understand?
what did you say you just believed? You said you are beginning to believe something. What's that?
No, no. When I saw it after Buhari death, there was a tweet that was released that was tweeted in 2017 or 2018 or so. That
Hmm.
after 2 years of Buhari administration, they will confirm his death. So when he died, they said that his contract is over. They're beginning to bring up those tweets and say that his contract is over.
So you think
And
you believe? So you believe that kind of thing?
I don't
He
see
believes now.
anything to believe. I don't
He
see
believes. He believes.
I don't see
No.
anything to believe in the side of the government. I don't see
So
anything to
did
believe
you?
in the side of
No,
the
I'm
government.
asking. Do
So I
you
have to
believe
believe the
that
one
Buhari had
I'm
died?
seeing the.
Ekene, do you believe that Buhari died in 2017?
Before I was not believing it, but now he died the second one,
Okay,
confirming that tweet. I now believe it.
so
Yes.
what are the evidence that you that
The
you
evidence
think?
is the evidence is
Batuski,
clear.
Buhari is our
The,
second Jesus Christ. He
Second death.
resurrected and died again.
Patoski, the
Mm,
evidence is this. The evidence is that everything Nandi Kano said in his broadcast,
mm.
it's just like it falls towards it. This death fall towards it. Then
Okay,
that tweet also falls towards it.
let
You
me.
understand?
Can I
So
say something?
If Buhari had died maybe last year or in
Mm,
2026, maybe I would say all those things they say they
Ekene,
have been it
let
doesn't
me
make
say something.
sense.
Maybe make you see it differently. You see, the fact that he died now, it's just simple common sense. The fact that he died now meant that he didn't die that time. If he did die that time, there's no way he would have died second time. Now, if the fact that he was not an ordinary man, you understand, that he was a president, shows that his death cannot be hidden. There's no way they can hide his death. Even if Buhari died in Nigeria and died inside his house, and we can manipulate and cover things, the international community will not cover it. You know why? The moment you are a president, you are a prominent member of the international community. You understand? And now in this case, he was said to have died in the UK. There's no way he would die in UK. For it to be covered, you need to bribe the prime minister, you need to bribe the UK parliament, you need to bribe the palace, the royal family, you need to bribe some major business interests,
Even the media.
you need to
Even the
bribe
media.
European Union, you need to bribe BBC, you need to bribe CNN, you need to Al Jazeera,
Uh,
you need that is
do you think they are not bribed?
how much do you know the value of these people? Some of them can
Uh,
almost buy Nigeria. Oh. No,
Patoski.
wait now.
I just have few things to say. Let me say this.
How much do you want to give
Uh,
European Union? There are some in
I
these
don't want to
countries, eh?
dwell so much. I don't want to.
No, no, I just
I
want you
don't want to
to.
dwell
I
so
want
much.
no, 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 no. I want to clear a lie, something that is not true. Do you know that some of these international community, if you put the budget of some schools, Harvard University, Yale, maybe University, some of these universities put their budget together, is almost half of the budget of Nigeria, not the state. So the schools there. If you put some in this country where you say they bribe them, you bribe their
Patoski.
government.
Patoski.
Hmm?
Let me say this. Let
How
me
much?
finish my.
The
Let
question
How
me
much?
is,
let's
Hold on
Patoski.
now. Hold on.
Patoski. Patoski.
How
There
much
is
do you
something.
want to
There
pay?
is a.
How much do you
There is
want to
something.
pay Saudi Arabia?
Patoski. Patoski. Before I go, there is something I want to say before I go. Forget about Buhari. May he go die. May his soul rest in peace. That
I
three. I
thank you
think
too.
that story.
I thank you for
That
saying
story.
that.
That story has come to an end. The story of Buhari. I think it has ended. So the end. NSAS people are happy. The IPOB are happy. So,
That he died.
but yes, let him go and rest in peace for me. So, but the what I want to say is this: now that it's been confirmed that the Port Harcourt and Warren refinery has not worked, what do you take this government for, Patoski? I want to hear
You said?
your view. Now that it has been confirmed that the Port Harcourt refinery cannot work or is not working, both it and the Warren refinery, and are now looking for privatization and all that, what do you take this government for? After the celebration and the TV presentation and everything, that we now have two refineries working in Nigeria.
Okay,
That's
you
all.
draw
That's all.
that conclusion because they said they want to privatize it. Is that what you did?
Yeah, why? Yeah, and they now say they want to privatize
No,
it.
because the
Even
government did
Dangote,
not say it
even
cannot work. You are the one
No,
drawing.
Remy.
even Dangote,
Remy.
even Dangote said,
Can give me a second?
even Dangote
Remy,
said that.
I said this in this platform. That refinery can never work. I have
No, no,
said
no,
it
Zita. Everybody
severally
knows
on
that.
this
Everybody
platform.
knows that. But you know what he's saying. That's what I do. I just want to put him on spot for. He said now that government has confirmed, but government did not say that. They only said they want to privatize. So he's the one drawing conclusion that because they want to
Yes,
privatize it,
now
that
I've
means it cannot
concluded
work.
it now. If the way they celebrated it, even you people come here, and I told you that this government is all propaganda. But I just blame our medias that fall into it. They pay them, they go there and
No, I
release fake
don't
news
even know why
to
you are
Nigerians.
wasting your
And we come.
energy to
Let
put.
me Simba, let me
Can I,
finish. Let me
listen,
finish now. Let me. It's
listen
very
to me,
important to
listen to
me.
me.
Because I don't like how this APC is taking Nigerian for granted. Honestly speaking,
even
if
Nigerians
you
don't, Nigerians don't, they don't want the refinery to work for themselves. They don't want it to work. Their prayer is for it not to work, so
it's
that
not like
Nigerians can come here.
the prayer is not it's not. But Basanjo that said it knows why he said it. So instead of them to go to the
It's about themselves.
to do the right thing, you come here and say that Tinubu is
Well,
the
how
mighty
much?
man.
Let me
Tinubu has done
ask
that.
you, how much did
Now, they
Jonathan
still
spend on
want to
that
go back.
refinery?
Let me finish
Your
now.
your
Do you
your
know how
best
much? Do you know how
president.
much?
No, let me
Do
ask
you
you
know how
now.
much?
How
Do you know
much
how
did
much?
Goodluck Jonathan spent on those refinery? Do you know?
Even this Tinubu, do you know how much he spent? They spend a lot of
And
money.
the question
So
we're
to know as
asking
well,
you, don't come to Tinubu because Tinubu was not the one that spent the money.
I will come to Tinubu because Tinubu is the Tinubu that said that he has started working, that he has made it work.
Yeah,
And
he
you
was
people are
working. He was
carrying the
working.
rumor
He was
here and
working.
there.
He
He
was
was
not the
working.
one that
He was
awarded the
totally working.
contract now. He was not the one
No,
that awarded
he
the
was not.
contract.
Then why did he have to prove? Why did he have to prove what is not working? And took all the medias and
How
paid them to go and they set up
many
some nonsense and say that this is
times
working.
how
See,
many times during
if as a
Jonathan
government,
regime did they say the refineries are working?
if as a
How
government,
many times during
forget
Jonathan regime?
about Jonathan, forget about Jonathan. We are talking about this current administration that is deceiving Nigeria up and down. That is my point. They continue to deceive Nigeria here and there. They
Where?
With
deceive
what?
How
them
many?
With
on.
what?
How many times?
Then
With what?
they deceive them on. They
No,
deceive Nigeria
Ekene, how
on.
many times
Yes,
did they deceive Nigeria? If they made a
they don't
projection that
plenty.
it's going to work and
They don't
eventually it didn't work,
even the wage
hold on
even the
now.
wage
Hold
award
on. Let's
even the
talk to
wage
you
award they
first.
say they will
Let's
pay.
talk to you.
They
Let's
deceive
address
Nigerians
you. Let's address you.
everything.
Ekene, let's
So I
address
can
you.
point out a lot of things they deceive
Let's
Nigerians on.
address you. You've just talked about refinery now. So if they worked at it and they made a projection that is working and is no longer working, don't you make such projection in your business or in your activity and you discover that what you think was
Exactly.
okay
God bless
before
you.
was no longer okay. Don't you find that? Why are you so holy and so perfect? So
Is that how you want to?
Because
you have
Is
never
that
made a
how you want to?
projection in your business
Is that
before.
how you want to
Or
defend it? They made a projection.
that's not a
Let me
defense
tell you.
now.
Let
You
me tell you
wait
that
now,
refinery
wait,
never
that's
wait,
not
produced.
defense.
wait.
That's not it.
That refinery
That's not
has
defense
Let
never
now.
somebody
produced
talk
anything.
now. You
Ah.
take a decision and you put all your effort and everything in it, and technically everybody told you everything is okay, and only for you to go around and see that it's not okay. Have you not done that before? You're a business person, so all your business you have done has always been correct. You
Perfect.
have never lost money, you have never done something that is you have. If that's the case, I need to come and learn from you.
Even my brother, let me use this here. You can let me use this house here. You build a house, you roof a house that was not leaking. After moving to your house, later on the house started leaking.
The house is
What
leaking,
did you
all
do
those
after that?
things that
Does that mean that you didn't do your roof on your house properly? This can happen. Then you have to go back and re-roof or repair the damage of the leakage of that house. That
that's
doesn't mean
it now.
that you didn't roof your house, but because all what you want is to say, okay, oh, I said it that it's not working, now it's not working. Because that's what you put your mind on. I mean,
Um, Patoski,
your mind on.
Mm.
uh, uh,
You, you know,
Patoski, let me say this. Let me say this. If that's how you want to argue it,
How about Lagos State local government that your Labour Party did not win anything?
okay, no, APC won. You know what?
They rig it.
You know what?
APC won.
They rig you,
And
Abby.
okay,
They rig you.
let me shed small
They
light
rig
on that.
it.
Let me shed small light on that. Well,
2027 when I go cry. Eh?
no, forget crying. For even me, even I will tell you the truth. The election was very okay, very smooth, very successful, no violence, and
That's good.
um, and I think it was because of how the understanding between the Lagos State and the non-indigens went in this election. The APC did a very nice campaign compared to.
Because see,
Uh,
someone who perform, someone who is performing. That's
Let's
why.
hear him.
That
Let's
one.
hear him.
let me
Let's hear
finish
him
now. You need
now.
to allow me talk. You need
Oh
to
yeah,
allow
talk,
me
talk,
talk.
talk, talk, talk.
Don't be overzealous. So they did a very good campaign by coming to even in our market because even the vice of that APC in Ojo is an Igbo guy, Emezie somebody from Oro, and he's from the same place from our local government Ekwe, from our local government. I mean our chairman, our Alaba chairman. The guy is from. He said so they came straight to Alaba and told our chairman this is what they want, and they are bringing out an Igbo vice to that woman that is contesting for the chairmanship. So and they did a very nice campaign. All the businessmen, big men in Alaba were directed to go out and vote for APC. And the chairman made a poster of that of both the chairman, the guy that is the girl that is contesting, and both the Igbo guy that is his advice and everything, and put his own poster and directed everybody to gamble. So even me, now I work for Labour Party. Oh, you have to work for your party. But to my greatest surprise is that even the Igbo people that came to vote, when I asked them to vote for Labour, they still go ahead and vote for APC. So me, I became even tired. I said, anyway, that's how I see it. So there is no manipulation. If you say there is manipulation, even though APC shared money, other people don't have money to share. So they killed cows. They did a lot of things. They did a lot of things to convince the indigenes that you must vote APC, which worked for them because they share the money and people accepted it and they vote for APC and APC won clearly. They don't even need to fight for this election. They don't need to kill anybody. You understand? Because they gave out an idea both to the Igbo people and to the Yoruba. Even no, I don't. There is Igbo people came out to vote for APC, especially in the Ojo that I worked. But I believe it's
So,
because of the agreement there. So
so why
it's a
did they
very nice
abandon Labour
election.
Party? Why did they abandon Labour Party? Why did they vote
You
for
know,
that?
since let me tell you, since this crisis in Labour Party, even somebody like me, people are losing confidence in that party. Even our guy that was contesting is even a Yoruba guy, he's a former military. I forgot his name, but the guy didn't do any campaign to compare to what APC did. Now you understand? He didn't even go to the market. He didn't even go to the leaders of our communities and all that because if you want to win an election, especially a local government election like this, it's very easy to
So
win
what
when you
just
can
see
connect
there
to the.
is just a symbol of example of what's going to happen to 27.
It's not a symbol. Forget it. This is a local
Well,
government election. You need to give the locals what they want. You understand? Because I think that having done this and having had build this understanding between the Yorubas and the Igbo, especially in Ojo, is a very good background of what at least they know and they recognize the indigenes of the state and give them their rights. So when it comes to federal government, to federal election, that doesn't mean that you will still do that.
it will even be worse than that when it comes to the election of the 2027. So though you,
No,
I just
let's see
have
how this
let me
current year.
just advise you, my
Let me
friend.
tell you, let me
Keep
tell you,
your
let me tell you,
business
Remy.
first. Keep your business first.
Let me tell you,
I'm
Remy.
telling you, keep your business first. Forget about politicians. Keep your business first. If you don't, if you have here, you should understand what I'm trying to say to you. Although it's going
No,
to
you have
be,
to. When it comes to 2027, when it comes, this our current chairman. Yes, already. So the next chairman, it depends on the understanding he will have with the current, and the next chairman is coming from either Anambra State or Enugu. So, but the only thing I know and I can commend is that APC still knows how to do. Even
Ekene, what is Abure doing with Wike?
now to tell you, say Abure na stupid guy now. Now to tell you that. Now to when we say that Abure has sold out Labour Party, you people will come here and be saying it's a lie, it's a lie. You understand? Now to tell you, say that is to tell you that Abure has sold Labour Party since long ago. So how can your party be doing a local government election? And even the worst of it is that even the second paper that is winning is still Labour Party because you cannot even see any APC na 0-0 everywhere. I mean PDP 0-0. I don't even know what happened to that party. If Labour Party has done their work very well, they would have been the second party, especially in Lagos State, because there is no longer play after APC in Lagos State. The next people you will see is Labour Party, even in this local government election. But the numbers are not up to match what APC is doing because people
I
have
just feel
even
for
people.
that. I just feel for that Gbadebo. The guy,
but why?
So
It's
I
not
just
for you.
the guy could just feel disappointed in his party now.
no, the party disappoints me. Even me as a person, the party disappoints me. So when they talk about when I see their campaign, I just laugh. When I see what they are doing, I just ask them, is this what they are going to do to defeat APC? It's not possible.
Bad to go and join APC and go and
So
contest
what
for
they
House of
need
Rep.
to do is, if this coalition is one hand,
You still
and
believe in coalition. You still believe in that coalition.
again, honestly speaking, there is nowhere they can win any election. They don't have money. They don't have money. We are just working for nothing. They don't have money. And politics is money. In a polling unit, you see even agent of it's telling me that in this election, APC has my unit. APC have my polling booth. APC agent. I manage to the only people. And when it comes to a point, I have to be communicating with them. We have to be communicating as Nigerians and leave these politicians alone. Because even the Labour Party, how can you have four agents, very vibrant, well paid? I see their money. Their pocket was very big. Me when no get shishi come here, come I want fight for Labour Party. It's not possible.
So did they take care of you?
They
The
waiting.
HPC, the HPC agent, did they take care of you?
No, they say no
They
come
say
here to
waiting.
drink. I
They
go
say
sign
man, I
my
come
name.
drink.
No go drink now. ABC just say
Yeah,
no go
now.
drink.
You know that's
I
the
say
point. You know when I
I
was
say
an
no.
election observer in 2003. No, 2007. I entered some polling agents, only polling booth to come out, go and observe. As it says some agent of other parties, then they work for PDP. PDP said to the agent. Now then they even count. Help them count. You can imagine, oh, make
No,
that
that
they
there
said
is
to
still that.
them.
But those there are things you see. Like when I come to that election,
Because if you
when I
make the noise, you no go fit. That your vote
You
will
know
not
go
make
fit
any
win now.
difference.
What you want fit
So
do?
why you
See,
come dey fight?
what you want? Even if I
Take
make
wetin you
noise there,
think.
and for me,
Exactly. Exactly.
honestly, I did not see anything that APC did that is wrong in this local government election. You understand? Whether they use money or whether they do anything, I already told my people that if you want to win this election, you need money. You cannot give me money. You did not give me money. You did not give me sorting out money and all that. I've been to the polling unit. I know how it's done. They buy things for the officials. They buy food for them. They buy stuff for them. They even buy it before the election. So you want me to go and sit there and be looking at them as mumu? You did not even give me my own. You know, give me the one why we go fit sort out agent. You want to tell me Nigeria go better, this and that. Even if it's not for me, give me the one that I will use in that arena at least. Hey, settle these people so that even if you want to say something, they will give you hand to speak. You don't expect me to come there. When I see the envelope they gave me, when no get she go they argue with them. Even if APC no give that money, they
But
have
none of them
already
give
won
shish
the
now.
election.
None of them give shish.
No, they don't give tissue, but that's not how politics work. You
Ah,
understand?
God.
Well, somebody cannot be at that. Somebody cannot be as an INEC official. Come and stand under that sun and be counting, doing everything, and you expect him to leave that place hungry. It's not done. You understand? At least buy him a plate of food, 2,000, 3,000. Well, you know that APC is giving out. Let me tell you, my polling unit. Make I talk am small. APC give that INEC official 30,000. I see am koro koro. I don't get nothing. I have nothing to give. I need to tell you. I see
30K.
this one is 30K. Now what did they give am?
Ekene, good evening, Wabina. Good morning, my brother. How are you
Ah,
now? Kedu?
Feeling
fine
don't
for
come.
you.
You have to come back because, please, Princess Chioma, please let me just interject a bit, then I will go back to bed. Okay? I will not disturb you too much.
Oh,
Mr.
Thank
D,
you
no.
very much.
Tell
yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you
you're
very much.
my guy, so you
Yeah,
can talk as much as you
yeah,
like, okay?
yeah. Thank you. Oh, thanks a lot. They will.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome, Mr. D. Thank you very much, sir. Are you still there, Mr. D? Okay, probably you are listening back. I want to let you know that we listened to you. The word was listening to you. The points we were trying to make, whether the other countries are taking money, we shouldn't take money at this time. There must be a time that we can say, okay, let us make it easier for people to come into our country. But meanwhile, we want to come to Nigeria, so maybe they can kidnap them. Eh? So now they would have to say, people whether they are coming to invest or whatever. Let them come. That is like risking one's life. So why should they be paying money to get into a dangerous place? This Remy and Simba, I don't know why now they just do like this. It was that Nigeria good like that with the other man when I don't want to mention her name. I see the way that they abuse it for comment section. Now they say that Unadi Kanu was a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? That is a prophet. If you look at Nigeria headlines, they are not calling Unadi Kanu the prophet. And then by extension, I'm the prophet of this platform because we have been prophesying what will come to pass, and then they are actually coming to pass,
What's
and
coming to
that's why
pass?
you guys
What's
you are
coming to pass?
most of you guys, you are living abroad as slaves.
Can you
For
stop this your
slaves to
rhetoric
be
you always
slaves
say
without
here?
knowing, hold on. For slaves to be
Are you
slave
not
without
free where
knowing
you
it,
are?
know that
Are you not in abroad?
for you to not be say you, for one to be a slave and then not knowing it, that's the worst thing that can happen to any human being. That's why I keep saying that probably this black race, we are, minus me and the Chioma and there's some very few other people like Canada. That's why I'm saying that it's just like a race in between the white human race and the animal bush forest, people. You guys didn't, allow the Canadian to speak. You didn't allow the, D to speak. Like putting the deep hand for their yansh. No,
Are you
let us
not
speak.
speaking yourself? Actually, I'm supposed to be speaking. You're not supposed to speak because you meet me here. Because I just come here to talk this thing.
I just bet to interject. I've been here for the past 12 hours now.
Everybody have right to the opinion. So you cannot come and tell us how to speak.
That's your opinion. The opinion when you and that woman, they give that woman, I don't want to mention her name, eh? All this anti-people opinion, we don't want to hear. You are
Which
trying
are
to make a
opinion?
woman went to most platform look bad.
So your opinion of talking down your country is that what you want? Come here all the time and say Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is kidnapping.
Okay,
How
okay.
many
Prove us
how many
otherwise now. Prove us otherwise. People are suffering. People can't afford food to eat. People can't, they have no,
who said that?
they have
Who
no
said
basic
that?
security. Hold on. You have no basic security. You can't say that you are going to the bus stop to go and take a bus. Therefore, one chance will carry you. No, the police, they are taking you on the road.
You've not been to Nigeria. You've not been there. Only because the last time you went to Nigeria, you just see online
Where are they
talking
go for?
business all
Say,
the
now,
time.
this kid, me, I get money for kidnappers. Eh?
That's why you come here all the time to come and talk your this thing, because you don't actually you're not on ground. You don't know what is going on there. All
No,
what you do
no,
all the
but
time is to come
we
here
know
and
what is going on. We have families back
talk
home.
about
What the hell are you
Nigeria.
guys doing? Why are you guys
You
living
come back to
under
talk about me.
self-denial? That's what, that's why they pay me with that. Now they live under self-denial. Oh,
You know,
Nigeria is the best country in the world.
what did they kidnap her?
And then you are waking up 4 o'clock to go and click your useless card to work. And there's some they live for Arab country where they can even come out unless they cover their head or they have to grow their baby like
Are you a
animals.
mechanic? Are you a mechanic in Germany?
You know,
What are you saying? You come here to talk with you talk about topic. You're a mechanic, because I will expose you now.
I'm a
So keep
mechanical
quiet.
engineer.
Wait, hold on.
Yes,
So
I'm a mechanic now. That's why I get the brain. That's why I said that we don't need more than 6 months to give Nigeria light. Yeah, because I know how things are being run here. You know what I'm saying? And with the Siemens and the Bosch company.
What you
You know
do?
what I'm saying? I
You're
don't want to be telling you. I work on programs. You know what I'm saying?
will take a picture now. If you don't quiet,
You the Chris, put my picture there now.
that's what you do. They send you an errand to go and dispose. Yeah, that's your job. You're a
I'm in
mechanic. You
bed.
don't know nothing.
Oh my God! You know what? Do you know what is called?
What
I
do
would the
you?
mechanic engineer not better than you fake professors,
You're a mechanic, my brother,
no
my friend.
unskilled laborers, unskilled laborers.
what's
You
wrong
come and
with
help.
being a mechanic?
What
Are
do you
they
call a
not
mechanic? Do you know?
employed?
Do you know what? No, hold on. I wish I was a mechanic in Germany. I would have been a millionaire. I wish I was a mechanic. Do you know how much mechanics get in Germany? So that is like all those kind of roadside mechanics in Nigeria. They earn as much as doctors.
Mechanics in the US make
To
a lot of
dispose
money.
and
Yes,
yeah.
yes. No, be Germany. You
So
cannot be a
this
mechanic. You have to go to university. You know what I'm saying?
Tony,
You can't be a mechanic.
is
Tony,
the road mechanic that they send an errand to go and
Kenny,
dispose battle here.
So
That's
yeah,
your job.
princess.
Kenny, mechanics in
Yes.
the US, they make money and they
Yeah,
own
yeah.
like
All over Europe,
the
look all over, only Nigeria that will underrate people. They don't train them. They don't send them to school for some kind of orientation. That's why this for now. Look, hold on. Most of they are farmers in the US, in Germany, in Italy. Most of them are farmers. They work on all these Christmas tree farms, and then they will come here. They are doctors because we cannot go and be, say you go they check their record.
This is me. Look at my face. Yeah, I don't have
How
my face.
how
I'm
be
not
the
smart.
talker? How be the talker? Go verify.
This is my
We
face.
cannot verify them.
I dare you to show your face this morning.
Okay,
Yes?
hold on.
Show your
This
face.
look, you see that it's dark now. I'm already look.
What
Let
are
me
you
see.
saying?
I'm already
Now,
in my room. I'm already in my bed. You can see. I'm in bed.
show your, at least my face. Show your face.
I'm
I
in
dare you
bed.
to show your face right now.
I'm in bed.
let me show Tony's
No, hold on. So no, hold on. Hold on. Let me. No, hold on. He's trying to. Look. He's trying to divert. Hold on.
Tony, show us your face.
You can't go
Tony,
the light.
So no, I'm
Tony,
in dark.
Tony, show
No,
us
I
your
cannot.
face.
You,
You know.
you cannot
I
go
know
the
that
light. Can you imagine? You come here,
from the way you guys are defending the Tinubu administration, you want to see my face?
you live in a castle
Okay,
house.
hold on now, hold on. Let me go to the point now. Let me go to the point. Why I decided to come back. Hold on, my friend. So, Unadi Kanu said it. You know what I'm saying? You guys are still, adopted Thomases. Why that when our president not come out for the past 8 years? Why was he speaking through his useless spokespeople? This is that's the question we're asking you guys. You didn't allow the Kenneth to speak. You didn't allow Mr. D to speak. You guys were just dominating it. Now I'm here, the lion, you know, from Edo State. You see,
Lion. You better go back to your country. Go and
Oduma,
eat better fufu and better pounded yam. Stop eating all those things you eat. All those
I dey eat pounded yam every day now. Ask one man, he will tell you.
potato yam. All those potato yam. I see you in market. I saw you in the shop now. Buy potato. I don't know you.
Tony, honestly,
Yeah.
though,
Yes.
Nande kind of like he has everything that is happening in Nigeria.
What
Forget,
about
but
me?
you
What
see,
about me? By extension,
you the try now. You still be prophet. You be prophet. You
you
the
see,
back of the prophet.
they battle me too much
You
here now.
say,
You remember now? Eh?
even me say,
But I stood my
Tony,
ground. Yes.
Tony, I can't believe in Nande kind of past Nigerian government. Honestly
Because
speaking,
because
What
what
about me? You know they believe me?
I don't
you
believe
guys
you.
need to stop this.
Uh-huh.
You're just making a joke and
Uh,
mockery of of our country by saying what you're saying.
which kind of country?
Emeka,
You get country. You get country. The country when I
what
also
what
they use when they use now like slave. You the jackpot abroad go they suffer. They go for they go they plant all this
you
apple.
you don't have nothing in Nigeria. You don't have a home to go to. That's why you're enjoying suffering there. You can't afford the light in your room.
And they suffer now. Me and the day for internet 24/7.
What is internet? You can't afford the light in your room. That's why I say show your face. You
Oh,
can't even show
oh
it.
my God! You know, you know
That's
that the weather is
insane.
so hot right now. Do you know where I'm even right? You know what? You know whether they say bush right now?
Because you're a
Uh-huh.
bushman now.
Uh-huh. Now you
That's
know.
why
I
that's
mean,
why
There's
I
no
say
light in Germany.
change your mindset. Change
we
your
know they
mindset
can say
about
they talk every day.
Nigeria. Nigeria,
So
we are a suffering country. Nigeria is a
now back
developing
to
country.
business. Back to business. Back to business right now
I will
because
not allow you to talk bad on Nigeria. Never again. All right? I won't allow you
they could
to
not
come
go
here
to
and
comment
say,
section. See the way that they call you and that woman witch, we you know witch and wizard. You know they cause on there because I know
you want to
they
tell
feel
me
the pain.
you don't go to Nigeria.
Now,
Okay?
we can Nigeria go? Do you have a government? Do you have a do you have a country?
We do because you have a home in Nigeria. That's what you're
No,
All
saying.
do
these
you
things
have a
are lie,
country? Do you
yo.
have a
It's just
country?
because they want to pretend like say they like Nigeria. They don't even like Nigeria. Or they lie. They'll
Is
lie
that
to
Mr.
other
D? Is
people.
that Mr. D? Mr. D.
Liars.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. You know, they
You
just
come
the
and
craze.
If they like Nigeria, make they come down, make we do what they do here.
No
Make we
my
do what
them,
we
no
do
my
here.
You
them,
lie.
no
All
my
your
them.
children,
No
they
be
dey
for
abroad.
there they
You
do
dey
church
abroad.
church.
Yes,
You dey with your
yes.
people. Then you lie to
Even
Nigeria and
on
say,
the
yes,
local
Nigeria is a
government
good
election,
country.
And then their
we dey
wives they bleach.
outside.
And then their wife they bleach. Can you hold
We
on?
are
Their
putting
wife they
our one
bleach.
vote. We are putting our one vote.
They use their
You don't
money they
like
buy
Nigeria.
hair.
You don't like Nigeria,
stop
okay?
talking about Nigeria. Show your face.
Like
Let them know
you are
you.
staying under darkness in Nigeria,
I'm
walking on
talking
bad
all
roads.
three of you.
So
Yeah,
when
can
you
name is
doing
You
politics
that
guys,
one.
real,
hold
doing
on,
politics
hold
real,
on.
no be church or church.
You come and talk
No,
bad about our
you don't
country.
like Nigeria at all.
Who
So,
you?
you guys, Mr. Kenny said you should show his face. See how he showed his handsome self. Mr. Kenny is very handsome, so you guys should show your own face, okay?
I'm not looking for a woman.
We,
Look,
we
I
don't
don't
have
like
face.
black
We don't
women.
have face.
Because I mean,
We don't have
look, I
face.
like only white women. Only white women. Even if
And
you see
you,
me, say you don't like me. You may say that, oh, this
we don't
guy,
have
now so your
face.
head they bushy.
We're
We
ugly.
You know
don't
what
How
I'm
about
saying?
we
that?
don't they show face here.
Uh,
You say your
I
What
know
is
face,
they
show
show
your
face
face.
because
Shama,
Like say they go fit do anything.
Shama, make I
This
say, Shama,
they'll fit do
show
something.
your face?
They'll fit do
Shama,
something.
they don't fit
Because
do
don't be
Shama,
doing
Shama,
Nigeria
anything.
make I
because
They
send
fit
the
do
video.
that. They're
Yes,
Make
just
I send the
wicked,
video. Make I
hold
wicked,
send the
you
video.
can.
Make
wicked
you send
people.
them.
It is
yeah, somebody wanted to say something.
What the heck is that?
I say make I share, make I send you video. Make you show them where we did for election. They born, they do. So don't need to show video. This guy,
No,
let that guy go sleep. You know,
to
like
come out
Nigeria.
and say Nigeria's got not good. We see far better of the other country.
when I don't see what you have
If,
with
if,
those
if,
state,
Okay, you're
the
not better of
election,
anything. Okay, you're not
the
better of
election,
anything.
I don't see the
You
election.
know,
I saw the video on your
go
WhatsApp,
to
the
Ghana,
one
go
you
see what
sent
is
to the
happening there.
politician,
We better
right?
than
okay,
Ghana.
you saw
You
the
don't know.
video. Okay.
Yeah, you see,
So
Ekene
make you
has
know the
connections.
I know
Kenny,
what's going on in Ghana as well.
Kenny,
Because my wife is from Ghana, and I've been asking Ghana.
Kenny,
I know started living in Ghana. So you come
Uh,
on the tell
I,
us in Nigeria is bad.
Kenny, okay, no be Tony,
Ekene has
okay.
connections in Nigeria. There's a video I saw on his WhatsApp. He was chilling with big timers, politicians.
Who? Who?
Ekene during the
Yeah.
election period. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your video now with you. I mean with him. But this Tony that always come and say Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is not good. You don't have country.
not even that one. No one. This one is Saturday. Saturday election. Lagos State Saturday election.
Yeah,
You
it's a
understand? We
recent
don't
one
come. They
he
work.
posted on his WhatsApp.
All of
So
them they will hide under the camera and say nonsense about Nigeria. Stop that.
no, we are saying things that are real, and we want to make Nigeria
Who
work.
else
But
is
you
real?
guys be there like as if you like Nigeria pass.
Because
Nigeria, see,
Nigeria
Nigeria is the fourth poorest
poverty.
country in the whole world as of today. Nigeria is the
What
first
is
poorest country in the whole world. So we have
is
to
the first
say
country
it
in the
so
world?
that people
How can you say that?
will do the
How
right
can you say
thing.
that? How can you say that? Nigeria is poor
That's the
country.
fact.
Do you know
Look
what?
at
Do
your
you know
debt,
what?
your debt for nothing. The most
Do you know?
borrowing country in the
Do you
whole
know what they
world.
say? Do you know what they say? A liter of petrol in Ghana.
You
How
are
much?
living in darkness and then you are paying for it. You are living in darkness and paying for it. Are you not stupid like that
That
as
is
a
you.
country?
What about you that cannot? You
And
can't
you
even afford
come
to
here
pay
and
in
spend
Germany. You can't afford to
you
pay
defend
light.
myself.
Come on the satellite. You can't pay, and
We
you say
pay.
you're in Germany.
I pay
not pay
about €200
$200 to for
a month
visa
for my light
visa to
here,
Nigeria.
but a
Okay, how
24/7 supply.
Nigeria today, you do know how much liter of fuel that I buy, even after paying electricity bill.
Hey,
I
can you make
bought
no mind them?
I bought more than
compare now.
20,000 naira fuel this weekend
If it's
after
happening,
paying electricity bill.
People compare
Tinubu
this.
not send them. Tinubu not send them. Tinubu they
Go
punish
on
the
there, you
northerners
go
right
there,
now. We are happy. You know. Hello, my
your wife
people.
is still your
Hello,
wife is
hello,
still
hello, hello.
minister of
Ekene,
government. No
Ekene,
wonder your
Ekene,
problem.
Ekene,
Your
Ekene,
wife, you cannot even marry
Ekene,
a Nigerian.
Ekene. I have
Listen
this
to
one
me,
to say
Tony.
before I go
You
back to
cannot
bed.
even marry Nigeria because he doesn't have the confidence in Nigeria. But me,
Don't,
I born with
don't,
Nigerian
don't mind
girls. I
them.
don't have
Don't
anything
mind
to
them.
do with Ghanaian girls.
Ekene,
You understand?
Ekene,
You cannot even marry
Ekene,
Nigeria.
You
Ekene,
guys
you know
are
what
funny.
happen? Ekene, you know what happen? Listen, Ekene, thank you. You look. You know, say, as a Buhari done that before, they don't want to come. Now, the fight one come out now, Ijagboro. The one come fight, got us fight now with El-Rufai versus Tinubu versus all the group. Oshomole, all of them, they want fight each other. And then Tinubu say, okay, let me just release this one. And now Tinubu now they declare now, say that Buhari die. So they know they get to there, they go pretend I say that they go to. You know now, but they not going to say, Buhari support this. So they want to, he don't, they, 1 million steps, ahead of these idiots when they form coalition. You understand me now? That's why this guy now say, okay, Buhari don't do so that they don't see what they will take the stubborn later. Because they say that, okay, Buhari support this, and you know they see that Buhari. Now, Tinubu don't come say, okay, let me just push him out, so that this man don't die now. So let us give her a state burial. Make all this outside people. So the more this way they, yeah, now secret now. Now the secret one just come leak. Now you say, okay, Tinubu is the most intelligent
Tony,
politician.
the problem is that they don't know, they don't even see this government as a propagandist government. But
Yes.
I see when a government begins to use the brain of manipulate the people, doing
Yes.
propaganda, that government is very bad to the development of that nation. But they don't want to
No,
understand it.
no,
I
it
just
cannot be
said
good in
about the
every aspect.
inflating,
Hello, Ekene,
the
Ekene, Ekene,
oil,
Ekene, Ekene.
the refinery they say that is working,
The Northerners are
and it's
crying.
not
That's
working.
enough. It's an
The wage
achievement
award,
for Tinubu.
everything. Then you still want
It's
to
an
support that
achievement.
government.
Hausa they cry for the first time since we were born. We see Hausa po.
Remy, where are you? Why don't you come and
Make,
defend
make,
against
he will go hide his face now. That's a woman voice. That woman voice. Make
Me,
it come out and make a flog him.
I'm here. I'm your father. I'm your daddy today. Your daddy is here.
Look at Burkina. Let me tell you, look at Burkina Faso today. Look at Tony. Tony, look at
Hey,
Burkina Faso today. Many
ah,
people wants to visit. Many people wants to visit Burkina Faso today.
Sheriff will be
So,
very.
Many people.
Man, I saw the development taking. Man, that guy they
Tony,
take.
Tony,
The giant strides.
Tony,
No,
It's
oh
one of
yeah,
the best in Africa. The
Tony,
best
let
in
me give
yeah.
you
Africa.
advice, please, my
It is
brother.
on
Yeah,
record.
I like you. You know what I mean? We want Nigeria to progress and to be a better place for us, all of us to live. But
Okay,
we cannot, if we just have to cool down and see what this government is doing. We are making progress on daily basis. So coming up here and say, "Oh, Nigeria is not working," we're not doing anything, that doesn't it
okay.
doesn't sound well at
Okay,
all.
thank you.
We are,
Thank you. Let me
we
respond
are
now. Thank
giving
you. I
you
will also
some
respond
of
back
these
in a very cool form. Okay. Let me respond.
one second, one
Uh,
second,
If you
one
want to
second.
say that Nigerians are, if
no,
you want
let
to
us
say
speak.
Nigeria
Let
is
us speak.
making
Let us speak.
progress,
Can give me chance
give
more,
us
please.
indices. Tell
Biko.
us what Nigerians are doing in making the progress.
No,
Tell us
let
in
us
what
speak now.
area,
Let us
in
speak now. Oh,
education,
I will
in
respond now, please.
electricity,
Ekene.
in infrastructure.
Biko,
Tell us
Biko,
the
no,
places
Biko, no.
where
Let
you're
us
making
speak.
progress.
Hey,
Don't only tell us
Tony?
you're making progress.
Ekene,
Okay,
Ekene.
give me 2 minutes.
Ekene,
Let me
Give her
finish.
2 minutes.
Ekene, you
I'll
guys are
give
making
you.
me cry, especially you,
Uh-huh.
Tony.
My brother, speak on.
I'm sharing.
Uh, okay, I'll tell you 5 different things that this man has done.
Okay.
In fact, okay, let me start with this. Look, let's compare. Yeah, all those people that they say they are ADC, all those opposition that they are complaining about Tinubu. Let's take some of them just left government 2 years ago. Take Aregbesola, for example, Minister of Interior. Compare him with current Minister of Interior. You can see what Tinubu government is doing in that regard. It's like day and night, opposite.
Kiyamo also, the aviation
Hold
minister.
on now. I'm giving you. Look at Kiyamo
Mm.
as well. You just mentioned, right?
Yeah,
In
right on.
Exeter, in Exeter, a lot of things. I mean, a lot of things happening there. You understand? In education as well, they've done what nobody
Don't
has
go
ever
there.
done
Don't
before
go there.
again.
Don't go there. 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 Just continue to talk about what we can just see right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you what you can fact check me.
What about the
Okay?
police people, the corruption in the system?
With corruption.
The corruption that the
Which,
police will just stop you and they take you and killing people in the cell without no,
so,
accountability.
so that on the 4th of Tinubu, now today that one that happen. Now today.
Hey, my friend,
That
let me
one
tell you
today
one thing. Let me tell you one thing, my brother. Let me call it again. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Let me
hold on, hold on, hold on.
okay.
When the country, hold on. When you are making adjustment in a country or reform, whatever you call it doesn't mean that people have to die before who come and enjoy those useless reform they are making. You know what I'm
People
saying?
will die. People will
You can't
die.
just take
Okay?
the fuel subsidy. You don't even need that. What is subsidy about? And they use German sometimes. What do you call subsidy? Hold on, hold on, hold on. In a major oil and a
Tony,
gas exporting country, you are talking
Tony,
about
let's talk.
subsidy. It's supposed to
Let's
be
talk.
there like
Tony,
a water leaf.
Tony, let's
What
talk.
I
I
live.
think you have been talking since. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Please, I beg you, hold on. You see, you are making your point, which is good. But you see, what you are doing, you are just throwing everything. We know Nigeria has a lot of problems. You have mentioned them. Police, all these things, police killing people. You know, police had been killing people since I was in secondary school. When we did school, we enter university, police kill our colleagues and all those stuffs. No be one day, but Tinubu will solve all that problem.
Everything. God bless you.
No be one day. We have just told you the one you are solving. Say, what of this one? We told you, say, what of this one? You will
But
continue to find
yeah,
problem.
but you
You see,
want to
hold on,
find
let me
all the
even land.
problems so
Hold
you
on,
can
hold on,
solve
hold
now.
on, hold on,
The basic thing,
hold
food,
on. Let me
food. There's no
finish.
food
Let me
now.
finish. Tony, even in
Yeah,
your own family, have you
yeah.
solved all the
How
problems?
do you want? No, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. How do you
Even in your
expect
own
people to feed
family.
when they cannot go into the farm?
Hold
They will be
on,
kidnapped,
hold
raped in
on.
the bush. Hey,
What I'm saying is that
and the
even
people,
in
the
your
traditional rulers are not even coming out to
hold
speak.
on
Hold on.
now, hold
Local
on.
government people are not speaking. Governors are
You
not
have been
speaking.
talking
They
now.
seal
Let
their
me
mouth with
let me
money.
talk.
Uh-huh.
Try and
in my
listen.
in my own family, I've not been
Yes.
able to solve all the problems. That's even not my extended or my immediate nuclear family. I've not been able to solve all the problems because as I'm solving one, another one is coming as I'm
It's coming
solving
up.
one. Some is going to take a long time to solve. If you are someone that has a teenage child that is stubborn, it will take you time to bring that child back to himself. So there will always be problem. But are we making progress? Yes. Look at what we have done in the area of student loan. Just like you can take student loan in Germany and pay for your
Look,
school
look, look,
fees.
look. I'm very sorry
Hold
to
on.
to come in now. Please, please, please. When
No,
you
you
did talk
have
long
been
now, I know
speaking
fit I
since
would
now.
forget. Let me tell one thing.
Your
That
mature
student loan,
Tony.
hold on, sir.
Don't mock
Please,
this
sir.
guy now.
La wugu, la
Tony
wugu.
is 12
Esse,
years.
esse,
Tony is
esse, esse,
funny
esse.
now. He's not
That
12.
student loan, I
Petrosky.
dey soon get
That loan
argument with
is
you
only
for
for
that
the
student loan
privileged
wey you
people.
talk.
Only
Hey,
for the
I
Alpha,
dey
privileged
what
soon
are
get
children.
you
argument
saying
for
now?
you
Everybody, good night.
Hello,
with
Sorry.
that student
guys.
loan.
Good night.
Yeah,
That nonsense
yeah.
student loan
Have a
wey you dey
good
talk, I
night.
go still get argument with you for it.
It's only
Student loan wey you dey talk
for the
about.
big men children and the ministers and their
Student
cronies.
loan, student loan
Yes.
that
It's only for it's for the minister
the
children.
university school fees. Let me say this: since this government took over, the university school fees has doubled for more than 500%
Ten
since they took
times. I
over.
know this. I know
And
this. They are lying. Yes.
500%, and you are
Yes.
giving them peanuts as a student loan to go and
Yes.
solve which problem?
Okay.
You don't
The
understand
goods that you sell. The good.
why do you choose why do you
That's a
choose the
lie.
university school fees
I
and
heard
then
you're in
taking
the
out student loan
university.
for how many people? How many
The
people?
goods, the good that you sell. Are you selling it at the same price you sold it last year? Is the price of a good not increase?
Am I the cause of it? Am I the cause
No,
of
no.
it?
Are
Am
you
I
still
the
selling
cause
the
of
same
it?
price?
Check your policy. Check your policy. Am I the cause of it? Check the
No, no.
inflation.
Stop saying that. Are you still
When you
selling the
come
same
here
price
to
you're selling
deceive
your
Nigeria,
goods?
when you come here to deceive Nigeria, I don't like it.
When it
I
suits you,
told you
when it
guys
suits you,
that
you say
that
government
even
has
if
done
you are
it. But
giving the
you are increasing your price on daily basis.
giving the governors, even if you are giving the governors 300% of what they're earning in the last administration, they have not matched up with the inflation in the country. But you come there to say you give governors this, you double their allocation and all that, without considering the inflation that you have come to cause the country. Do you
Inflation
know
is
the price of
everywhere.
cement? The
Inflation is
price of cement
everywhere.
was before this administration.
Today is 10,500, and you are saying you are double allocation of the state governors. To what?
Inflation,
Check the inflation, check the gap.
my brother, inflation is everywhere. Not just in Nigeria. It's
There
here
is
in the
nothing
UK
like that. You are.
as well.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If you check what the professors are earning in 2019 or
Mm.
2018, which is about 400 and something thousand naira a month, if you calculate it to the inflation of today, all the professors in Nigeria are supposed to are earning three point something million monthly now with inflation, but you are still paying about 800,000 or so, and you say you added to their salary. Calculate
Of
it.
course.
400,000 in 2018 as a professor can gain you a lot of things.
Like,
It's close to $3,000. So when you
Okay,
compare it to
guys.
the inflation, when you
that's a
compare it to
lie.
the inflation of the current of this current administration is supposed to
Ekene,
be paying professors
how
three
much
point
do
Hold
you
something
on.
how
million.
much do you
Then
say
you
Ekene,
have
how
done
much do you
you have
say
people who
professor
don't receive.
hold
Ekene, how
on,
much do you say
guys.
professor makes now?
Hello, guys.
Go and check them.
I
A
think
professor make
Hassan.
up to 1 million dollars in
Hello,
salary.
guys. I think Hassan is here. Is this Hassan, Mr. Hasdalian?
Hello, Chioma, it's me. Hello,
Oh,
guys.
good morning, Hassan. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. How are you all doing?
We're doing great. I'm happy
Yeah.
you're here because I have so many questions for you.
Oh, really?
But first of all, you go ahead and tell us what's on your mind today, okay?
All right. Um, First, I want to start by saying good morning from here and to all of us. And I want to start by saying the death of Buhari really came not as a surprise to me because I've been following his ailment for the past couple of weeks, and I know he was seriously, seriously ill. However, we are all human, and inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. May God accept his good deeds and admit him into Jannah. At the end of the day, we are all human. Nobody is immune to death, and it will all come for each and every one of us. Um, he has come and done his own bit, and now he has left the world, and that is the route for every mortal that God has set for us. And we all follow that path one after the other, and we shall all go and account for our deeds. That said, I have seen that there has been a lot of mixed reactions after his death. I think Buhari's legacies have been mixed. Even in the north, a lot of people celebrated his death. And that only points to one thing. While there are people who like me who give Buhari some leeway that yes he did not live up to expectation, especially during his democratic reign. He did quite well in some areas, and for people who have not seen the impact of what he has done well, they have the right. Okay, I mean, I know it's one of those things that if you live your life in public service, then your death too is subjected to the public. People will say whatever they want to say, and that's all right. People have that right too. I mean, this is somebody who has had the privilege to, you know, actually reign over a lot of people's lives, and for a lot of for over 10 years I think he has had been the president and head of state of Nigeria. So he moves on, he goes on, but Nigeria remains, and we continue. And for me, I am hot, I am sad, but also I understand that that is the way it is supposed to be, and I mourn with other Nigerians who mourn, and I wish that Nigeria still remains strong and continue going strong, and we shall get there at the end of the day. Let me just leave it at that. And I don't know if there is any other thing on the news that is worthy of you know. But I know that he is going to be buried today in Abuja. Is it in Daura? Is it 1 p.m. something like that? Uh, and people are already through. I am in Abuja actually right now. Just I was still in Abuja for the past week. Um, So a lot of people are just going to go to Daura today. I mean, um, the whole town is quite somber. Some people are happy, some people are not. Well, that's one of those things, really. Let me just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. Some people believe that this is his second death. What do you think about that?
Are you one of them? Let me know where to put you.
No, that's that. Some of the panelists here, that's what they're arguing about.
Well, it's a free world, really. I mean, there are people who believe
Not
who
some
are
of the
not.
panel. You can say just one or two. Don't put it like that. The percentage is so high like that. We are not
Ekene,
done yet.
Ekene, Antonio, Ekene, Anthony, and one other guy. There are three people just doing that. Three of them.
Maybe
You
Chama
know,
also believe that. Maybe Chama also believe that. Who knows?
well, if she does, maybe she has, some affiliation with the MAGA movement in America. I mean, conspiracy theories are one of the things that we have to contend with in the 21st century. And this is just, the tip of the iceberg. I mean, conspiracies are everywhere. The United States is not immune, Europe is not immune. And, there are, some sparkles of truth with conspiracy theories. It's just that the conclusion, the inferred the deduction that people is just so off. There's no logic in it. So why should I entertain such rubbish? Please, let's just continue.
Hassan, I got a question for you. Uh,
All right.
yeah, okay. Reflecting on the way he's done with his past. If a Buhari comes back again, would you support him? Knowing what you
Support
know now, I just try to
support him
understand. Would you? Yes. Would you support a Buhari, this Buhari,
as,
if he
as
comes
president.
again, the
As
way you
what?
supported him as president? Yeah, as president.
Well,
After
I,
nothing, yeah, I just want
I
after not
supported Buhari for
interrogating
2 years.
it. See, when you came, you saw him, how you looked at him, and when he's finished the job, okay,
Mm.
if next time he comes again, how would you support him? That's what I mean. I know it's going to be a little bit difficult, but yeah.
Oh well, you see, um, I am not part of those people who are always in their emotions with leaders and things like that. Even when he came to power in his first tenure, if you guys noticed, there was a period when he was president that he was seriously ill and kept, traveling out of the country for medical issues. Even at that point, I had wanted. I was on my Facebook feed. I was screaming that we don't need old people as leaders. We needed young people who would get the job done, who would inspire other young people, things like that. But with Buhari, the primary factor that made me attached to him, unlike other people in the north who just like Buhari because he's Muslim or because he's Fulani or because he's a northerner or whatever, that is not the case with me. The whole idea behind my support of Buhari, that's around one thing and one thing alone. When Buhari came in 2015, it was quite early, in the Boko Haram thing, and we had I stay in Meduguri, so I know what the people of Borno, really faced. And when Buhari did come to power, there was a push, from the military, a really, really good push that actually, finished off Boko Haram to such a degree that they were, I would say, ineffective as a terror force of any kind. So, what Buhari actually
Now
did
you
for
people
him
have heard it.
was security, was more of security inclined. So,
Hassan.
Borno
So
is
Hassan.
in a better place because of what Buhari did in office, and for that, I really will cut him a slack because that
Hassan.
meant that I am even here today. Yes,
Before you came in, I
yes,
made
ma'am.
a plea. Welcome to the platform. Before you
Thank
came
you.
in, I made a plea on this platform early this morning, and I said something about security and in the Northeast. And I mentioned your name and the other guy. And I
Mm,
said, anytime you people come into this platform, They should ask you people, you should ask any of you what Buhari did in the Northeast concerning Boko Haram. And I'm surprised that you came in here. None of them asked you that question. But I thank God that you jumped into that and started handling it. You see, there is something, as I said before, about Nigerians. They hear boo. They will not wait to hear or follow it up to see whether that boo, why did it sound, and what happened later. They run with the first sound. I thank God that most of the people that insulted me in this platform this morning are here and you are making this submission. Thank you for coming. I rest my case.
So, Hassan, I
Yeah,
have a
yeah. Now,
question.
please, sorry, you know that they mentioned my name. So can I respond to my
No,
brother
you can respond.
Hassan?
So, Hassan, I have a question. One man, he believes that now that Buhari is no more, that there's someone that is going to replace him, being that Buhari has a strong fellowship in the north. In terms that many people believe in him, many people follow him, and many people vote based on who he gives the torch to. So, who do you think will be standing in that gap?
Well, realistically, um, I can't see that person yet. Um, I can't see that person. There are pockets of influence, and everybody is manning his own usual area of influence. One of those people that has actually transcended, the whole of the north is Buhari. Now those are very big shoes to fill, and I can't see a Konkoso getting there. I can't see an El Rufai, because these are people who have lived in completely different worlds and have completely different realities. Yes, Buhari was ineffective to some degree, you might say, as, as at his second coming as the president, but the perception of him and his frugality and discipline and all those perceptions of him, were actually the things that move people. And we all know that the crop of politicians we have today, are not cut from the same silk from Babu Buhari. People like him are a dying breed at least at a personal level. You don't see people like Buhari
God
in
bless
a lot of
you. You are speaking my
our
mouth.
institutions. You know, um, this is somebody who really lived. Uh, Even though he had access to national resources, um, right from his young age, when he was first minister, he became minister of petroleum, he became governor, he became head of state. Then he was toppled, went to prison, came back, stayed determined, resilient, went to the polls 4 times, followed up to the Supreme Court, failed first time, to the Supreme Court, failed second time, to the Supreme Court, failed third time, and then on the fourth go, won the presidency, spent 8 years, then handed over power, and then died 2 years later. I mean, it's very difficult to see who would, but impossible. They say it's nothing, and but I don't see that we have those kind of people. But I believe at some point, different interests would converge, and then there'll be coalescing um, doing political activities. But somebody who will feel Buhari's use, no, 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 not now, not now. I can't really see that person, politically. But maybe at some point that person may emerge if the Gen Zs actually become the majority in Nigeria. But for now, man, let's just see.
So essentially, 2031, the North will take over from Tinubu, right? So
I
what?
don't know. I don't know what will happen. We may all not be there. We
So
don't know.
I know
Asa,
I'm not God either to determine that, but I'm just saying, if the case may be, how do you think Buhari's death will affect the 2031 presidential election or
Well,
candidate?
it will affect even the 2027 elections. I mean, he is a very strong puller of a very a base politician. If Buhari were to be around, anybody who gets his endorsement might probably do. It will actually help that person, but now that he's not there, you see, then all those votes are there for the taking, and I believe that those votes will be, spread across. Very different lives, unlike when he was there. So that, yeah, as much as people like to dismiss Buhari, he's actually a very big stakeholder in this thing called Nigeria, whether you like him or you hate him, whatever. But the fact on the ground is that this is somebody who has really come, son, conquered, and left.
Hassan, I got a question. One more question. Sorry. Do you believe in North 8 years, South 8 years kind of business that we're doing? Do you believe in it?
Man, I believe in fairness. I believe in justice. I believe in all those things. And but then I also understand the dynamics of politics. Whatever I believe at a particular point in time, when the presidential seat is up for the taking, it is at that point that I make my decision on who I should. But you see, this north south, north south. Yes, it's good to be having those rotations, but at some point we have to find a way to do away with that system and actually open up the political field for everybody to participate in. I
Uh,
mean, Nigeria.
Azan, I have a question for you quickly. In
Sorry, before you say that.
2019,
Sorry, my brother. My brother, hold on, sir.
sorry,
Hold
let
on,
me
sir.
quickly ask this
No,
question, please. Please, I beg you. In 2019, there are
Please,
two northern
no.
can
Let him
that.
finish. He's trying to tell us about North South thing. Let him
Okay,
finish.
okay, okay, okay. I will let him finish. Okay, you can go ahead. After I finish, I will ask him.
All right. So you see the 2027 election that will come. Um, if the South, you know, because there is a movement in the North right now around not choosing a. Atiku may not contest, but he's going to be fronting as if he's going to contest. But I don't think Atiku is going to contest. So we're probably going to be Rotimi Amechi or uh, Peter Obi. That's my calculation, but I don't see how um, they would put Atiku because they are
No,
also
no,
smart.
no. Hassan, it's not this. No, what I'm saying is, do you believe that if there's a north-south arrangement, it gives us a chance to get a better leader? You understand? Because remember, if Buhari was, if they did a north south for Buhari, he probably won't get there because yeah, he can do military, but the economics is very important as well. So they need some kind of competition to be able to get the best. Don't you think that's why a north south style would be good? Because remember, Nigeria is a very big country. I mean, is your I just trying to understand you
How does that
yourself.
foster competition? Not start. I mean, how does
Okay,
it
If,
foster competition?
I mean,
Okay,
if you
so
get
It
the
does not. It does not
yeah,
promote
I get
competition
you,
now.
but you have
so
to
can
also
can
understand
I can
how
I, can
Nigeria
you add
That's the
can you add
opposite.
this question to it so that you can take both of them together? Because you talk about fairness, you talk about all of this thing, and at the end of the day, you say you are going to take your decision when it's 2027 come or something like that. So I just want to take you back a little bit. In 2019, when Buhari has ruled for 4 years, I don't think those 4 years were good enough for Nigeria because in the beginning, 6 months, he was sick. He couldn't even form his government. And in 2019, I remember that the top gladiators are two northern candidates, Atiku versus Buhari. Why is it always the time that when it comes to the south, and I remember that Atiku and Amishi said 6 months to Tinubu government, they have started talking about coalition. Why can't the North also do the same thing like the South supported two Northern candidates? So when you roll your coin, whether top or down, is going to go to the going to go to the North. Why is the North playing this kind of politics? Why can't they just say, okay, it's the time of the South? Whatever that happened, let's go back to the South. That's my question. Thank you.
But did you notice that all the presidents that ruled Nigeria, all of them actually, had to face competition at some point from people from their region? It's
Yes,
just
I
that
know. Yeah.
people like people like Buhari, unlike Tinubu, as much as you would want to, see Tinubu because he's in the presidency now, he's powerful like that. Tinubu is not Buhari's level popular. Yes, Tinubu has his, area of influence in that Lagos and Southwest in that relative. But if you see the places that Buhari is covering, he's covering a lot of space. The northeast, the northwest, some parts of the north central has become like his that is his base. So replacing and that
No,
a
no.
Hassan,
person like that, will always, whenever he comes into the
No,
political,
that's not my
just have to
Hassan,
question.
accumulate.
you are not
My
answering the question.
question,
You are not
you
answering
are
the
not
question. You're
answering my
asking you.
question. My question is
You're not
based
answering
on
the question.
fairness. You said in 20,
What
you
is
said
not
you
see?
like
This
fairness,
is
and I said in 2019, every Southerner they will draw. We all know the top candidate is between Atiku and Buhari. So if you are not voting Atiku, then you have to vote Buhari. And when you look at that election result, Atiku also performed very well. It was very competitive throughout the state in the northern part of the country. If not because of the votes from the south, I don't think Buhari would have won.
why did you think Atiku was given that platform by the opposition then? Because he
So
had the
that's what
highest
that
chances
is
of
exactly what I'm
winning now.
saying now.
That is the way
What I'm
politics is
saying
played.
now, what I'm saying now that don't let us deceive ourselves. Atiku will contest in
So
2027
Remy, hold
unless you
on.
are
Well,
to.
I don't actually
He
Remy,
will,
believe that
he
so
will
what's
Atiku
your
will
contest.
be
All
what's
those
given that.
ones
your
that you are saying he will not
Remy,
contest, he will
Remy,
step
what's
down.
your
That's not true.
what's your case now?
My case is that he
He
talk about
wants he wants
fairness. He
everybody
talk
from the north
about
to just
fairness
withdraw.
in
You're not asking.
2027.
You're
No, let him make his case. Let's
Let
hear.
me my case is this. He talk about fairness, and when you look at fairness in 2019, it was all northern affair. So in 2027, this the no everybody should also say it should be all southern
That's not
affair.
democratic now.
No, but that's what happened. That is
That's
Nigeria.
not
Politics
democratic.
politics is
Let me tell
local.
you the let me tell you
Politics
the
is local.
point.
What
Hold
can you
on
that's
now.
do? You cannot
Let me
say
tell
democracy.
you
that.
the
Oh, that's
point.
democracy.
Unfortunately, that's the kind of situation we have found ourselves in Nigeria. The only thing that can solve that problem
Don't you think
is
that one is
hold on.
bringing a
But
kind of
but but
The
relative
but
the
but
peace?
why
only
can't the
thing,
North? Why can't the North
let me
follow the
tell you,
same
see,
thing?
we
Hold on,
always be
my
having this
brother. Same
problem.
like Emi said,
The solution, let me
why
give you
can't
the
the
solution that is
North do the same
permanent.
thing that South are doing?
You
That's the
can't
question
force
Emi is
them. You
asking.
can't force them.
No,
You can't force
okay,
them.
so
So the only
all the
solution
time
that
when
is
it's time of the
enduring,
South, they have to
hold
come
on
down. They
now.
have to come out all the time to
The
contest
only
because
solution
we
that
leave
is
it for them.
enduring, the only solution that is enduring is to make the
No,
center
so the
very
South has been
weak.
enjoying all this while. Why can't they wait
No,
for their own time as well?
Nigeria is just sitting on a balance that is not good. Let's be objective.
You know what I mean? They should wait. The
Each
North always
election
do
time,
that. They don't have the patience.
chairman,
They don't
hold
have the
on now.
patience to wait for their time.
Let's try and discuss.
No, no,
Let's try and
no.
discuss.
I'm just saying. What I'm asking you the question. I'm asking
Okay,
you.
let me
I'm
wait
asking
for you
you.
to finish, then I'll make my argument.
Okay. The question me and Remy is asking is when is the turn is the turn of the North, the South. They were mute. They support both left and
The
right. It
South
was
can
the
do
time.
no,
It
we
was
could do
well,
no
why can't the North do
otherwise.
the same thing?
We could do no
Why is
we
the
could
question?
let me tell you.
Why can't they do the same thing? Why are
Okay,
they always
hold
hungry for
on.
power?
Do you
Okay,
want us to
let's have him
answer?
answer.
Okay, let
Well,
me answer. Have you finished? Sorry, Jare,
let me just say
Obasa.
this: I have to go.
I mean, let
Yeah.
finish. So let finish. Yeah.
Okay. What I would say is that Obasanjo contested with Olufalaye, a deliberate attempt, and Buhari kept at an individual level. He kept pushing himself up. Now, the way Northerners see power, I know it's a little bit different from the way the Southerners. We have a very mixed. Ideologically driven country, so I may not be able to, in my own words, actually convince you of what like strategies of politics and power actually look like in the minds of a northerner, in the way that he sees influence as a currency, and that if just participating in an election to him has political value, because it keeps his name in the minds of the people, and his movement in the hearts of people and things like that, not necessarily for the sake of getting there in and taking the seat. But I would just say this: um, we are dealt the cards that we have now. It's left for us to play it however we want to play it. The world is not always fair, but we should all doing our best to ensure that there is fairness in what we see around out there, and that there is justice. And on that note, let me just say that may
No,
God forgive Buhari
my
his
brother, my
sin.
brother, my brother, not without my, not without my short question, please, sir, please, sir, please, sir, please,
Tony, go
I
and
beg
speak.
you,
Oga,
please,
answer your
please,
question. Let me say they shout out like say
let me,
one fight.
very quick, very quickly, sir.
Ifoma,
My
First of
God,
Ifoma,
if
all,
I say
caution
one
them now.
question,
first
let
of
me
all,
know when
Hassan,
they talk
Hold
about
welcome,
on,
you.
hold on,
Caution
hold on.
them now. They just Tony just come and talk.
no, but I was
Okay,
to ask
hold
question before
on,
you guys
Tony,
guys.
started to
just
disturb me.
Stop,
go.
Uh-huh.
stop.
Tony,
Okay.
what's wrong now?
Tony,
Yeah,
please ask your question respectfully. Okay.
okay, yeah, thank you
Thank
very much. This is a very respectful, conversation. Welcome, my brother. Last time the network took you away. I was enjoying your,
Ask your
your submission.
question.
And so my question is that because people did pointed me out with a Kenny specifically that were this whatever you call us, but I want to let you know that my family actually supported the wish Buhari come into power in 2015. My family voted for Buhari, all my extended family, my state, my even all across Nigeria, because we were tired of somehow tired of at least probably ignorantly we were convinced that Jonathan was not doing the right thing. So all my family members, and then especially as a teenager during the Buhari's military era, I love him too much. Even up to date, even as
Now
then
ask your
and
question.
hold on. And then when he came in, 2 years down the line, everything was working. Look, I still remember that Buhari ordered the military generals to take all their headquarters to Borno so that they can go to Boko Haram, and things were cooling down. Everything was running fine until that 2017 when we had that this guy probably may have died, and then but we didn't believe until we saw the country just going down the drain. Nothing was working, and the 2019, during that campaign interview, he couldn't even answer a single question. He was always looking at Usibajo for answer, and then later we didn't see him for the past 8 years. You know what I'm saying? And then ever since he purportedly left the office, we have not been seeing him coming out. We are seeing Abu Salami, we are seeing Obasanjo, we are seeing Jonathan coming out. Where has this guy been? Always speaking, via his spokesman. That's why we said that this guy was, Unadi Kanu, the prophet, was actually right. Because everything that he predicted, people will be coming to our forest to kill our people, and it's actually
Can you
coming to
not
pass.
can you not take us back to that Nnamdi Kanu stuff, please?
That's
Don't take
why.
us back
That's
to
why.
that.
So I'm not.
Please don't
Look,
say that.
look. This evening I defended Buhari throughout. You can ask one man went to Mo. I said that guy is a very good man, but that we don't have to
Let
blame
me
him
answer.
because
Let me answer
that
your
is not
question.
alive. That's why things didn't work out. Thank you very much, sir. I just want to
Actually,
tell me why we didn't see him for the past 8 years.
sorry, let me answer your question. I'm actually pressed for time.
Thank
Well,
you.
I had thought when you started asking, because you were talking about how he was doing quite well and then he couldn't do well again, blah blah blah. I will tell you that what had actually happened to Buhari when he first came into power was he fell ill, and when he fell ill, everything changed. So from the perspective of somebody who is outside, you think you think somehow that Buhari could be exchanged, and you think that is an argument. Well, I cannot argue against conspiracies. Please, I don't have. But the case I had wanted to make was that
It was
um,
logical because we didn't see him, sir. We didn't see him.
no,
We didn't see him
that
come out
that
to talk to people. Uh,
that is not a reasonable deduction. No, nobody can say that. Well, I don't want to go into that. Let me just say this.
uh,
So what actually happens, as human beings, we don't want to acknowledge, but that is the reality. You see, this moment we are living right now, that this moment, this time that I'm sharing with you, when
yeah,
it's gone forever, and
yeah.
nobody can give you back that time. Money, can be spent and can be saved and then used later, but time is the only thing you cannot save, no matter who you are. So when it comes, it comes. When it goes, it goes. So there's this human thing with perception and perspective. When you are living in a moment, no matter how you think that moment is not it's not good for you, or is bad for you, or is good for you, after the benefit of time, when you look back, during Buhari's time, during Jonathan's time, all of us were still rancoroing like this. That okay, during Yaradua or Obasanjo, it was better, and during Obasanjo's time, we're still looking at the military. It has always been like that. Well, it's a human thing. It's a psychological human thing. So they say hindsight is a what? Big B, and then asterisks, asterisks, asterisks. Okay, everyone. Bye bye. Salamu alaikum. See you some other
Thank
time.
you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. We
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Princess Chioma, for letting me in and then give me this great time, Huh?
Thank you, Tony. You're
You,
the best.
now you are the best
Shama,
of Africa.
Shama, can I just say something quickly? Yeah, can I just say
Yes,
something quickly, Shama?
of course.
Now,
Yes.
see, this I would say, it's our time for the South to open their eyes. Coming 2031, anytime the North, they say is the time of the North, the South should feed their best candidate as well to contend against them. That's what we have to do. They don't have the monopoly of anything. Every time the South, anytime the North, I mean, they're doing their election, the South to keep quiet. They would leave the space for them to do whatever they want to do to feed their own, to feed the best candidate they have. But when it's the time of the South, you see them coming out
Let me
with their
tell you
best
this.
contesting
But
against
Let
let's
me
be
us.
matured. Let's be
Yeah,
matured.
there is
Let's do like
balance to
their
it.
big
This
brother.
never, this never,
The
Who
this
thing
train
never,
them
is,
so we
this,
go
let
do
me
listen,
that.
speak.
the thing is
You know
that
what I mean? So
we
we have to come out
whether
against them
south,
as well.
whether south or
Kenny, are
north,
you serious
whenever
about
we
what
have
you
the
just said?
best candidates, we have to
Kenny,
Yes, I'm serious. Oh,
carry
I'm
on
serious.
you are
further push.
serious?
Yes.
You honestly think the South can come together and come up with a candidate?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just asking, and basically we should
Kenny,
come out. I'm not
It's a
saying
Kenny,
mission
hold on.
impossible
it's what we
now.
can do right now,
Kenny,
but we should
Kenny, can I
unite,
answer those
So
right,
the
questions that
South,
you
forget that
and
South.
produce
That's
someone against them when it's their own time
Kenny.
as well.
Kenny,
Because
You
this
want
is
me
hold
to
what
tell
on
you
this is
the
what they
now.
truth?
always
Hold
do.
on. Let's answer you too.
Yeah.
You
When
see,
Obasanjo was
you were
against
asking
this thing,
that question
Buhari
for
came
me.
out.
Kenny,
Kenny, do you
one
want
There's
me to
no
tell you the
second.
time
truth?
not don't feed the candidates.
Kenny,
When
hold
it's time of
on
they don't
now. Let
respect
somebody else talk.
this thing. They always come out.
Kenny,
Atiku
do
contest
you want me
last
to
year.
tell you the truth?
Kenny,
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you the truth? The truth
Yes.
of the matter is there's a such thing called the North in politics. There's no such thing as the South. That South thing does not exist. It's never existed. Forget it. Even when the British left, we still had the one North. We had three Souths. You understand? The South, there's no that South doesn't exist. We don't have it. In fact, there's no ideology that brings us together in the South, politically or any way, culturally. No, there's no South. You guys should stop wasting your time. The North will continue to be powerful politically because there is something called the North,
But
political
because we
North.
make them, we allow them to
There
do
is
that.
no
We allow them to
political
be
South.
powerful.
Kenny, hold
Most
on.
of
Let me
us in the
ask you a
South, hold on,
question.
in the South, all of us in the South, we prefer the Northerners and next Southerner. The Southeast prefer, they're even telling you right now, they rather have a Northerner be in power than Tinubu to
Than
continue.
the South.
And the Southwest will say the same thing sometimes. They will tell
No,
you,
no, no,
no,
no, no, Michael, that's not true.
all of us, no,
That's
maybe a few individuals like you, but most in the South,
no.
most of us trust the Northerner than we trust the other
How can we
in the
trust
South.
the North? Look at the suffer. Why are so
We
so
hate them, but
screwed?
we trust
Kenny,
them.
I
Kenny,
mean, it's not. You understand? It's
No,
not
Kenny.
no,
being
we
this
don't
thing.
like
You
them,
need to
but
know
when it
about
comes to
how to run a
politics,
D,
country.
sorry,
Yeah.
D,
my brother,
didn't you hear Tony? Tony said he supported Buhari, him and his family through and through.
from this one, you
Choma,
don't even take my word.
Choma, I've
Just
been
study.
wanting to talk
Listen,
now. Nobody, you
history is the
guys are
best
not
lesson.
allowing me.
From the beginning
Sorry,
of Nigeria,
I mean,
talk.
every
I'm on this
southern region.
panel too now.
Hold on now, let me land this. From the beginning of
Because you
Nigeria,
Mike,
came now, said Mike, and you just jumped in and some
now,
of
but
us were
that's why
here.
she
We
give me a
kept
chance to talk.
quiet.
You guys have been talking for hours. So if I
Who's
just
been
came,
talking for hours?
I know maybe
Choma,
minutes.
if you are managing this panel, let's know now.
But let me just make the point I'm trying to
Some
make.
of us are in 12 a.m. here and we are
I,
waiting because we
I,
wanted
I,
to talk.
I promise. After Mike, let
No,
him.
this is crap.
Exactly,
I'm
just give me a
telling
chance now.
you.
Sorry,
Good night.
you
Mike
don't.
now, Oga here. Mike now, Oga.
No, Tony, no. Anyway,
Patoski.
when we're having a conversation, we have to be honest with ourselves. That's one thing we don't do in the South. When we are talking to ourselves, we just like to talk for the moment and we contradict everything we say. Just read your Nigerian history. From the beginning of Nigeria, every southern region has always aligned with the north against the other side of the south. It's always been the case. We
But but
we
but
trust
Mike,
the
this time around it's changed.
his
It's
name is not. Are
different.
you kidding me? The political war
Yes.
going on online and everywhere is between the southeast and the southwest. So what is changing? It's a bloody political war. The hatred is just growing on the daily basis. Like literally. So what are you talking about? It's even getting worse. So
So,
that South miss me with that South talking points. I don't buy it. It doesn't
so
exist.
Patoski need to speak, please.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think it's there. But Mike, quickly, yeah, just because we're bashing Tinubu doesn't mean that we hate it. And
No,
I
no.
tell you, because everybody just wants a better Nigeria. And remember, like once you're the man there, then you're going to be bashed until you do the things for the people. So
My
it
brother.
doesn't mean it's hate. I understand some people say, "Oh, you're hating." It's not hate. If I say, "We don't have food, we don't have electricity," it is not hate. In fact, the fact that I even come out to want to even say it, you should take it as is love.
My brother.
But
You
if we are
understand?
doing
You
something
see,
like
yeah,
that, is
I
it
didn't
two
even mention
years?
Tinubu.
Is it
I
under
told you to
two
go and
years is going to provide all everything like that? Just under 2 years. We are not being
It it
truthful most time.
it
Is
doesn't
it under
even
2 years that
matter
it will turn out?
how
And let
long.
me tell you
But
something about
yeah.
electricity. Electricity is not no more in the hands of the federal government.
Is
It's
that
not for the
OG? I'm
state.
scared.
I'm
Is
just
that
So
OG?
they have
yes,
taken them away.
yes, but it doesn't
So
even
sometimes,
matter.
and
But
Mike,
when you're
Mike
saying,
is
well,
right.
listen,
Mike is right. The South, we are never together. Because if we
My,
are together, let me tell you a bit. If any Northerner is telling you that they are going to cede their collation to the southern part of it, that person is lying to you. It's a blatant lie. They will never. Atiku is the head of the coalition and he's going to be the presidential candidate. He's not going to step down for nobody. And if he's going to step down at all, if a possibility, it's not going to be that to be. Go and write it down.
my brother, you are responding to me by mentioning your Tinubu. I didn't even mention Tinubu. I just told you, just go and read the history of Nigeria politically from day one. Even when we our first political encounter, when the I will not want to approach South approach South is like, come on, we need to form this thing against form this Southern this against the North. After the meeting, Zeke went to the North straight up because he trusted the Northern more than the guy. And later the Southwest did the same thing. In the South, a typical Southerner does not trust the next Southerner. We trust the Northerner word before more than we trust the Southerner. So that's just what, in politics you align with who you trust the most. So every Southerner trusts the Northerner more than they trust the next Southerner. So that's the one thing the Northerners understand, and that's why they always laugh. They know they can easily just draw a Southern region to them to themselves over
see,
the Southern competition. They know that.
I
That's why
understand,
they laugh. They know
Mike,
it's the
Mike,
easy game for them.
Mike,
Mike.
Mike.
That's
I
why people
understand
right
that,
now
yeah,
they
and
think
that's
about they are
because
fully
they
obedient, are
have
just laughing.
population. Listen, that's because they have population. This is why
No,
we
you
need to
got
make
no,
it a north and south thing.
my brother.
Because they have so much population,
It's
they'll
not.
tell
It's
you,
not
Mike,
look,
about the population,
it
my
Mike,
is.
friend.
Mike
It's not
is
at
not, it's
all.
not, it's not, it's not about
It's the
population.
They
population.
are.
It's
No,
about the greed of
no.
We are
individuals.
telling you
You
about
understand?
Yeah, they are
No, but it's
together
the
very well.
population advantage that they
no.
have.
We are
That's
not
not
Do you
true.
talking about
understand?
We, actually,
population
we
here.
have more population than them in terms of voting.
Mm,
Oh,
Not,
hold on,
no,
my brother.
no, yeah, yeah, yeah. But because it's not this time they're rigging. It's rigging
No, forget rigging.
that everyone is
Let's leave
doing.
rigging out of it. Let's just talk.
No, I
Hold on.
understand what you're saying. If
Listen,
it's real,
hold on. The only time the South ever voted together was Jonathan 2011 election when Jonathan won, and that was the only time the Southwest, Southeast, South all voted for Jonathan, and there was nothing the North could do. That was the only time. Understand? So that time quickly went away. That honeymoon didn't last. You understand? That first time the South ever came together, like, oh yeah, I don't know what happened. Though. We just happened to find ourselves in the same room for the first time, and we aligned. And we didn't even negotiate it. It just happened. You understand? And it didn't take too long before we quickly say, okay, we made mistake. We were not supposed to be together. We divided after that. That was the only time. And the
Why do
North,
you think
that
it's so,
that
Mike?
that thing shook the North. The North were afraid. Like, damn.
Why,
Even
why
Buhari
do you
cried.
think it is like that in the South?
Well, the problem is our fathers, every one of us, growing up, your papa will tell you stories. Say, those people, they're never your enemy, you know, because it's just that we don't, this is our way of doing things. We are not very honest people in conversation, in things we do, business, everything. So we have that instinct, natural instinct that we don't trust the next certain person. That's
Mike,
why
I think it's
hold on, let me say this very important. Every one of us in the South, the people we employ to guard our gates is a northerner because we trust him. more than hiring a fellow Southerner because we know that okay, this guy we can trust him with our life. That's why we want hire somebody to guard our gate. Now, both people they go look for. We don't dey look for Yoruba man or Igbo man or Ijaw man because that's just how naturally we trust the Northerners more than we trust ourselves. So it's a trust thing. It's something maybe we have to work on. So that's what it is, man. So let's be honest with ourselves.
So, Madam Rosie, good morning. Do you have anything you want to say?
No, I'm just listening. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Okay,
Yeah,
no problem.
thank you.
Mike, let me say this here, Mike. Yeah, you see what happened in the
Mike
south.
and
Yeah,
Madam Rosie, welcome. Mike, that's not the reason why the South
Sita.
is how they are.
I-
That's not the reason.
Okay. See,
That's
is the
not the reason.
greediness of individual in the south in the south. Yeah. Number one, like Mike said, we don't trust each other, but we are greedy. We like to oppress each other, and we don't trust ourselves. You know what I mean? That's why you see some southern people now when they know that it's the time of the south, they come out publicly to say, okay, I'm supporting the north. Somebody like that man, they said he like food, ovation man. Because of what's going to hit, because of his own stomach infrastructure. That's what's coming out. You see somebody like that big mouth guy, uh, uh, the movie star. What's his name? Okonko, that doesn't know his left and right, coming out in public to say it's going to support the North because of what is because of what it's going to gain. It's not because he loves not that much. It's because he's fighting for himself to be in
I
power.
don't really think that is actually 100% the reason, or even up to 40% the reason why the South is how they are. For me, I don't think the reasons you guys are giving is the reason why the South is the way they are.
Well, Madam Zita, help us explain.
You see, there are two things that is going for the North that is not in the South. In some pocket places in the South, they have it, but it's not a general thing in the South. In the North, two things are going for them. Their traditional institution. I won't use the word religion. I want to use the word traditional institution. And then some of the Northerners over the years, maybe because of their tradition and culture, has been able to distinguish themselves among their people. Okay? When you look back, you will see people like Yaradua. You will hear people like Buhari. You will hear people by Aminu Kanu. You will hear people like Dangote, Dantata, blah, blah, blah. When you see these people, they are somehow being seen as distinguished in the world. I'm not saying they're sent, but they have tried to project themselves as guardians to their younger ones, and they carry them along. And that way, they build a kind of their own kingdom and their own followership. Now, let me go back to the South. Look, I'm not done with the North. Then they have what they call the emirs, the what do they call those? Their teachers, and they have what they call their elders. And when you go into the northern villages, you'll be shocked at the way these people operate. Let me give you an example. If you come to a place, I want to use a place most of us will know here. Let's take, for example, the Noshodi. Let's assume they have a like Oshodi in the north, somewhere remote in the north. You have a problem in that Oshodi. So difficult to handle. I will not go agree, blah, blah, blah. You take that problem. There is a particular woman in that enclave that they will take that problem to. His words are final. And when he said that thing, and another person or the person, he did not go on his side, try to fight it, the villagers will revolt. We do not have those. Why would the villagers revolt? Because that kind of person has distinguished himself in honesty and in truth.
Madam
He
Sita,
might not be, let me finish before I lose my thought. He might not be a saint. Now let's go to the south. I said before that in the south, they have pockets of things like that, but not the way it is in the north. You come to the Yoruba land, they obey their obas to an extent. They have their elders. They have some distinguished Yoruba people that can talk, and they're like, even when you don't like it, you keep quiet. You come to the Edos, it is the same thing on a pocket. I use the word pocket. But generally, the southern people don't have tradition and culture that is able to build that kind of society. Take for instance in Igbo land, those ones are no-go area. They say Igbo Amaeze in the sense that they don't care if you are the king. They respect more of who is the wealthiest, even when he's a crook in the land, than the institution that they use to bring out a king. So when the king speaks, it doesn't carry weight the way a crook that has a lot of money to flaunt will speak. Now, what does he do to such a society? The people who knew the guy is a crook will not buy all he says, might take his money. The people who know the king, that he doesn't have affluence, might believe him, but they cannot follow him. What does that situation do in a society? It makes them never to come together. So whether you call it they are not politically together or they are not politically followers, the thing is that the institution of their tradition and their culture can never allow them to do that. Yes, a southerner like Buhari might go to, like Tinubu might go to contest a highly contested election and win. Hallelujah, praise God for him. But saying that a southerner will come out and southerners will follow him in their multitude, I don't see that happening. Not because they can't, if they want to, but the institution that they have laid down as their tradition and their culture will not let them do that. Thank you. If you want to ask me a question,
Madam Sita,
go ahead.
can you hear me?
I
Okay,
can hear
see,
you.
yeah, what me I'm driving at is, like you said, we have all this pocket of leaders that we all listen to. But when I said the South should come out to challenge the North when it's their own time, I'm not saying the whole South should unite. For instance, now, if Southwest and South, like maybe they form a party or like from APC or something like that, and they produce somebody, yeah, that can actually challenge the opposition of that North, no matter what, if the North have two candidates, that will give us something to talk about. You know what I mean? It will reduce the vote. I don't think they might even
No,
have a
I
tie.
didn't understand your last sentence.
Now, what I'm saying is, we if okay, this time now we believe this is time of the South. That's my point. And the time of the South, I believe the North shouldn't produce any candidate. So any candidate that will come from North or from South, it has to be from the South. So the North should support the South, but they are not doing that. Every single time they keep uh, um, 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 producing their own candidate as well, like Atiku, like all those people. So
Kenny.
what I'm not saying is, yes, hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying
Okay,
is,
finish.
when is the time of the North? When, for instance, let's say Tinubu finish 2031, we all know that the power is going to shift back to the North, and they expect South not to produce anybody. And I'm saying, when that time comes, we should produce somebody as well to challenge them. That's my point. That
Kenny.
that's
Yeah.
what
It is
that's what I'm trying to
what
say.
Answer, let me say this real quick. Kenny, do you know that in 2023, before 2023 election,
I can't hear you.
Southern, hold on, let me say this. The Southern governors all came together to have a meeting to agree that candidates must be from the South. Do you know where they had a meeting? In Delta State Governor's House, at Governor Okowa's house. And they went there, they sat there, and they all had a meeting and they all agreed, came out that we all agreed that the candidate, the presidency must shift to the South. After they left, they all went to their respective place. Guess what? The person that hosted the meeting, who's the host? Governor Okowa. He went and ran as the vice president to a northerner. So I'm telling you that when they get together to talk, they're not going to be honest with each other. They're just going to talk and lie to each other and deceive each other. So
the
the
thing is
host is
that
not even like another member. The person that hosted the meeting, Delta
see,
State Governor, he ran as
Mike.
Atiku vice president after agreeing that they will all agree that the candidate must come from the South. So
That,
forget this Southern thing, man. We
okay,
can't forget it.
let me say this. You see, the southern politicians are not building their camp among their people. They're building their camp in the center. Why? Why would they do that? Because the tradition and culture of the South is not giving them room to do that. I use the word in the North, distinguish. The South is kind of total different from the North. We are kind of, I can't find a better word, but let me use the
I
right
think
word.
we are kind of so we want to take our decision by ourselves. Kind
Thank
of
you.
too liberal. Like
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
we
We
why
are.
did not turn out to the factor religion first? That
No,
is
no,
a
no, no,
big
no, no, no,
no, it's a big.
no.
I'm talking about northwest and northeast. I'm not
Okay,
even not
wait,
central.
wait,
We're not
wait,
subservient.
wait. Thank you. That is the right word.
You don't have to be subservient to know how to be.
We are, hold on. The word, I wouldn't use it subservient. I will use it as we are not actually observant. And we are very disrespectful. We want to do what we want to do when we want to do it. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Doing what you want to do, how you want to do it, where you want to do it, and when you want to do it. But don't do such a thing blindly. Look around you. You can find somebody to mentor you, to look up to for truth and honesty. Somebody who will tell you, don't worry, I'll get this done. And you think he's joking, he will get it done. Not once, not twice, not three. Say, pat you in the shoulder, guy, calm down. I'm your elder. We will see to it. We follow it. And you will see him stand there. The problem the South have is that even if somebody try to treat them that way, that blindness of not seeing will make them still want to exhibit. I want to do what I want to do, how I want to do it, when I want to do it, and where I want to do it. So they do that blindly. You cannot say that the North are locked up. They are not. They have a lot of Christians there. But the thing is that they don't do their own blindly. And because they don't do it blindly, the Southerners see them as being stupid. And actually, it is us that are stupid. Do you know that today, in the South, the whole of South, there is nobody, I repeat, nobody stands out in Nigerian politics. Nobody that you can call now from the South and said, hey, this guy, this guy has been doing something nice. It has impacted. Then the East will say, yeah. The South will say, yeah. And the Southwest will say, yeah. No, nobody. But you heard this guy, he came here. In as much as he's saying nobody can fit in Buhari's shoe, he mentioned one or two names and said they may be in future, they might struggle, but that they have their own camps. Can we say that about any Southerner? The answer is no. So it is not actually a thing of the now. It's a thing that that has been happening from the time immemorial. I give you an example. When Adaka Boro came, he said he doesn't understand this amalgamation, that he wants to go. Let his own part of Nigeria carve out. At least he was the first person that wanted, what do you call it again? What is this thing iPod are doing? What do you call it? Find the word for it.
Secession.
Secession. Thank you. He started it. Who fought him blue black? It was Ojukwu and his cohorts. Something your brother saw. When I use the word brother, I'm talking about the South now. You fought him to finish. Years after, you saw it. Actually want them to come together and believe you. I don't know where they heard it will come from. You fought a war. You tried to force them to believe you. They said no. Somebody like Kesar Wiwa revolted it and said, this is what Nigeria. Years later, the same monkey came out on the same notion that Adaka Boro saw over 20, 30 years ago. And now the question is, they don't trust themselves. They don't believe in themselves. They want to do what they want to do when they want to do it. When them as a person believe themselves. So in such a society, it will continue happening like that. It's not something that can be reversed. If you like, hit your head on the wall, turn around, jump up and down, raise your head, turn your somersault on it. It's not going to work. Because all of them are looking at the center. They're not looking around in their environment to build, according to Hassan, he said, pockets. That some of them have their own camps. Then I now asked this morning, how many Southerners have their own camps? None. As I speak to you, we get tried, but what Fubara did,
Madam Zita,
Wike did
Madam,
not do anything.
obedient get camp, obedient have camp.
No, they don't. They don't.
Agbado guys have camp as well.
No, they don't. They don't. Let me tell
Let me
you
ask you
why.
guys a question.
Hold
You
on.
see, when Buhari and Atiku ran against each other in 2015? Oh no, sorry, is it 2019? Yeah. Did you guys see any kind of division in the north? Even though Buhari is from northwest, Atiku is from northeast, did you guys see any kind of ugly politics where insulting? The north divided over these two running against each other. When it comes to the South,
Politics of insult and rudeness and abuse.
we didn't see any of that. They just ran and their supporters vote for whoever and won. And the division, the anger between the two candidates, Atiku
Mike,
took Buhari to court. But when it comes to
that
South, Omo,
that's our
hatred,
culture.
hey,
Not be
hmm?
hatred, though. It's our culture. It's part of our tactics.
we hate each other too much, I beg.
It's not. I don't think so. I think we're taking it too much. Remember, if you come back to life, you will see that everybody's the same.
Do you know
Everybody's
that? Do
feeling.
you know what's even funny about this 2023 election? What shocked me, what really confused me the most was that when it was time to run, and three candidates were running, Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi. And I would think Atiku would be the
And
one everybody should be
Kwankwaso.
attacking,
And
because
Kwankwaso.
it's supposed to be the turn of the South. So it should be Southerners running against each other. And nobody attacked Atiku. No Southerners attack Atiku. In fact, the only people that were attacking Atiku for running were
Who,
Southerners. They were
Mike,
some Northerners were like, well, Atiku, why are you running now? It's the turn of the South.
Mike,
Let the
you're
Southerners run.
wrong.
The
Who, Mike,
Southerners, they ignore
Mike, you're
Atiku.
wrong. The obedient camp.
Obi there
The
launched attack on the kind of attack
see
they
the
gave Tinubu.
6
I'm
million
like, oh my
votes they
God. I'm
got.
like, Atiku is your problem now. He's the one that even rob Obi. Yeah.
No. The 6 million votes they got, where did they get them from?
You see?
You think if the obedience, the southeast, south vote that obedience got, who did you think it affected most? Let's be real, man. It now think we affect most.
No, you're not getting my point. You're not getting my point.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
listen.
but I mean,
No, I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking about during the campaign, right? When they all decided, three of them decided to run, right? Atiku is the one that really offended Scrooby. He's the one that offended. He's the one that I see as the one that offended Southeasterners. He's the one because he's supposed to let. He's not supposed to run. He's supposed to let Obi or Wiki or whatever the Southern guy in PDP run.
why
Well,
they
hold on,
got
wait
this?
now, wait. Hold on, give me a second. I'm not saying they have no reason to be attacking Tinubu himself, but Tinubu has done offended no one. All he did was decide to run under his own party. The only offense he committed was to run as the president. Now, Atiku here, he screwed Wike, he stabbed him. He screwed Obi, he screwed all those southeast guy. Hold on,
Mike,
give me
can I
wait
say
now, wait.
something?
The guy screwed them. He kicked them out of PDP and ran. And when campaign started, the only person they are singing song, they are spreading bigger hatred against was Tinubu and his tribe men. And I'm like, this article, man, here is just free flowing campaigning, no attack against him. Maybe if
But
there's an attack, maybe
Can
just
I say
small
something
comments.
before I go?
And I'm like, these guys are not serious. That's how much we hate each other in the South.
Can I say something before I go? The guy that said that the vote will be got from the South affected the article. That's a wrong political assessment. On that situation, in that circumstances, just as we said, North and South, those votes normally should have gone to Tinubu because that election was run on South for South. It was run on, it is the time of the South. So Obi running against two Southerners running, they are going to rub themselves out the vote on that circumstances because Atiku won almost the whole of the North. I mean, not when I mean North, I'm not talking about North Central. I mean the whole of Northeast and Northwest. So in that situation of 2023, Obi actually took vote from Tinubu because it's Tinubu that was a South person.
no,
That being
my,
said,
no, my.
there is another thing I want to correct before I go. You made mention of Tinubu and Obi building their own pockets, like their own kingdom, like trying to have their own foot soldiers. No. The kind of foot soldiers that are built in the North are not circumstantial foot soldiers. They are not circumstantial. You don't build it under a circumstance, no. You start building those foot soldiers when you are a young man, growing up as a guy. That's why I use the word integrity. You cannot come out after your, what is it called? Your kingsmen that you ruled for 8 years, called you all manner of names. How useless you are, how incapable you are, how stupid you are. They even questioned why you are sitting in there. And the circumstance come, they started following you. That's not building a foot soldiers, because that circumstance that made them follow you, another circumstance can make them leave you. At least you heard what Emeka said. Una bye bye yo.
Uh, what's the guy? D. Is it? What's your name? D.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So the point I'm making, the obedient, particularly Southeasterners, the region for the since 2023, since this 2023, people they if you go online, their campaign, their talking point, the hatred, the political enemy is Tinubu and the Southwest. Now, I don't mind if what doesn't make sense to me is Atiku. It's just running just as much as Tinubu is running. He's running too. He's there. He's in the picture. And then secondly, the apart from North Central, which I won't really call corner, but the amount of votes Obi got from the Southwest is way higher than vote he got from the core North or from wherever Atiku come from, other core North, North. But Atiku is in the picture. But there's no hatred for Atiku and the whatever his people, which wouldn't make, I mean, I don't. But the kind of hatred, the bitter beef over this 2023 is against Southwest and Tinubu. And I'm like, what is this all about? What is this? This so this whole anger, the hatred, all this beef online
But
is
I,
over nothing but Tinubu decided to run for election for presidency. And he wasn't the only one running. So the other candidate running, no hatred for them. No, what the heck?
bro, this thing is a two-way thing. The hatred that you have from the Agbado, from the APC machinery towards Obi is a lot. It's the same
No,
thing.
no,
My,
no,
my, my
no.
brother, my brother,
Let's call
the
a
hold
spade
on.
a spade. When they are campaigning for that election, the obedient were so rude
They were the one
and
that
they were
created
so
the Agbadorian now.
abusive
They
to
created the support.
No, no, no.
everybody. They don't
The
care. To
function, listen,
everybody. They
D,
started calling them names and
D,
it was
D,
so
D, D,
bad.
D, this,
Please.
this,
listen, what do you prefer? Listen, I'll give you, what do you prefer? I will not call you names and you will win. Or like Atiku now, they didn't call him names, but they didn't vote for him.
hold on now. D, in fact, I can probably go pull video
You
of,
don't understand what Mike is trying to
Remy,
say.
let me break it down to him. D, I'm telling you that the moment campaign began, go to internet, the obedience, this is not the first time we have policies in Nigeria where someone is running, people are running for election. They first, not only were they attacking Tinubu, they attacking Yorubas. They started this insult. Any Yoruba person that is see supporting Tinubu, insult, they will just attack him, insult every to the point where showing even the first person to even react there was Femi Kuti. Because Femi Kuti went online, all he said was, me, I'm not supporting Obi. Next thing, they insulted him, attacking to the point even Obi had to meet with him. Showing any Yoruba person should start attacking you if you don't support Obi. I'm like, and then Northerners are not supporting Obi. Why are you not going for them? Like literally, so that attack is what now bring many Yorubas to start saying, okay,
Mike, that's not true. Mike,
hold
that's
on. It's become wait now, wait. That obedient behavior, that insult attack, even on platform, yeah, what Niger Watch, all of that, they were just insulting Yorubas. I'm like, what the heck? All because Tinubu is running. Then that's when Yoruba started responding. So now, hold on.
Did you know why it is like that?
The hold on. Yoruba started responding. The responding, and then Igbo respond back. It became now. That's where we got to where we are now going back and forth. But you can't tell me that the Yoruba started this insulting back and forth that we're doing today. I don't think so because it's not the first time election have been held in Nigeria where Southern Yoruba person has run against the Northern. It never got to that point.
You see, according to what the other lady said the other time, the only point I didn't agree with her is that that the northern were just completely submissive to their leader. You see, one problem that the northerner have, okay, is that they have refused to educate their people. Okay, so systematically they have locked their eyes, their mind, they have locked it in the circle of ignorance. Okay, So even some of the decisions that are supposed to be challenged, okay, the average northerner will say, okay, okay, he's going on with it. Okay. But you see, culturally, in southern parts, okay, I think most of our problem is cultural. Like Yoruba now. Yoruba, even Yoruba will have objection. Even though he will go and do something behind. Okay. It will be very difficult to be confrontational with an elder. It will be very difficult to pass insults, except the one that is not properly brought up. Okay. But Igbo are not like that. And you see, one attribute I give to the leader is to do something that you know that is right, even though it is not beneficiary to you, and which is what Obi lack. Obi could have cautioned these people that okay, we can disagree, we can disagree, and at the same time agree not to disagree. Okay, I don't want you to be passing salt. It is a matter, it is a battle of ideology. Okay, it is a battle of how you want the country to be run. Okay, we are all Nigerian. We are all stakeholder. Okay, so your own choice. Eh? If I'm not angry with your own choice, don't be angry with my own choice. So let us just debate. Let us just okay share idea. Let us just instead of this is what Obi lack, and Obi thought it is beneficiary to him, not knowing that the other part of the country is looking at him from the angle of okay, if we support this guy and it got there, is this the way it's going to rule? So basically, if you look at Igbo doesn't have any iota of respect for age or for anything. So far you go contrary to what he believes, he will insult you. And they bring it into that politics of 2023. And this is exactly what is still going on. That is, it will still enter that 2027. I have a guy in my place of work. Just because I said, no, I cannot support Obi. Me and this guy, we are very close. Oh. We are very, very close. Do you believe that the fact that I cannot support Obi bring quarrel? Immediately, he changed to me.
It will insult generation. It will delay.
And I was like, how, if I'm not forcing your own choice on you, why forcing my own choice? Why do you want? In fact, they are so uncivilized, so uncultured.
You know, I've been following Nigerian elections since the 80s. Even during Abiola time, there were people in Lagos, like Northern, they were supporting Tofa. Sorry, yeah. It's Tofa, now that guy from the north that ran against Abiola. And nobody, there was no insult on saying you support the other person. Even the 2000s, all the elections we had for Obasanjo versus.
You've never seen in a household where father will be PDP, the mother
Even my
in Yoruba,
family, my brother, my own brother was supporting Obina, and
in Yoruba,
and we
father
didn't
will be
even insult each other.
PDP,
We
the
didn't
wife
fight.
will be APC, the children will be Labour Party, and it does not bring quarrel.
All we
Everybody
me
is
and him did
living
was
their
debate.
life.
My own blood brother, he was obedient, and all we did was just debate all the time. We didn't fight. Fight over what or insult. I mean, we have elections since when? I mean, we had this democracy in 1990s. I never seen one that got to this level. He just anyone who don't support your it insult the way when we started running. I thought it was IPOB. I couldn't even know the difference between IPOB and
I'm
the.
telling
I'm like,
you,
is it Biafran? Because the people I know that was doing all the insulting online were the
Peter
IPOB.
Obi does
They
not have
insult every
any
tribe.
quality of
They
leadership. He
insult
does
Northern,
not.
insult everybody, and then Obi then I'm like, this is this IPOB? Is it? Are you guys campaigning for presidency or you are agitating for succession? Which one? There was no difference between IPOB and obedience. They are both insulting everybody.
And no matter how bad you are, immediately you support Obi, you are clean. You are 100%.
I say, man, these people they gotta go learn. I don't know. I don't insult, but they
It
gotta
is
go get to them.
the problem is cultural. Okay, and immediately Igbo has put it as a ethnicity champion. Okay, they spoil all the image that Obi supposed to project. they spoil everything. Imagine insulting people like Wole Soyinka just because he did not support your candidate. Where is the decorum? Where is the upbringing? In individual level, you put Igbo person in your house as a tenant, it will be a problem for that Igbo to pack out. If you say you want him to pack out, it will be serious problem. To me, I believe it is cultural. It is cultural. The problem is cultural, not any other thing. But that of the northern people, the northern people, their own is not. It's not as if they purposely subjected their people to ignorance. They subjected them to ignorance. An educated mind will have ability to see what is wrong, what is right. It is not the case in the core north now. What did they do? Once they give birth to them, put them on the street, start begging, take them to Arabic school, fetish. You don't finish with that. The next thing you see, they will just go the one way. One way. Their leader said they should go. Can you imagine? Is anybody there? Hello?
Yes, I
Yeah,
was about.
we can
Yeah,
Yes,
hear
yeah.
you.
I was about asking you when you say fatigue. Are you in Germany? Because that was a German language. You say fatigue.
Mr. Tony, I did Germany now.
Okay, how far? No, sometimes man say they made a mistake and they speak German here sometimes.
Yeah, I did Northern Westphalia. So the
Okay,
problem,
okay, beautiful place,
the,
eh?
the,
A lot of
the,
guests.
pro,
That place I get a lot of guests there. Oh, beautiful place, eh?
uh, the problem really,
Remscheid,
the
that
problem
hilly
really,
city.
I think, is cultural.
Uh,
And it would have been better if we can all be united. And even though we are not on the same page in southern part of the country, at least be more respectful to each other, because we are very, very much interwoven than even the people in the north. We have Yoruba marrying Igbo. We have Bini marry Igbo, marrying Yoruba. We have South
We
South.
marry not too. The
No,
not.
then they marry, but you cannot compare. I say we are very much than the northern part. Okay,
I don't necessarily agree. If you go
you
to
may
the
not
north,
agree,
if you go to Kaduna, hold on. If
but
you come
this
to
this this is what this is my own opinion. And if you
okay,
have ever lived in Lagos, you will not say you didn't
it's the
agree.
same thing. Now, if you live in Kaduna too, you see the same
Have
thing.
you come to Lagos
Uh,
to see the number of intermarriage?
you see the same
Intermarriage.
thing in Kaduna now. The intermarriage, you see it there too. In Abuja, you see it there too. Northern and
I didn't say
Southern.
it's not. I didn't say it's not
It's
there,
the
but
same
I
thing.
said
It's the same
it.
thing. You just think it's because your own location. That's what you see. But if you go to that location, you see the same.
the
A
way
lot
you are,
of
you
intermarriage.
are, you are speaking politically here. You have to link us up with by cultural, historical background. Let's say cultural history. Not be say.
And when you look
So,
at when you
so when
look
you
at
say, you see that, hold on. You see just now, when Madam Sita was making her submission, it was always said that the Yorubas and the Edo people, you see the way you describe our culture, that we
no
do
no no
respect our
Yoruba
elder.
and
Hold
Edo
on, hold
people
on, hold on,
doesn't
hold on, hold on, hold on.
no
That we do
Yoruba and
respect
Edo
our,
people
no,
doesn't
hold on,
even
hold on,
have
hold on, hold on. That we do
too
respect
much
our, hold
difference.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. That we do respect our elders. We believe that our traditional institutions, stuff like that. Those are the things that bring people together. Okay, not be say
Yeah,
intermarriage. Yeah, look. Am I not married to a German or having a child with a German with an Arab woman too? I mean, does it make me to be an Arab people or closer to them? No. So
don't misconcept what I'm
the way
saying.
you have to look
I
at it,
was saying
we also have linkages with Igbo. Hold on, please, sir. I've not been speaking since. We have linkages with Igbo, via Onitsha and all those Agbo, because they came into a place, we are mixed up there. Then the Benin and the Yoruba were already one. So stuff like that is what you have to be looking at. Not be say intermarry, what if intermarry? To get to now will bring people together. Okay, that don't.
I have said it. I have
Yes,
said it up front that
yes,
the major
yes.
problem we have is cultural differences. Okay, why some culture like in the Yoruba, for example, okay, have element of respect. Okay, it is not the same in the southeast. Okay, an average southeast by his own making or her own making does not believe that he should be respectful to anybody. Okay, his opinion, her opinion is final. Okay, but I am saying, you see, that of much respect that
Yeah, but we can
the
still
northern
manage it. We can
people,
still manage. We can still manage that our differences. Because of
we
due
can
to
manage, but how can you
yeah.
manage to somebody who is not
I
respectful to
will.
your?
I will. Do you know that because we have religion tolerance in the southwest, and also I don't know about Edo too much, but in the southwest we have religious
Edo to
tolerance.
have respect. Edo have respect.
Edo,
That
Ha-
Edo
religious
and Yoruba is just 100% the same.
that
Have
religious
you
tolerance
look at it
really
from
help
this
us a
angle?
lot.
Look
It
at
really
it from
help
this
us
angle.
in one family. You can see a Christian and a Muslim. The
The
father
same
can be
thing with the same
Christian.
thing in Edo now. The same thing in Edo. All those Muslims when they power, they
look
are
at it
married
from
also
this
to.
Oh, okay, so that
look
makes
at it from
sense.
this angle. Look at it from this angle. If Edo people now, like five, let's say like 50 settle down in a community in other part of the country, you will never see them bringing out an Oba within that 50 people. Look at it from the Yoruba. Yoruba can be 500. You will never see somebody arguing himself as the Oba because he's in the community of his people. But
Inheritance.
10
Yes.
people in Igbo land will go to another community. Instead of them to subject themselves to the culture, tradition of that community, they will violate and disrespect because they don't have the clue. They start choosing themselves. Igwe, start building palace, start commenting on something that
Are you
they
talking
don't
about
even
Ghana?
they don't even have the cultural knowledge of why certain things are certain the way they are.
We can still manage them. We can still manage them. We
How?
can still
How?
direct
For
them.
somebody that came to
You no
violating your
get
culture, your
option,
tradition.
Oga. You don't have option. You understand? You don't have any option. The guys even want to leave. You don't want them to leave. So what are you talking about? Sir, like what are you talking about? You don't even have an
But
option.
but
You
D
have to
D
deal
I
with
No,
don't
it.
agree
no,
with that statement
you
though.
can't say they don't have option. No, why do you
You
say they don't
don't
have
have
option?
an option
No, you
because
can't talk that way. You can't
Remy,
talk
give me
that
a
why
way.
second.
not?
Hold
Let
on.
me.
You have to
What will
learn.
happen
You
is
have to
that
deal
Hold
with it.
on, guys.
listen.
No,
The-
I'm the moderator. So D was trying to make a point. D, go ahead and complete your point.
See, what I'm saying is, right now in Nigeria, there's misconception about everything. I don't understand how why some people would do that kind of stuff. But I think again, it's probably just bringing their people together. It's not like they're going to take the land, all this kind of stuff. And this is how I think. But if some people are misconcepting it, they're thinking, oh, they're going to do this. No one's going to take anybody's stuff. Do you understand? They do it in their own way to build their culture up. It doesn't mean that they hate the people. Because first of all, for someone to even leave the land to come and stay in your place, it's it's love. If you don't like the people,
Let me
don't
tell you.
leave them.
Let me tell you. You see that excuse is not even fashionable. Okay?
Just
There's nowhere in any part of the world there can be two leader. Eh?
nobody is your leader. They say leader amongst
I
themselves.
said
Just
there's
like
no
we have
way.
a
How can
Hold
you
on.
go to another community and set up an
listen.
Igwe?
I will on. Let's put this in proper
No, no,
context.
no.
I'm trying to
Igwe
understand what you guys are
among
talking about.
listen. I'm just saying, no. Igwe, for example, if I have my Igbo people around here
Are you
and
guys
we
talking
set
about in
up,
Nigeria or in Ghana? Are you guys talking about the Ghana
whether
issue?
I think
okay,
he's
can we
relating the
also?
Ghana one that we're mixing it together. That's one. That's what I think. I think it's just a
Because
cultural thing. It
it's
doesn't
two
mean
different.
harm.
The
Can
Nigerian
we
one is
also? Can
understand.
I
Did you know
contribute?
what
Remy,
your
hold on
people
now.
do?
Remy, hold on. The Nigerian
When
one
the
is
Listen,
Oba of that
understandable.
community, when
Hold
the
on. The
Oba of that
Nigerian one.
community give an order, they to give their own order.
Give me a second. Give me a second. The Nigerian one is understandable that you are within your country, Nigeria. But that Ghana one, are you presenting the same argument? That
no,
Ghana
no, no.
one
I
is
don't think that
okay.
Ghana one. I think listen, the Ghana one. I think that guy was trying to scam people. because it
No, no,
doesn't
no.
make
Whether
sense.
it was trying to scam or whatever, but the way
My
I
brother,
mean,
it is a
him
sign
even
of
saying it,
disrespect to your host.
that
I mean,
Ghana one,
look,
that one was out of line, man. I mean,
I,
in
Can
nobody
Nigeria,
I
will
can
forget
I
it.
say
believe it
something?
because I think
Uh,
I, in my view,
Mr.
yeah, I
G,
think that guy was trying to scam people and he was
Mr.
using
G.
those kind of just saying
Listen.
those kind of stuff.
Did you know one thing that give me that piss me off in all these things? Okay, is that what you cannot take, you dish out to people. Imagine
Yes.
somebody coming into any of your 5 states, even to acquire land is difficult. Not to talk of
I,
even
it,
settlement.
that's not true. That's not true.
That's
That's
true.
not
I
That
true.
know,
is
I
That's
know
not
many
true.
true.
people
That is
around
true.
here.
Don't
Give
deny
me
that
money
one.
now. I
That's
will
true
buy you
now.
the land.
Why?
You go. Give me money. Let's go and you buy the land. You people are scared. This is
Is
what
it
I'm
easy
saying.
to
D,
buy
come
It
on
land
is.
now,
there?
be
Is it
honest.
also
It's
easy
easy.
for
It is.
you and Indiji to buy a land? Let me contribute
Yes.
quickly. Let me tell you something. I also did my youth service in
D, even
Enugu,
Kenya has come
and
to tell us here
I know
that they
Igbo
don't
land
sell
very
land in that
well.
place.
Even among Igbo people, it's very difficult for them to buy a land because the place is small. Talk less of a foreigner. It's also difficult for an Ebonyi man to come to Enugu and Anambra to buy a land there. It's not easy. I
Exactly.
understand.
So, so
But
you get it.
look. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm trying to tell you the truth. What happened in 2023? The main architect of that wahala. I understand Obi wants vote, oh, but what he did for that campaign is not good enough. He edged people on. He had the
Mm,
obedient on. They are the one that caused that wahala
No,
in
he
that
had
in the
Igbo on.
southwest.
He had Igbo on.
He had Igbo on by
it's
all
not
when he go
see.
when now listen,
Oh,
when he go to Lagos, he will go to campaigning where there is a lot of Igbo people, like Alaba market, like this Quickie market. Everywhere he goes to where the Igbos domicile. That is not a good politician.
But
That's not
that's
a
not
good
a
no.
hatred. That's
No,
well,
not.
that is
Look,
No,
not a good
no,
leader.
that's
this
not.
is what
Remy,
I'm
That
I
is
saying.
don't have
not a
problem with
good
that.
Did
That's
you
leader.
his
see?
choice.
Did you
Can
see?
I say something?
Did you see
Remy,
Tinubu go
please.
to? No, let me
I
answer.
just
Let me ask you this question.
Remy, you're
Did
not
you
making
see
strong
Tinubu
argument,
go
man.
to Kano, Kaduna, Katsina? That he go to where the
it,
Yoruba are living?
yes,
Did he
he
do
will
that?
He
That
do
will do
no,
what
that.
he wants,
he
man. I
didn't
don't.
do that.
He
The
can do
argument
Okay.
has been
whatever he
given.
wants. Let me
Remy,
say something. Sorry.
Remy, your
I want.
argument is not even strong from what
It's not
Mike is
strong at all.
saying
You're just presenting
because
You
fake
he
understand
argument.
what I'm saying?
didn't campaign in the East at all.
What I'm saying
Okay.
is might be different from what Mike is trying to say. But maybe I
Yeah,
can
but
See.
get my
let me
question and
present
then I
stronger
can not
argument,
clear.
man. Calm down. All these
Wait,
we
wait,
have
wait.
done this, should have done that.
Okay,
I can
wait.
do whatever I
Mike,
want.
Mike,
Come on.
Mike, Mike. I want to come to you. To you. Let me
Yeah.
explain to you because I know you always saying it's hate. It's
Hmm?
hate. It's hate. Like
Is
you
what?
think that when the obedient are attacking Tinubu, that is hate, or when the obedient are attacking Yoruba, that is hate. But me, I'm
Like
telling
what?
you,
Like
it
what?
is
I didn't
not.
hear you.
I think when they're attacking, like when they attack, when they criticize the government or they
When they
criticize
insult.
APC, they
That is
insult.
that is
But
not the
let me
same
tell
thing.
you, let me tell you, it's not hate. We have to get used to the
Are you
new
saying fake?
reality.
Oh, you saying
It's
vague?
hate,
What are you
hate,
saying?
hate.
Huh?
You're saying it's hate, hate, isn't it? Insult, it
No.
means hate, like we hate.
Oh, AIDS, AIDS. Okay, okay, okay. No, no,
Hate,
no, no, no.
hate.
No,
You
no. Let me
understand?
tell you
Like
what I
the
mean by AIDS.
insult.
Okay,
You
finish. I'm
understand? But
listening.
okay, let me conclude. Then you just say. But
Yeah.
in my view, I do not think the obedience or the Southeast people is politics, and that's how they play the politics. Do you understand? And in Nigerian, genuine Nigerians don't even hate tribes. It's political people trying to bring everybody together. Do you
Let me
understand?
ask you some.
Let me
Let me
give you.
ask you something.
Wait. I'm coming. You finish. When, like me, 4 years ago, I didn't know about politics. I started probably 4 years ago when we used to be in those rooms, like 1 year after NSTARS, we're looking like, okay, this country, that's true, we didn't know nothing. We used to be in those rooms where Buhari used to be. Used to be Yoruba and Igbo. We go, they attack Tinubu, they insult Tinubu, they do everything, they knew that it was the both of us that did it. Let's not tell lies. Do you understand? Then when the political structure changed, that Tinubu came in, I think this is everybody started splitting, and now Tinubu is there, everybody, but maybe Northerners they don't like to insult. So the Southerners will keep on, insulting, but it doesn't mean they hate. Even me, the way I thought, yeah, I thought that even Tinubu, even the tribal something, I thought it was going to be worse. But
The
now you notice that it just
Remy, hold
Why
on
did the
now. You guys give me chance to
southeastern
respond to him.
people
Uh,
insult Buhari
I
for
want
do
to.
you
8 years
understand?
also? Why
I
did they
want
They,
to
you
ask
are
insult
you.
him for
I
8
misunderstanding
want to
me.
they
years?
ask
did
you.
it together. Listen, let's not lie. the southwest and the southeast and south, everybody bashed Buhari's government.
Uh,
No,
All
it's from
through.
this.
Hold on.
No,
Remy,
no,
give
no,
me
no,
chance
no,
to
no.
talk
Hold on,
now.
hold on,
That
Let's
is
hold
a
on,
take it
hold
easy,
on,
lie.
eh?
hold
Let's
on.
That's
not
a
tell
lie.
Hold
lies.
It's
on.
from the
Remy,
southeast.
Chama,
You
let
It's
him
understand?
complete.
You
Remy,
say you're from
Remy,
south.
please, hold on, hold on. Please, I want to ask you one question, and I want you to be truthful. Please be truthful as much as you can. In the whole of the southern part of of Nigeria, which ethnicity do you think is very much accommodating in terms of in every definition of accommodating?
Well, let's not even go there. That's not what he's arguing against. He's not arguing whether who is
No, 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 no. Just
accommodation or
let
not.
him. I've told him
But I'm
earlier
coming. We
that
all know.
he
We
should
all
be
know. But
truthful.
DOG, this is what you're mistaking. You are mistaking attack on a criticizing a candidate with uh, okay. For example, when there's no president was there, when Obasanjo was there, Yorubas, Igbos, everybody insulted him. He's an individual candidate running as the president. People criticize his bad policies or
Nobody
whatever,
attacked
whatever.
his
Hold on,
family.
calm down, calm
Nobody
down. I'm
insulted
coming,
him.
I'm coming. I'm trying to land. And D, what I'm telling you is, he when Tinubu was running, if they were criticizing Tinubu, campaigning against him and things like that, that wouldn't have been a problem because they do it to every candidate that positions himself. But what I'm telling you is, they were insulting his ethnic group, insulting anyone as Yoruba. They literally were insult. I'm like, okay,
Threatening people. Threatening people.
and that's what we're talking about. You were not focused on the candidate. If you was just focused on the candidate, we know that yeah, anyone that presents themselves, people attack him. Obasanjo, everybody attack him. Now even Yoruba, we join. We everybody Obasanjo bad in that. We all
Who
attack our
abused
leader.
Obasanjo past? Is it not
Hmm?
Yoruba?
It's Yoruba people exactly. But the Tinubu one, the moment he started campaigning, they were just insulting Yorubas. Like I'm
They
like,
make it Yoruba versus Igbo.
yeah, Yoruba versus Igbo.
What kind of attitude is that? And you want to be president? Eh? You insult people at will, you threaten people at will, and the idiot that is benefiting all those things kept quiet, even when he's supposed to push back, at least to present himself as a leader for all. Instead, he will just kept mum. I didn't have
He will
control.
never do something like that. That kind of politician, that kind of OB. In fact, I don't know where to place him because he's a liar,
Somebody that
and
goes to church to go and take back
he's
your country in the
I don't.
church.
And
Does
at
that
the
mean
end of
that
the,
does that mean that I, as a Muslim, am not a stakeholder in that country?
no, you are not. So they don't want you. So
Eh?
it's only the
You
Christian
are
that they
telling people
want.
to take back their country. Look at everywhere he campaigned. He went to, is either he went to church or he went to Igbo domineering area. Who,
That's what
who
I'm
can,
trying to say.
what kind of stupid leader do that? Eh? No matter the idea, no matter
No.
the beautiful ideology you are bringing on board, if you present from the beginning all those kind of red flag, it's definitely rubbish whatever idea you have.
And look at what is transpiring now. We are looking for toward 2027.
No,
And at
that
this,
is the same thing that will repeat itself now.
it
D
will
made his
repeat
If
point.
itself. You know what
No,
will
no, no.
happen? They
Tell
already know that Obi will chicken out later. And they are
he
already
would
lining
not.
up Amishi. He
can
will
you
chicken and they
imagine?
will
You
pick.
are you are
You know
making
what?
you
Na
They
are
will
making
lie.
it
pick
like as
him.
if I
They
cannot, I
will
don't
pick
have
him.
rights.
They,
I
they
don't
will
have
not
right
pick him
to
for the
support.
collation. He knows
I
it. He
don't I
knows
don't
it.
have right to support the candidate of my choice except I accept the one you support.
What
What
do
kind of
you
So they
mean?
stupidity is
Is it
and
that?
they
my
and
choice?
they
Did they tie
they
your
will
hand? What are you talking about? Nobody tie your hand. You're already in power. Do you understand? If it wasn't for the obedience that stopped the article machinery, Tinubu would not be there. If you don't
fine.
understand.
They would have been the president now, but when they did not cooperate
Or
together,
is it
is
the
it that
president?
it is somebody's
Those
fault?
you were easy to understand is if Tinubu didn't win, I won't lose a sleep. You understand?
I won't
Do
lose
you
a sleep. I
understand?
would have
It's not
moved
Everybody
even
from
talk
that.
there
about
But,
to the
politics.
but I
BVI.
just want to say
Olufalaye didn't
something.
win. He
See,
didn't.
I want to
Hold
say
on.
something. I do not think when you're saying all these things, it's political. It's politics. It's on this politic, this thing. In reality, Nigerians love themselves. Everybody love each other. Everybody's together. Do you understand? And they don't really mean hate. And they don't mean the cussing and the insults. You have to get used to it. Do you
Gio.
understand?
Let me say, let me,
DOG
I
made
Until
his
was,
point.
I
His
was
point
sorry.
is fair.
Let me say,
until you
I
are
was
able
sorry.
to tell me until
I
you are
was
able to
sorry.
tell me that in household in southeast,
I,
in
I
any of
was,
this
I was,
households in the southeast,
I was sorry.
there's a family member.
That last
That
election was a divisive election. it was between the three major tribes of Nigeria. And but the infighting, the accusation, the insult was between the southwest and the southeast. And
See,
who started that insult?
even
Who
me as
started
a
that
person,
insult?
if I want to support, if I want to support Obi, what with that kind of veracity, I will think twice.
And then to not make it worse, after the presidential election, then you can start
They
Lagos is
continue.
no man's island. We are going to take Lagos away from you. That is why you see that result of the gubernatorial election. The difference between Sanwo-Olu and that guy was around 700,000 votes.
You
People
come to
came out.
you
You
come to
can't take
somebody's
our
you
land.
come to somebody region.
That
You are
is the
saying
reason we should
Lagos
say
is
the
no man's
truth.
land. Can I come to Enugu and say Enugu is no man's land?
You
Can
dare
I?
not try it.
Eh?
You
Can
cannot
I
do
do
that.
that?
You
Did
can't.
I even
Why
stand?
should you do that?
Did I even stand a chance
I'm
to
trying to
contest
tell
for
you
We told
to
you
that
to
contest
try, to
everybody
for
try it. So
councillor?
don't go try them.
what I'm trying to tell you that if you are born a politician from Ebonyi, he cannot go and contest in another state. But when you look at Adeola, that guy, a senator now from, but before he was a senator in Lagos State, now he's a senator from Ogun State, and he's going to contest the gubernatorial
Governor.
election. Yeah, governor in Ogun State now. So you can see, you can come from any part of Yoruba land and contest in any Yoruba
I
land.
don't support the politics of
So
ethnicity at all.
no,
But
I
you
don't
see this
support it
Igbo,
too.
this
So
Igbo,
but for me, I can
I
guarantee
can
it.
never in my life allow them to even take ordinary councillorship in Lagos State.
Mhm.
I
No,
will never be happy with
for
it.
yeah, but it's because of the aftermath of the election. What happened? I thought it would
There's
stop,
not no.
but it does not stop, and people continue to agitate for nothing. At the end of the day, what I see is that if Obi have won that election of 2023, do they have a choice? He's my president. I have to accept him. But we see
But
No,
some
Remy,
people.
Remy,
No, it's not
D
my
Igbo will
actually, he
president.
dominate
actually asked a
It's not
everywhere.
that
question.
I don't.
But D,
If he's the winner, I have to accept him now. What
but
can I do?
Remy
Life
D actually asked a
continues.
question. He said, well, why don't you guys let them go when they said they want to have their own country? So if you are keeping them to Nigeria, then why are you complaining? I think that's what you
So
asked. Is that what you
the
asked
issue,
earlier, D?
Mike, the issue is this: when they're asking for Biafra, nobody is stopping them. There is a very good way you can go about your Biafra, but it get to some stage. No, listen. I
They
will
don't have
listen.
a representative.
Like, listen, it get to some stage that they don't know, they are confused. They don't know which one they want. They want the presidency. They also want to go away. You
But
have
just
to
give
pick a
them now. Give
choice.
them the Biafra now. You don't need to be. You
No,
don't need
They
to
won't
go
stop
through.
them.
they have to take the right way now. Go to
If
United Nations and follow it.
So they have to
we
take right
Jesus,
way before you give them. You can just
this
give them now. Don't wait for
Yoruba
them to take the
nation,
right
they
way.
dig the scam as well. Let me tell you, and this is what I said. I've learned this Yoruba people. You have to be careful with them. I used to be in those Yoruba rooms, in Sunday Igboho room. All those things, they are Yoruba nation. Now lie, now scam. All of them. When Tinubu come in, they got everybody. Look at that one. Don't move to abroad now. Do you
I agree
understand?
with you on that one, though.
Do you
I
get me?
agree
So
with you.
that's scam. Don't believe these people now. They want they because they know the things they're going to say to rise the people up. And this is why people, oh, Lagos, now you get some. All those things, it was them that did it so that they can rise people up. Because
Who did
again,
what?
who's telling you, Lagos now, this thing? It was just a political tool that they used to catch people. And if you see the people who do it, it go be Yoruba people if you speak Igbo, they'll come up. And it's
Come
a
on, man. Stop it,
scam.
man. Stop it.
I'm just
Come on,
saying, but not even that, like in those public, what's it called? In those public forums where they'll catch the person. Do you understand? There are people who speak different districts now, language, and they will do it like, oh, it's them, and rise the people up so that they can get their
my
people to
brother.
be
We
one
we
way.
literally have people that call on shows here. We're engaging on show and they were telling us.
Do you
So
understand?
don't tell me say one Yoruba they go disguise
No,
as Igbo talk am.
don't you understand? Like this,
They-
let me tell you, when I
my,
used to
my,
be in those Yoruba rooms, don't get, you see, like this, what's this called? This place now, yeah. I've been here for 4 years. Only I come out maybe in the last 1 month or 2 months. I'll just they listen because sometimes we used to be in clubhouse. So in clubhouse to be in the rooms to listen. In fact, and now I went to Twitter. Those article boys are then there for Twitter. You get one guy. I'm looking at this guy. I know you now, an article guy, but they do like say they do ADC and all those things. We don't understand those things now. We just need to be careful. And again, like I said, we want is South. There you go. It's Southern time. If it's not,
This guy, this thing has gone. The yeah, me, just you, Ambe.
Sorry, I said if the Northerners no fit comot for our votes, make it be South versus South, let Tinubu win. Do you understand? Tinubu, and when Tinubu wants to win, let him make sure he cuts the wings of everything so that by 2020 something, make people know revenge on his people as
You see,
well.
all this on that you are talking. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Let me give you another fact.
Tinubu might win because if Atiku come up,
Hold on.
he will
You
win.
said it is Yoruba that are disguising to say all those things. Hmm?
It could be, I say it could be, it could be,
Listen,
it could be,
You're
listen,
it could
broke.
be.
listen.
I don't trust, I don't
In the
look at
sixth,
So you're not convinced that it's the
geopolitical
Southeastern that
zone,
are doing it. You're not convinced.
in the sixth geopolitical zone, because it's always easy to push back when you know that this thing people are telling you it is 100% correct. In the sixth geopolitical zone in Nigeria, where which of any of those region the candidate win 98%.
okay, we don't find that, we don't pass that one. Boss, we don't pass that one. Moving forward, you anything
Okay,
this time
you pass
around,
that
let me
one,
tell you, this
then
time around,
you
this time
agree
around,
that Igbo are tribalistic.
it's not tribalistic. Tinubu
I
will
think
not
all
win
Nigerians
in
are doing it.
everybody's okay.
Did
Tinubu
you
will not win.
agree? Did you agree? First of
Excuse
all,
me,
agree.
Owl, whatever your name is, can you moderate your language or else I'm going to remove you right now?
Yeah, it's all Nigerian. I can't generalize. So you know,
I
Chama is Igbo.
promise you, I will remove you, and anytime I'm moderating, I will kick your ass out. So moderate your fucking language. Thank you.
Are you talking to me? Hello? Hello?
Continue, continue. No worry, no worry. Waiting she talk. Just continue.
Because I've never understand what I said that
No, I think
is
she you when you generalize when you say Igbo, she
no,
has
no, I didn't generalize. I said
you said
Igbo.
Igbos are she's an Igbo person. So naturally she has to respond.
Okay,
It
that's why
means like you are
it
talking
was
to her too.
wired up.
You're accusing her.
So because the guy was trying to defend it, that's why I had the fact that okay, in
Yeah, but
every of
try not
all
to.
those regions,
You can say some
where
or most or something, but don't say because when you say Igbo, I mean you say everybody, and she's Igbo, so she
okay,
has the right
okay,
to get
okay,
offended and respond to you.
okay. But the fact still remain that there's a region where a candidate score 98%, which is not normal. The society is supposed to be liberal and democratic in nature, whereby I have my idea. Your own idea does not superimpose on my own, and my own does not override your own. So play your part, play your role, make your choice. I do my own. That is how a democratic society is run. And we shouldn't be enemy because of politics, because of people that doesn't even know we exist. I'm not a family of Tinubu, either am I a family of Obi, okay? But here we are talking about politics. It's supposed to be fun, it's supposed to be game. It shouldn't be war, it shouldn't be enemy. We shouldn't transfer the aggression to each other. If you can make your choice, make your own opinion, I stomach it, I accept it, you know, why my own should be disturbance to you? Why? Why am I not allowed to make my own choice? Why am I not
So,
allowed to make my own opinion known?
so these
Then
things that you're
immediately
saying,
I
who has
become your
stopped
enemy.
you to make your opinion? Who has stopped you to stop making your choice? You've made the choice. No one is stopping you. I mean, why are you blaming one other person that's trying to
Oh,
promote himself or
by
push his
insulting
people?
people is
Yes,
not
it's nothing. Look, Atiku didn't get insult and he's not in power. Who's worse? I want Obi to get insult and be in power. Please,
I think I understand where you're coming from. I think
do you understand?
what this is saying is that they are not physically stopping you, but what their own way, their insult is just their own strategy. It's that they want to
Insult is
bully you to vote for their candidate. So it's like a strategy, but they want to use,
exactly
but they're not
is
Then
physically.
it's
our
okay.
strategy.
So when we also
But
bully back, they
which
should
is a
also
bad
You
accept
do
it.
strategy, by
the
the way.
same. That's what
But
we
you are
do.
not
You already
accepting
do.
it. But you are not
Who's not
accepting it. You
accepting
guys
it?
are not accepting it.
Who's not
When they
accepting
bully,
it?
when they bully you back, you guys are not accepting it. You
He
will
will
want to
accept
fight.
it. We don't have option. Listen, you've done it already. So you're doing it. So don't be like you're not doing it. Do you
Okay,
understand?
I mean, at the end
You're
of the
already
day,
doing
it's
it.
all strategy. That's what it is. But it may
Eh,
be a
but
bad.
again,
It
fine.
may
remember,
be a
all
bad
this is just
strategy.
Okay, it's
politics.
your strategy.
That's their
Let's see
own
whether the
strategy. But
strategy
to
will
me,
make
Did
it's
sense.
you
not.
know
It's a.
what
It's a.
that strategy can bring? It can bring
It
Exactly.
war.
cannot bring
It's a dumb
It
anything.
strategy.
can
But
bring
Okay,
war. Okay, listen, listen.
Which war?
You
It's not
go,
bringing no war.
listen,
Yoruba people will
li-
not fight war.
listen. You say it cannot bring war. Do you know what how
Other,
Rwanda was started? You
but
go
an
to
lie.
church.
Let me
You
tell
go
you,
to church
Nigerians will
and say,
never war.
Christian, take back your country. What do you think of the Muslim? What do you think the
Who?
reaction of the Muslim will be?
we
Which
all know we ain't
Muslim?
going.
Nobody is going to let anybody go
Nobody will
away.
start
The
war
only
because
people
of
that want
Muslim.
to go,
Because
listen,
of
yeah,
Muslim
nobody
deaths.
will let anybody go. Let me tell you. Let's not make all this calm. Nobody now. We want regional something. We want let's go our own way. No, but in fact, we don't want anything. Make Nigeria stay as it stay. Let's all deal with it. How we're going to deal with it. And let's love our brother as our neighbor. Let's love our outside neighbors.
That's
Let's love
supposed
our
to be
Yoruba
the
neighbors.
language. That's supposed
That
to be
is
the
that is
language.
what it is. No, all these people, they'll be threatening like, oh, there's something happening. A lie. It's all scam. Do you understand? It's all scam. You go to Lagos, Igbo and Yoruba, they're eating, they're doing everything. It's only these political people that they on it and they're just scamming everybody. This is how I believe it. You understand? If you want to buy land in my village now, give me money, I will sell land to you.
Why
Cheaper
should I
one,
why
sell.
should I give you money? Why can't
do
I
I
buy
do
it
I need
myself?
to give you money? Do I need to know you before
No,
I buy it?
Why
come
can't I
there.
buy
You
it
come and
myself?
buy.
I don't
He
need
said,
to
no,
know
yeah,
anybody now.
come. Listen, come to my village. You see land and say, hey,
Is
I
is
want to
is
buy land to build a house. You,
that is
and if
not
you can
true.
stay there, what's
That's
not
not
true?
true. That's not true. I'm
Why?
telling you the
See,
truth.
that's
That's
not,
not
no,
true.
no, no, no. Let me tell
That's
you
not
what
true.
it is.
All the
Listen,
Yorubas we know that went to the southeast, they all told us that they couldn't do
no, let me tell you
it.
what,
So
let me
we
tell
have
you
to go
this.
by their
Let me
word.
tell you this. See, it's like this. Let me give you the Igbo culture. Yes.
Mm.
So now, if somebody wants to sell land in my, like for example, my own place now, they don't sell land. They go look for, as they just see the land, oh, okay, they'll say, I want to sell my land. Okay. Now we don't have where they can go online and buy land. So they'll tell their brothers and they'll say, oh, we have a family land, one person wants to sell, oh, do you want to buy? Somebody can go and bring a foreigner. So example, no foreigner, someone that's not in the ethnic place and come that wants to buy it. Then me I tell you how they do in the village, oh, they will not call you, hey, they want to sell this land or somebody else wants to buy it, oh. But because you're in the family, we will sell it to you. Are you interested? You have to. It's just a cultural something, and you will say no or yes if you need it, and they will say I would prefer to sell it, and it's not in a bad way. Do you
Okay,
understand?
okay, okay.
If you go there now, say you want to buy that land, you want to use for business, you want to use for house, nobody will stop you. People will
Okay,
sell the land
okay.
to you.
Now I accept your own position. And here is my own position. Okay.
Mm.
If that is your position, at least there's a common saying that what you cannot give, don't make attempt to grab it. Okay. When you now live that kind of life, you go to another community. Don't you
Mm.
think it is helpful you respect the tradition, the custom of
What's the
that
tradition?
environment? Okay.
What's the
For
tradition?
instance
Let me
now,
tell you the
for for
tradition
for
of
instance now,
Lagos. Okay,
for
okay, okay,
instance,
yeah.
for instance now, okay, when an Hausa, okay, settle in any part of the country, okay, they don't
Mm.
install emir. They only
No, let's
have
not
a
come on.
community
Sir, you're
leader.
mixing. Don't mix it. Sir.
No,
You don't dey mix
hold on,
it,
hold on.
something. No, you don't mix
Let him
issues.
give example of what he's saying
He's
so that I
giving us
understand.
no. Let him not put all those emir.
Because you
But
will
We're
let him
talking
you
give
that
about
is my
land
example.
problem. That
and
is my
buying.
problem with you. You
D,
are
Sir,
not
no.
ready. You are not ready to
Sir,
accept another
sir,
person position.
you're mixing issues.
No,
Sir,
D,
it's
I'm
let
not
not
him
that.
missing.
Let him give
Okay,
clear
talk
example so
about
we can
land.
understand.
If you
We
want to
just
buy
trying to
land in
understand.
Lagos or in Ogun State, what will happen? What's the
I will
difference?
give us
What's the
example of
culture?
Igbo that became king in Yoruba land. Is that an example of it? I know they did in Ghana, but I'm not sure of in
Oh,
Southwest.
so many places in Lagos in
In
Southwest. You see
Igwe.
Igwe. And
Me say I be Igwe now.
But among their people now.
No, let's be
Okay, let me
honest.
listen.
Wait, hold on. There's an Igwe in Castina State during your dual time. SND Igbo. And he was a real king, and he was recognized by Yaradua and even the
and
governor of that
and
state.
here's the problem. When the community leader or the Oba of that hosting community hmm, make an order, you also make your own order. That and it is not possible
Have they
to
done that
have
before?
a two Oba
No,
in
no,
a
no.
town.
DOG, no, 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 no. Hold on. I don't think that's ever happened. Where
Though it happened well, well.
The Igwe me I know in Nigeria, usually among their people. But they don't go and
Exactly.
impose, they don't go and start giving law to Yoruba people saying, okay, order to other non
No, they are
it's just among
listen,
themselves, you know.
listen.
Mike,
The one in Ghana is a little
Mike,
different. The one in Ghana, this one wants to buy, he
Oba
wants to
make
create this, he wants to build village.
when Oba make a decision, it is binding on both the foreigner and the indigene. You understand?
So
So,
are you
so,
telling me
look,
they are using
so
the Igwe now make
okay,
laws?
So
when
Mike,
an Igbo person not
When an
accept,
Igbo person make his own, and is expected to be binding on only his people. Okay,
yes,
and what me I'm saying
Do
that
you have an example of
you
one?
can have
Mike, I'll give you an example. The
you
one
can
that
have
I
a
know,
leader.
he translates Hausa to the Igbo people in Castina.
So you can have a leader, a community leader,
What do you mean?
like every other tribe, okay? But you don't try and set up a Igwe, because the name Igwe alone disrespect the sanity of some people.
But Igwe of
I-
who?
of who?
Whatever Igwe of
You
you
see,
title it,
say,
you don't have to
you
be
see,
Igwe.
How you have to be clear on what
but
you are saying, so we get a full context of what you are trying to explain. Are you saying they set up Igwe of the for everyone? Meaning Igwe now the Igwe
No,
is the Igwe of the Yorubas, Igwe of
no. I
everybody,
didn't
or
say
No,
they
of
make
just
Igwe of
No,
Igwe of
everybody.
Igwe
people.
of that community
I
or
said
that
they don't
area.
of
so
suppose.
the
They
ethnic
always
of the
I
use
Igbos
said
like
there.
that.
that name alone,
Remy,
that Igwe, supposed not to be part of whatever title they want to give themselves, so that it will not go into affect the sensibility of some people. It will not, you
I
know.
don't necessarily see anything wrong with that. Hold on, hold on,
No, a
hold on.
lot, a lot.
It depends. Hold on. It depends. If he is now like okay, for example, I always see Nigerians, even the Northerners, when they settle in the community in Southwest or any part, among themselves, they have union and they will have a Seriki. You understand? Same with
Uh-huh.
like Igbos or even Yoruba may settle
Do
somewhere.
you do you do you
But
see the name now?
wait, now hold
Seriki
on.
is not Emir.
Allow people to land. Allow me to land. I want to see area where I can agree with you. Now,
Mm.
where I may disagree is if they now start announcing to everybody, like imposing that okay, we here now we have this territory. It belongs to us. Like kind of like that one in Ghana was doing. That Southeast man in Ghana, because he's saying he wants to create a territory. That territory will be his kingdom, and now he's the Igwe of that territory. That kind of stuff is when I'm like, okay, now you're going too far.
Mike, the question you
You
should
understand?
ask is this.
That's when you have problem. But if you're saying me, just like in Nigeria in diaspora now, we meet. Let's say all of us living in Finland, we now come together. Say we are forming a Nigerian community among ourselves. We're not saying
You
okay, we
now
appoint
put
this guy to be
Igwe.
our king or whatever. But we don't. We hold on. We don't go and be telling the host community that hey, we are doing this. We are a king. That's a different ball game. But if
Oh,
we
it's
among
a thing.
ourselves, if the Igbos among themselves are doing Igwe just among themselves, I don't think
Yes,
anything
that's
wrong
Okay,
with that.
okay. It is okay
No,
like
no,
that.
no, 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 no. The
But
question is this.
did you know
I
what they do
will.
further? Did you know
I
what
will.
they do further?
The question is this. The
They
question
now
is
take
this.
a step further
When
to
they have their
establish
Igwe,
palace.
when they have their Igwe, they will build a palace for him. And when they have trouble, they can go to their palace and settle it. That means you have stepped aside the Oba in that area. So
Hmm.
any trouble you have in that foreign land, you go to your people to go and settle, which is okay.
exactly.
Which is okay, but at the same time, some people overdo it, and when you overdo it, like what happened after the election, because when you give people a chance like that, sometimes they sometimes overdo it too, and utterances that come out
Can
from their mouth
can
will
anybody
not be
do it in
palatable
Southeast?
to the local
Can
people,
anybody do it
and
in
that is why the
Southeast?
local people will fight back, and that is one of
okay,
the aftermath of that election in 2023.
That is
Okay,
not the truth. That
Mr. Remy,
is just like that.
question.
Go ahead.
So wait, are you saying that they shouldn't have a group where they can, when during election, they can vote?
Nobody is saying you should not
No,
have,
no, I'm
but
not I'm
saying
not
that.
talking that way.
If
The
you
election
shouldn't
was
have
so
shouldn't
hostile
have
to the extent that some people,
When
their
they start campaigning
utterances were
against
trying
the
to
local
tell the local
interests.
people that we own this land together.
How?
No, no, D, let me give you an
Listen,
example.
first.
Let me give you an
No.
Listen,
example where Igbos
listen.
got it
So wait,
wrong.
wait, wait.
Hold on,
Okay.
D, let me explain to you. Let me where you got it wrong. Okay, you guys are traditionally PDP, right? Right. So now you are in the southwest.
Before.
No, maybe yeah, back then traditionally, yeah. But now you are in the southwest. Among your Igbo community, you all agree that you vote PDP, right? Instead of you just go and vote, what he's now started doing, knowing that even the Oba of Lagos is endorsing APC, the population that the Yorubas, the local, that's their traditional party, and they are the host. Now you are now publicly campaigning against them. You are literally campaigning.
So
Now
wait, though, because
that's where you are wrong. You know, you're
okay, good.
pumping
Okay, well,
on
let me
the
ask you
local.
now. So because but there's a PDP that is a Yoruba person in Lagos. So you think that if you're living in Lagos, you should campaign for
you
PDP?
mean the guy that
No, no,
cannot
no,
speak
no.
Yoruba?
If
No,
you
we
are
are
if you are
what we are trying what
if
we are
you are a
trying to
guest
say,
in the
GOG.
community, you don't
Sorry,
start
Mike.
campaigning
Sorry, Mike.
against
What we are trying to
the.
say is that in the east, they don't allow APC to campaign. And in that
No, no, no,
election, let me finish first. In that election, they make sure that if you are not voting for Labour Party, they kick you out. You cannot tell me that. Look,
no.
let me ask you. No, let
No,
me
but
ask you this
the
question.
APC is
I will
not.
ask you a
Everybody
question
don't like
now.
APC. There
I will
back
ask
then.
you a quick question now. Imo State
Yes.
is traditionally APC state by Uzodima. Are you telling me in that Imo State they cannot even garner 30% or 35% of the vote for the ruling party of
Let
that state?
Remy, you're
Oh,
killing
But
my
come
no
on.
argument.
problem.
Remy, what
You
does
are
that
making
Very
my
go to
argument.
funny.
You're
show you? Hold
messing up my
on,
argument.
Let
guys.
me.
What
What
does that
I'm
go
not
to
talking
show
about
you?
party. I'm not saying like PDP, APC. What I'm saying is the ethnic group are coming together. Say the Indigo of Lagos. We are supporting. We're gonna vote PDP. You're not supposed to do that, knowing that the
What?
indigens. Hold on,
So
wait now, wait. You can go and vote, but you didn't have to be doing public ethnic campaign. Even if you want to do just campaign individually as okay, I'm doing PDP, or maybe individual egos are saying I'm voting PDP. That's fine. But when you
What
start
they
doing it as a
cannot take.
group, hold on. When you're not making it as a group, like the Igbo leadership in Lagos all coming together and calling the Igbo people, okay, we the Igbos, we voting.
No.
Hold on,
But
wait.
I
That's
was
hold
have
on,
it
now,
in Lagos now.
wait.
wait.
You let me learn. When you're not making like your ethnic group is campaigning against the interests of the host community, now you have looking for trouble. But if you want to vote. You don't have to publicly campaign. And even if you want to campaign, just campaign as individuals. But you're now making an ethnic group campaigning when the Oba of Lagos himself
You know,
is saying,
that is where that language of
yeah.
Lagos is no man's land come
And
out.
then that's where they have problem with the king, the Oba of Lagos. The Oba of Lagos categorically was making it clear, like, come, me as the king, this is my who I want. I want Ambodi. I want APC. I want him. That's what I want. He made it clear. That's the Oba. Now, does it mean individual should go and vote what Oba wants? Now, you as an individual, I can go and vote otherwise. Fine. But
But
when you now start
me
campaigning
as
against
a
the Oba,
group,
hold on. When you start calling your ethnic group to go against to now campaign as a group against what the host Oba is campaigning for. Now you're just looking for trouble with the community,
but
man.
you just say it's from.
So, Remy, what I was going to tell you is that what does it goes to show you when you said they could even come up with 30% APC? It goes to show you that we didn't put Uzodinma in office. It was rigged. So it goes to show you where Igbo people's mind is. It's
Okay,
not
so
APC.
anytime you do not win, so you are it was a rigged election.
But
Anytime you did not
no,
win,
No,
so it
Remy,
was
you
rigged.
know
You
that
you can't
So
think that
Remy,
way now. Why do
Remy,
you talk this
Remy,
way? Anytime
Remy,
you
what?
did not win, it was rigged. It was rigged.
Remy,
I am
it goes to
tired,
show
Gary.
you
I don't.
we
I
just
it's a
Remy,
that is an example of a
Now
Remy,
bad
you
loser.
yourself you can see
Bad
that you are
loser.
playing for regional politics.
Remy,
Oh, don't mind
Remy, you
them.
know
we
the
didn't
truth,
vote
so
for APC.
listen, yeah, you know the truth that Nigeria
What is the
politics is
truth?
rigging.
I don't. I hate it when you lose. You said it's rigging. Just accept you
Okay,
lose. Move on.
it is not.
If we
It,
lose, I
see,
move
it's
on.
not an
There's no
issue.
big deal
It's not
about
an
it.
issue. You know the truth that
Move on.
Nigerian politics is money. Nigerian politics
It's not
what's it
about
called?
money.
Is rigging.
Structure also play
Listen,
important role.
it is
Just
not.
accept you
Listen,
lose and then you move on. It's as simple as ABC.
good.
I
You
hate people that
know that,
complain too
and
much.
the
Complain,
bad
complain,
part is,
complain.
yeah, the bad part is, you know
Everybody is
you're doing
talking
the
over each
wrong
other
thing.
now.
Listen, you know you're doing the wrong thing. The bad part is, you know you're doing the wrong thing. You know it's not the right thing, even for your people. When you have criminal leaders, that is not your leaders that you have, that you're bringing, you're propping up. They will not even do the best for your children and your grandchildren, and you're supporting it instead of you trying to change it. You
Mr. D,
understand?
Who is the
Look
Mr.
in
D,
your
criminal?
can I get
heart.
a chance
Trying
to
to
speak
change it
for a
by
second?
supporting your own candidate.
Mr. D, can I say something for 1 second? Mike, Ogaremi, everybody. I think I think as a people, we are dancing around the bush. I'm going to say something now. I don't care how anybody takes it. It is clearly evident that we are different. I don't know why we are dancing around the bush. All this, let us unite, let us hold hands, kumbaya.
But then as time you they talk, finish,
Wait,
you will see.
let me
Yes.
finish my statement, I beg. It is evident that there's derision in their hearts. There's no point trying to embrace people that the overwhelming majority do not like you. Why are we trying to embrace? I think it is time for everybody to make clear their position. And from there, everybody just takes, to your house. Oh, ye Israel, they said, how did they make that statement? To your tent. Let everybody go to their tents. It is clear and evident. Mr. D is over here dancing in circles, is false equivalence, and all this. We are just dancing in circles. The fact that there was 98% vote for Peter Obi in the Southeast, it is absolute. And we saw the kind of statement that came out of the mouths of several people from the Southeast following the 2023 elections. Some of the obedience from the Southwest that voted for them were lambasted and insulted by these same individuals. So I don't think we should be dancing around the bush. There's hate, there's bitterness, there's anger against us as a Yoruba people. So don't let us
Bro,
disturb ourselves.
bro, stop,
And
stop
I think
inside
the
your
other thing I
line. No, it's
It's
not
good.
wait,
hate.
let
It's
me finish my
Everybody,
politics.
statement
look
now, I
at the
Stop
beg.
end
it.
of the day. If
And
you
these
had
people, when they talk like this
an
now,
offshoot
calm.
of a Simbajo, then we wouldn't have the
Let me
result
finish. I
at
beg, let me finish. Mr.
2023.
D, you have been there dancing around in circles. I've heard you. You are dancing around in circles. You are talking about in your land, where the same land, you go and meet your cousin. Essentially, what it is, it's a form of exclusion.
It is not. If you want to
No,
buy it,
excuse
you
me,
buy
Mr.
it.
Adi, all this one
Which
you
one
people
is
are dancing.
worse?
Let me tell you something.
Which one
Okay,
is worse? Your own, you sell the land and you go and sell it back again. Which one is worse? Ah,
it's me, my own, me. You think
Hold
me?
on.
I'm Carlos, and I'll tell
Let
that
me
to
say this,
people.
man. D, there's one thing you can't deny, though, man. I know you probably grew up around Yoruba people, grew up in Lagos, that kind of thing. So
It doesn't mean he doesn't hate you people.
no, no, hold on. Someone like D, and I have friends like him. I grew up with those kind of guy, where they grow up Yoruba, they speak Yoruba. So they don't really, their mentality is not like the typical Igbo person from Southeast
And
or they are, you
I've
But
understand?
been
Mike, it doesn't
saying
mean
So
that
this.
the
they will
people
try
don't
to
despise you
convince
any
you
the
that
less. Mr. D probably
they
despises
will try to
Yoruba
use their,
people.
they will try to project their
Yeah,
own.
he's being nice over here, but he probably despises all of us over here. He
So,
doesn't care if they tell us what
Mike,
to do
I've
agree.
been trying to tell D that he's not a real evil, to be
It's
honest.
not, yeah. I know a lot of guys like
I
him.
have
They
told
trying to
him
use
that because
his own
number one,
position.
he's from Delta Igbo or somewhere in Delta, and it's not the core Igbo.
Yeah, it's not
He
the call the
doesn't
one
have
that not
the
the call ones.
mindset
Yeah,
of Ekene. Ekene, a real Igbo will come here and tell you, "Oh, hi, you're not buying any
you're
land.
not buying any land. Yeah,
Who
So
born
the thing
you?
he wants to use his own
Like, stop
position.
pretending." And
Yeah,
to me, I
what?
don't pretend. Honestly, I'll just
Yeah,
say
At
that he
an
is.
individual level, if I
yeah,
have
exactly. Individual
something to
level. He
do
wants to use his own
at
personal
an individual
position
level here in
to
Dutchland,
describe his entire state.
if I
You
meet
can't do
an
that.
Igbo guy now, you are my brother, blah 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 blah, and we're supposed to do one thing or the other together. Immediately, he asks you which tribe are you, and you say Yoruba. Forget
Yeah, they do it even
that
within the
hatred will
southwest states.
come
Now they
up
do it now.
naturally.
Even in Alaba, if you go to Alaba, those places, they discriminate against you if you are from Yoruba, or they just
Naturally, that hatred will.
naturally like a lot of them. It's
It's
just
not
Listen,
the
hate. It's trust issues. It's
It
not
Yeah,
is
one
hatred.
is
hate.
trust.
Look,
All
One
And
is
I
let
think
trust.
me
it's
give you
it's
another
time for
example.
us to
No,
start
Chama,
Let me let me
to
give
make
you
it
let me
all this stuff around the circles.
one is
let me
It's
trust.
give
Another
also
let me
one
give you another
is
example. Let me give you another example.
historical issue.
Hold,
Like
hold on,
many of
hold
them
on,
were brought up to believe
hold
that
on.
oh, these set
Let me
pieces
give you
did them
another
wrong in the
example.
past. You know.
Let me give you another example. In the past, I have one space, one extra room in my apartment. Okay, and I was willing to give it out, but I didn't want to give it out to other country national. I want it to be in Nigeria. Okay, so my friend, this my friend is a Benin guy. He now say, okay, I have one guy that need accommodation. I will send him to you. So the guy came, we talk, say, okay, this is how much, this is how much. Okay, say no problem. Then the next question, he said, where are you from? I said, I be Yoruba now. The next thing he said, okay, Yoruba, I will get back to you. Now, so the guy he just wrong. Go. I was like, so coming from a tribe now, it is a yardstick for you to rent house from the person. I was
Brother, bros, don't make us be stupid. Don't
the
make us
fact of
be
all this
stupid.
stuff
Do
around the
stop
circles.
denying all these things. Come on, we all know
All
that.
these things are for
Mike,
like,
Mike, in all honesty, it's not about hate, it's trust issues.
No, no,
People,
Jama,
Forget
Jama,
trust. It is hate. Don't let us miss the word
Jama.
hate.
Another
You
one
are
is
being
Remember
polished.
hate.
You are being
come,
polished. You are
Choma,
polishing it.
me, listen, Choma, me, I grew up in Lagos. Yeah,
exactly.
most times I would pass as a Yoruba person there. In fact, more than my Igbo side. But and I tell you, Yorubas are the most what do you say, welcoming people in Nigeria. In my view, they've done everything. I've not had a problem with Yoruba people. Do you understand? I have had all these issues, all these things that you guys are saying, or what this man is saying. It is just normal one of all those kind of small, small
But
things.
did this stop you
You
from making?
understand?
Because we've over here in this platform. Okay, there's a number of Yoruba individuals here. But even then, we've had people come in this thing on this platform and make some very, very insidious statements, supposedly
But
against Igbo people, against Yoruba people. And I think our kindness, our loveliness is being taken
no, you're
is
taking
being
it.
taken for
Listen,
granted. It is
it's
saddening
the story.
it is
You in person. Listen, you in person cannot dictate what the Yoruba people will do. If you have your personal hate for the other
what have
people,
Yoruba
you
people done?
cannot
You
dictate
Hold on.
can
them.
tell me
Let me
what
tell
have
you.
Yoruba people done?
Let me come
You
in, Rich.
no
let
no
me
no. You're
no,
saying
let me
we
tell you.
Yoruba.
Let
We
me
need to
tell you.
stop with this. We
Everything
need to
no,
stop
D,
that.
you're not even Igbo. I don't know why you keep talking like this. Stop. Um,
Wait,
I
I'm
won't do
defending
that. Let
Igbo
me tell
people.
you from an Igbo perspective, it's not hate at all. Everything stemmed from the Biafra war. Hear it from
Exactly.
me. It's not
That
hate.
animosity is
We
the
just
No,
don't
high
trust.
Biafran war
Choma,
is
Listen, let
Okay,
me
okay,
finish. Let me finish.
Before the
No,
Chioma,
Biafran
let
War,
me
Chioma,
before the
finish.
Biafran War,
Let
okay,
Chioma.
me
people
finish.
like
Let me
Akitola were
finish.
out there campaigning.
Let me finish.
Let
So what
Chama
I was
finish. Yeah.
saying was it's not hate. Hate is a strong word. We don't trust Yoruba people. Period.
Exactly.
Especially from the Biafra war. That's when all of this started. Had we solidly together fought that war and ended it together in one piece, we would not be divided as we are now.
In what
So
Let
sense?
me
hear
answer
it
you.
from
Let me
me.
answer
Hold
you
on.
this way.
Hold on.
Know
No.
that
Let her
and
explain.
know.
Let her finish.
So
Let
know
me
that
answer you
and
this
know
way.
peace.
Chama,
Let
when
me
you said
answer you this
together,
way.
hold on.
Biafra
Oh, D,
war
hold
is
on.
just in the
Please, hold on.
minds
I'm
of
trying to understand what she said.
listen,
Chama, you said together. What do you mean?
listen, I'm not trying to sugarcoat things, okay? That's why I never said, oh, we like Igbo. No, I'm telling you, Igbo people have trust issues with Yoruba, period. No one, like anyone who's telling you different is lying to you. It's trust issues, and it will always remain there as long as this generation of Biafra forefathers are still living. I'm telling you, everything stemmed from Biafra war. Had we come together and fought that war and ended it in peace, we would not be
Chioma,
as
Okay,
divided
what do you mean come
as
Chioma,
together and
we
fought
are
that war? I don't
now.
understand.
So
Chioma,
don't
hold on.
mention
Let me
Chama, what
answer.
do
the
you mean by come
mention of
together and fought the
hate.
war?
It's just
Let me
animosity. It's anger and animosity, but it's
let me
not
answer
hate.
you this way, Chioma. I think the problem here is lack of education. You see, the elders in Igbo land, okay, they are not doing a good job. Okay, for instance, now this guy I was talking about, he should be within the age bracket of 2025. Okay, what does the historical perspective of 60s has to do with you coming into
Okay, I
Dutchland
will
to
tell
try
you.
to
Can I tell
survive.
you? Can I tell you?
Uh-huh.
Because many of our grandparents died in that war. So they still, even my own father told me the story. My uncles told me the story. So just because you're not in my family, so you don't know what we talk about. But this is what they talk about every
A
time
lot
they
of Yorubas
mention
don't know.
Yoruba. You guys talk
Shoma,
about
do you
it
know
in
why I'm
your
the only
household.
Yoruba that tend
Mike,
to
We
Mike,
understand
do it
this?
you guys
ourselves. We
talk
don't
about
let
it in
us
your
know.
household.
We don't talk about it in our households. My parents never
Yeah,
read that.
because
So
you
they
have
started
moved on.
saying the Igbo people are this and that.
Aru,
No, because
that's
you
the
have
problem.
moved
Aru,
on,
do you know
right?
how I know all these things? Because
The
when my
Biafra War
Shoma,
really affected Igbos to the core. So they tell these stories to their children. So I'm not here to deceive you. There's no hate, it's lack of trust. Know that.
You know many Yoruba families, their sons went to the war front and that was the end of it. They never heard from them before again.
Well,
Aru, let me tell you
this is our own story. You can share your own, but this is our own story
Yeah,
that they
and
Aru,
I think
passed
that's
on
the
to the
problem.
children.
That's what I'm saying. See, there's a problem when you're in a relationship. When one individual in the relationship hates you and despises you, but because of what he's going to get from you is pretending, and
I
you are
don't
there
like the
all
word.
nice
It's
and
And
not
then
rosy
hate.
and all
you
kind,
go,
Listen,
and
brother, you know
it's
they go
like
anywhere from
like
that relationship,
we are
oh,
walking
you
along
are
the enemy
bound
and we
to
are
it.
pretending like it's all nice and sweet.
the
no,
thing
I
about
don't mean
You
Yoruba
hate.
people
cannot
is
go
you guys are
anywhere.
too dismissive. That's your
You don't
problem.
understand. It's not hate.
You
Igbos can live within Yoruba land and even intermarriage, which you know. However, is this that trust issue will always exist because of the Biafra War.
let me come in this way, Choma. You see, the problem with Yoruba people, not only Yoruba, but just black people in general, they like to be very dismissive, and we also kind of people where we like to a situation will happen, I would just want to move on, forget about it, and move forward and ignore whether it's still in the mind of another person. For example, I used to when I was growing up in Lagos, when they travel, so our neighbor, we used to spend a lot of time in their house. Like we stay in their house, live there. They were Igbos, so a lot of them, their uncles or their parents' friend, they will come, and then when they are talking, we are there. They don't know that they thought we are the, maybe their relative, we are evil. So they used to talk all these Biafran things. So as a kid, they used to talk about this a lot. So that's why I used to know that in their household, this Biafran thing is, and they tell stories about what happened
Of
during the war,
course.
how they used to like eat lizard, how someone died of starvation, they dropping dead, all those horror stories. I used to hear it. That's why I'm the only Robert that can relate to these things. But when the Yorubas, the their own elders didn't tell them about those stories. Which I understand. Like some of them didn't even know anything about it because they didn't experience it, that kind of stuff.
They
But
moved
then,
on
but,
quickly.
but then when the Igbos are giving them the body language or the sign or even talking about it, they don't want to. Instead of them to try to like question and understand where they're coming from, they dismiss it. And unfortunately, it's very dangerous. That's why I always find it like, dude, do you know these people they have something in mind against you that you don't know about?
They
Instead
can
of you
kill
to
all of us. They will kill all of us in one. They won't even think about it.
exactly,
Fine.
yeah,
But what are you
Like I
talking
don't
about?
do that.
I beg you.
they are
All this,
very dismissive of it.
I'm not trying to please anybody anymore at this stage in my life. I don't care. Let all of us go to our tents. I beg. I'm
Yeah,
tired of all this
exactly.
local. We
So
are far too kind of people to be insulted repetitively by these people. We are far too kind. And we have been far too kind in that Nigeria. Far too kind of people. And I think we are walking blind. Well, like I said, we are working with the enemy.
to me,
Across
I
Nigeria,
blame
everywhere.
the people ruling the
What
country is
about
what I
your
blame.
thing? Listen,
Because
all
a
those
lot of the
people saying,
animosity people are holding against each other is because
Mike, listen,
the foolish leaders in the country, they are not the one
your
addressing any of
leaders,
those issues.
your
Because
leaders know will go nowhere because your leaders depend on our oil at the moment. So they're not going
which
to
one?
go nowhere.
The leader, yeah, including
But
Yeah.
wait. Let me say something. Because
which
we keep
leaders? Are
saying
you
this
talking about the
Your
southwest
leaders.
leaders,
leaders?
I'm
Mike.
saying,
We
they're
keep
not
saying
going
this
to go
leader stuff.
nowhere.
We keep saying this leader stuff, and we keep reducing this stuff to a civil war matter. No, before the civil war, Akintola was openly campaigning. The whole issue of Ikejiani, Zix nepotism. These were major issues.
No. The
About the time
political.
he was
Yeah,
on
I
TV, he
agree. I
was on
agree.
BBC, he gave a public interview about the character of these people,
Hmm.
about why we are different and why they cannot be trusted. So why are we reducing it to a civil war matter?
But you can. So what are
It
you
is not by
But you
chance. It
can't
is not
dismiss
by
that
chance
civil
that the
war
individuals that suffered
thing, man.
casualty
about
during the
this?
coup, in January 1966 coup, their identity, their nationality is not by chance. These are matters that predate that. These are
No,
matters that predate the
I know.
Lancaster House Agreement. So don't let us reduce this to a civil war matter.
No,
We are not the
We get
same.
that part. What do you call it? The where competition part and the
It's
trying to
a matter of
dominate part. Hold
competition.
on, wait now, wait.
We should have never been brought together.
You have a
Forget
point.
competition. We
You
should
have
But
a
have
you
point.
never been brought together, especially with our brothers to the southeast. The Yorubas had relationships with the North that predate the coming of the British. They never associated at all with the southeast. Never. We are very
but
different in culture, in values, extremely different. And because we are extremely different in cultures and values, we will never be the same. And because of that, we would always have fractions and we would always have issues. And why are we trying to deceive ourselves? I used to be very, very Nigeria. But in recent years, it's not like I was Nigeria with my shutters on. No, I understand the history, okay, and I read very well. But I always try, okay, let us make it work. But the fact is this: in recent years, I've realized it cannot work. Forget
No,
it
bro,
cannot work.
where I
you're
disagree
It
with you.
just
will not work.
saying
And
you're
it is not in our interest for it to work. Let us all
it,
go our separate ways.
Let me tell
it's
you
a
where I
like
Our
disagree
what
with you.
values are
you're
different.
not
We
going
don't value
nowhere.
the same thing.
You're not
Let,
going nowhere. You're not going nowhere. We must get this thing together. You
hold
will
on.
deal with our insult. You will deal with our rudeness. You will think. You don't have an
Let, let,
option.
let, let me
Please,
tell you.
just tell
Let
out
me
to.
come in for a second. Now,
Wait,
give me a chance now.
I want to say, let me tell you, you
Uh,
know they go nowhere. Well, we said we're not gonna make you go right
Mr.
now.
D,
Mr.
Don't
D,
come on.
this is not marriage by
Mr.
force.
D, let me come in for a
There
second.
was a
Also,
problem.
Arrow, here's the problem. The problem is not your difference. You understand? Or their custom being different. You understand? There are countries where people live with different customs, right? The issue you're having in Yoruba land is you are the only one that you tend to deal with this because you don't regulate your space. That's your problem. For example, when the Igbos are in the north, they don't do that level of disrespect they do to you in Yoruba land because in the north, the northerners regulate their space. In fact, northerners will tell you you can't even drink alcohol, and the Igbos obey it because they know those ones regulate their space. They kept their Islamic, they could even create Sharia law in their states.
Yoruba is too liberal. Yoruba is
Yeah,
too
exactly. So
liberal.
that's what your problem is. It's not really that even if it's break Nigeria up, right? The Igbo will still come to your land to come and trade and do business or whatever. They're still gonna live in your space.
exactly.
So it's not really Nigeria. Nigeria is not your problem.
The
You are the
the
one that
statement
don't regulate your space. You are
the
too liberal.
statement you make that
You
you're going to
so
deal
that's
with
your
our
problem.
insults,
You're
you're
always
going
going
to
to have
deal with
foreigners
our
living in
this
your
thing.
space. Foreigners,
Nobody
even if
is
you have your own country, Yoruba nation, foreigners will come to come and live there.
Baba,
Now, if you
you
don't,
know they go
if you are
nowhere.
doing the same thing you're doing now, you're going to deal with the same problem. If you don't regulate your space, you so liberal, you work. In fact, Yorubas are the most so liberal that they give treat foreigners better than they treat their own people. Where if a foreigner, a non in Yoruba land, literally, when Southeasterner and Yoruba person is having quarrel, the Yoruba will side with the Southeasterner. They side with the non-Yoruba because they want to prove to the foreigner that they are so welcoming and they are Moloabi. So when you
But
get so
so,
liberal that you become so foolish, then
But that's
whatever
the culture.
Because
That's the culture.
yeah, and this is telling me we are not going
they
anywhere.
always
We'll
want to
deal with their
prove
insult. I
they
mean,
are good,
brazenly
they are
telling me
Moloabi.
he's going to insult us, and our forefathers, and we'll do nothing about it. Brazenly,
Arrow,
Mr.
No,
D
this
is doing it
insult
right,
has been
right now.
Arrow.
no, he meant we
You're
are.
insulting us.
He thinks, brazenly, he
Arrow
doesn't care.
Gidigba.
Mr. D
This
can go and piss. He can go and piss on your Ifa now tomorrow. He doesn't care. He's going to insult you and he's going to boast about it
No,
tomorrow.
is
that's
because you
not what he
tolerate it,
meant.
man.
You're
That's
misunderstanding.
not
He
what
Well,
I
said
meant.
we have
It's
yeah.
to
like you're in
deal
a
with
marriage
it.
with you're in a
We
marriage
have
with
to
a
say
woman.
we
You
have
must
problems.
take care. You must
Basically.
guide them.
Arrow
Brother.
Gidigba. Is because you tolerate it for so long, so you can't be crying. You have to blame yourself.
Yeah,
I've
I
literally
know because
hold on,
in
calm
where
down.
me I talk,
I
you are from Ikorodu. It's you Lagosians that tolerate it too. Because they should come and to try it where me I come
they
from.
go drive for you're nothing. They go now go see say from Igbo.
Mind your
And
place.
growing up, I used to see
Don't take
any
your place. Let
the
them
hold
pick
on,
from
give me
there.
a
You're
second.
not going to do nothing.
Hold on. Arrow, growing up in Yoruba land, I used to see he was literally insulting a elder, just doing whatever. And when the young Yoruba person wants to react, the one Yoruba old man say, if you want, they will jump in and tell the young one to shut up and just take it. So He's been like that for so long. He's not getting to a point where this new generation of Yorubas are like confused, like, what the hell is this? So you tend to be different. So your elders have allowed a behavior to go for so long that it's at a point where the people are so used to that behavior in your land. So now all of a sudden you just want it to stop. So it's not their fault, it's your fault that you've allowed it to be okay for so long. That a young Igbo person that grew up in Lagos now, he witnessed his dad insulting your king and all those things, and it was normal to you. Your king and your people never did anything about it. You never corrected him. So he's grown up to see that something okay. All of a sudden, you want to start acting now. Uh-uh.
Okay, so
That's your problem.
Mike, what does what does that
Yeah, well,
mean?
life is basically trying to do everything the right way at all time, and trying to be upright and be
Absolutely being
noble.
civil, essentially.
Yeah, just be
And being and
noble, and
avoiding confrontation. And even when you're confronted, just turning the other cheek. That's essentially what it is.
no, no,
That is
But
what
Omolua
it
really
is.
didn't turn the
in
other
your
cheek. Oh.
It means
culture.
Oh,
somebody
really?
of virtue. Somebody of
What
virtue.
Is that
happened
not we
was,
practice?
I
Is
think
that not what we practice? Turn the other cheek.
no, what
Chioma,
happened is,
Culture. That's
Chioma,
what I'm saying.
Chioma,
That's culture. Yes, sir.
Chioma. It means somebody of virtue.
Okay.
Somebody very calm, respectful, accommodating in every language of humility.
Yeah, thank you. But we don't have that. I'm not sure we have such a thing, you
No,
know.
no, 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 no. You
no,
don't know.
no,
You
no.
don't.
Choma,
You there's
actually,
not.
I
There's
think in
nothing like
Yoruba,
that in your
a
dictionary.
generation of Yoruba misunderstood what
Yeah,
Omolua really
we
meant.
don't have that.
Choma, what happened is, the Omolua really didn't mean turn the
Like
other cheek.
Chioma,
I'm be
if
foolish. He didn't
if
really mean that.
if you are a day older than me in Yoruba culture,
Yeah.
okay, that a day older must reflect in the way I talk to you, the way I relate with you, the way I relate with you. That I don't have to. If there's another person who is not part of our culture, it will not take that person very hard to know that you are my elder.
Mm,
You understand?
yeah.
You know, I give that room. Okay, she's my sister. Whatever she says, I must abide by it. And if I want to be objective or raise my voice, my parents, either my father or my mother, will tell me, "Hello, shut up. Shut your mouth up. She's your sister." Even though when you are wrong, oh, they will still admonish me to give you that respect.
And the
So
Igbos took
when
advantage of it.
when we grown up, as we grown
Ah,
up like that,
Oga,
it's very difficult.
Oga, look. Do you live abroad? Sir, do you live abroad? Can you talk to your children?
So Choma,
Can you
basically, Yoruba land, they have culture and
talk to your children in a certain way if you know talk to them? What will they
I mean, so Mike, I
talk
completely
about?
understand you because even
And
in the naming twins, they have Kehinde and Taiwo. So it
the same
shows who comes first and who
way
is
even they
the
talk say
firstborn
now
and
when they
all that.
bring civilization come.
yeah.
Your child
Even that
in this
Choma, let me tell
country,
you
what
something
you
about
call
that
them,
Kehinde and Taiwo
in
matter.
your typing,
Let
you
me
understand?
give Choma
So
some
if
information
they
about
not
that Kehinde
agree
and
with
D
Taiwo
you, would
matter.
D
you
that
still think?
D, can you are just we
Choma,
can't even hear you. You're breaking up.
Let me give you some information about that Kehinde and Taiwo matter to even buttress the issue of the how Yoruba take culture.
That's what
Kehinde,
I'm saying. They
Kehinde
distinguish
comes
to make
second.
sure that the firstborn
No,
has
yeah,
the
no,
respect.
no, no. Let me tell you even. Let me break it further. I'm sure Mike and I will know what I'm about to talk about. Kehinde physically comes second. But by Yoruba tradition, Kehinde is the elder. Do you know that?
I didn't know that. Sorry.
Yeah, because it was Kennedy that sent Italy to go first.
That Kehinde, that Kehinde, the full meaning, if Yoruba want to say, they will say, Omo Kehinde Gbegbon. Omo
Yeah,
Taiwo means Omo Tayewo. The person that
yeah.
went for, almost like a
It-
messenger that
yeah,
went
it
further
was the Kennedy that sent the Tayo means to go and taste the word.
to go and check the word, to go and
Go and
see
check
how
the
the
word.
word is.
So the second one was going to send the younger one to go and taste the word first. So he sent the Tayo to go and taste the word. So Tayo means to go to Ayo, to go and taste the
I
word, go
mean,
and see the word.
when we
So
look at it as Yoruba people, we are sharing
so
our
the
space
first one
with
goes.
people
So
that don't
the
respect
so
our
the
traditions at
yeah
all. They dismiss our traditions, and in fact, they are now trying to take advantage of our humility and our decency and our civility.
So
And,
general, so
and, you, and you
basically,
see, this brazen attitude is in ever. I mean, at first, maybe 30 minutes ago, he was doing all this wishy-washy, but now he's brazen. He doesn't care. He will spit in my face at this moment. He will spit in my face and
so
rub it
Chama,
in.
so basically, I don't. Let me explain this real quick. So Chama, basically, right? Let's say you are Igbo girl now, or you come to Yoruba land, right? And then you you had a confrontation with one Yoruba girl that's a younger than you, a year younger than you, right?
Mhm.
Even if you are wrong, the Yoruba people will see, and they know that you are older. Now they will side with you because you are the elder, right? They will just side with you. They don't look at your ethnic group. They just see that, oh, Egbon, because our culture, you always have to respect your older person. Just like it's even if the person is one day older. So a lot of Southeasterners, when they come to Southwest and they don't understand it, they can see that they get away with a lot of things. Usually, maybe they bully a Yoruba guy, and then the Yoruba guy realize they are older. He just kind of take it because he knows if he start retaliating, his own Yoruba people will look at him like, why are you fighting your senior, your elder, that kind of stuff. So the Igbos tend to realize that getting away with just treating someone bad. So they don't understand that it's just a culture. That the guy is afraid to respond to you because you are older. Because in his culture, you know that if Yoruba people seeing that he's responding to his elder. So a lot of Igbos now see that these Yorubas are weak. They see themselves getting away with just you know, bullying a Yoruba person, but they don't know that the guy you are bullying is not soft. If you were younger than you, probably would have slapped you, but because you are older, he just you know respect, but he's not telling you. So a lot of them see that Yoruba people's culture as this so organized and accepting, they find it to be very easy. Whereas if they would have gone to maybe South somewhere in Port Harcourt or in a region, those one they don't have that. They probably would have punched you back in the face the moment you disrespect yourself. They don't care how old you are, you know. So they get that freedom Yoruba. So they kind of misunderstood it as these Yorubas are
you get
coward
it.
and
That's why they take advantage of us.
yeah, they take
They will
advantage of
say
Yoruba
they
culture.
will
But where I think
say
Yorubas are foolish
Yoruba
is your culture is supposed to be among you.
is very lazy.
The thing, what the Yoruba misunderstood is your culture is supposed to be for you among yourself. You don't assume that someone from another society is part of your culture. Is not sharing your culture. So that's where the Yorubas got it wrong. And the Igbos, they are kind of people where if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So all those leverage that Yorubas are giving, they just took it far. They just like it got to a point where people are like, okay, we're getting tired of you guys, man. What the hell is all this, man? Like, learn to respect people now. Don't just take advantage. I don't know. Even if you are those kind of people where when they see way to take advantage of you, they will take advantage of you quick. You give them room for anything, they go far on you, man. And they've gone very far on the Yorubas. Right?
That's true, but I think it's also that's very true with Igbo, right? But I think it's true also with Nigeria in general, Nigerians.
Yeah, I think a lot of Southeast Asian man, the way they would talk to
You
Yoruba
know
people.
that Southeastern people are the most traveled people on earth. Okay, so when they go over, they go to when they go abroad, okay, the host community, they don't really know the difference of cultural background. They just assume Nigeria, 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 Nigeria. They take it upon everybody that okay, once you are Nigeria, you are from the same orientation, the same thinking, the same all those things. So they tag everybody as the same. That is the problem. And in honesty, I like
But
Igbo in
no,
honesty.
no. But
But
you
you
know what you're
see that
saying now. It's
aspect,
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. No, sorry for
you,
cutting
s-
you.
you see that aspect of disrespect, that aspect of wanting to put yourself as more important than the other person, wanting to, you know, Igbo believe that they are the most supernatural human being, that they don't even allow any other opinion. That thing make me hinge, honestly speaking. Okay. But in terms of say as normal human being likeness, I love them. I love every human being. Okay, except that
So, what do
area
you
of
think
Igbo is
about the
something I don't like.
Northerners? What do you
I don't
think
like
about
that.
the Northerners?
You said
What do you think about the Northerners? Because these are people you have not lived with or you really have strong association
you
with.
mean the northerners?
Yeah. Have you dealt with them before?
Yes,
The
the Yoruba
northern
have been dealing with the
see
Northerners that before the
we
British
deal with
even
the
showed up.
northerner, and as far as I'm concerned, okay, as far as I'm concerned,
Well,
if we
culturally,
leave that if we leave that aspect of disrespect and thinking of say I am above you of Igbo, okay, I will still choose Igbo
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Just
honestly,
hear
you know,
because
anything doesn't make
because
sense.
you see an
Why
average
would you choose
see
Igbo when you can
listen
choose a
listen
Northerner?
listen
no,
now
Chairman,
let me
Igbo
tell you
people
an average Yoruba person and Igbo, okay, we have certain things in common, and which is area of development, okay,
productivity, all those things. Yeah, yeah.
productivity. We always want to develop. We always want to live out of our shelf. Strive to develop ourselves. Try to try to be productive in a way. You cannot
Yeah,
take
try to
that
get things
with
done.
you.
Yeah.
You cannot take that to an average northerner. An average northerner
but no,
believe that
let us stop and let's make a correction. I think one of the first problems when we talk about this Northern matter is the fact that we already said Northern. Already, even in that statement, already is that's the way the error is. So first, let us talk about the Northerners that the Yoruba had interactions with. We had interactions with the Takwa, okay? The Takwa are
Mhm.
Northerners as well, according to our Nigerian geopolitical understanding. But can you say that it's a man from Takpa, a Nupe man, and the Fulani man? Are they the same? Similar?
Nah, they're
Are they
To
the
not.
me,
same? No, they are not.
to me, my brother,
It'd be wrong.
to
It'd be
me, to
wrong.
me,
They're not.
you know one thing that hits me off from those people. They are not sophisticated in any aspect of life.
Who?
All those takpa northerner of a thing,
New people are sophisticated. Oh.
they are not.
Nupe,
They are
Idoma,
not.
Ibi.
I'm not talking about politics aspect of life. Oh.
No, even education, all those things. See,
Individualism that you're
Idoma,
talking about.
Nupe, those people are
Individualism,
they are middle. They are more like middle belt.
they are
I
not
think.
sophisticated, my brother. They are not sophisticated.
I
But
think.
what I'm trying to say is don't let us be very, because those are the people that we had. I mean, look at the likes of the Oshodi families in Lagos. A lot of the Oshodi, they if you look at where they come from, okay, even if you go to Ibadan, there's a lot of Tapa families in Ibadan. They are Yoruba, but they are four fathers
Well, we are not
before the
talking about
British.
ancestry here now. We are talking about
So
present.
I'm just talking about our relationship. So don't let us say, oh, if I was Yoruba, I'll go with you. No, because at the end of the day, these are individuals that
But those
that we
northern you're
have.
talking about, those are more like middle belt now.
So what I'm trying to say
I
is
think we are talking about the core. I was talking about core north.
so let us be very
North.
specific when we say the Northerners. Let us be
Yeah, yeah.
specific. The ones
Even
that
people like Benue, Kogi, those are not. But they are more. Even they
Can you
even like
can
people
you
in
can
Kogi
you
that
can you compare somebody that wake up earliest of his life? The next thing is thinking of how to relate with Malu, how to go to Arabic school. Nothing like
but that's
that
core
is why
north. That's the full.
that is why they are so they put all their egg in one basket. A community leader or imam will just come and tell them to all of them should die, should line up in the way of death, and they will all go because their brain is not developed. It's not
So
developed to
us that we don't have our own community leader like Eze, we have no respect for. We just do our own thing. You think
that
our
is
own brain is developed, or we just lack respect because we're proud?
no
I
no
think
no
I think all of
cultural
well,
us here
Chama,
culturally
Chama,
our
that,
brains are
that
not
is not
developed.
true.
We
That
just
is
like
not
the
true.
culturally, Igbo by their own way of life, okay, they are not built. Whether you're educated or you are not educated, you are not built to respect any other tribe. You have this IQ that you are supernaturally above every other woman being, which is very, 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 very false.
Very
Very,
dangerous.
very dangerous. You know, there's nobody an island, okay? And where you think you are an expert, okay? Where your expert end, somebody's own is just beginning.
And the
That
mistake
is
they
the
make is the Yorubas are far ahead of them in terms of sophistication.
Yoruba is very, very far. In an household, if you don't see a doctor, you will see a degree holder
So,
in every
Degree order,
household.
okay. So
this how
during the
you the
war,
wind us. You're talking about the I think pardon here. If you don't see four, five doctors, one lawyer, a few
So
accountants, engineers, plenty.
Even in
way
so
traditional
ahead
wisdom,
every
Owo,
other
and
tribe in
do
Nigeria.
you
But
think?
the
So
point
do you
is,
think Owo?
Yoruba have certain behavior. Yoruba know something, okay? Yoruba have a conclusion on a particular decision. He still wants to learn from you. He
Okay.
will
So
he will
I
hide.
have a question.
He
So
will
do you
hide
think
to
that
take it to
Igbos?
take from you again.
I will
So
let her
do
ask
you
question.
think
I will
I
catch
have a
her.
question. Do you
Mm.
think Igbos didn't carry you people along during the Biafra war when we wanted to secede from Nigeria? Do you think we were so proud that we felt like we can do it alone and we say, we don't need the Yorubas? Do you think
But
that
that's
was
what
the
you
case?
did now, Chama.
See,
No, you
see,
are even saying we. Chioma, the first problem you are saying we.
Shioma.
Let me say, Chioma, let me help you with this. The Biafran War was not an Igbo project. So let us start like that.
That's what
Neither
I'm
Shioma,
was it.
saying. That's what
Wait,
I'm
Shioma,
wait,
saying.
wait.
Shioma,
So stop saying we.
Shioma,
Stop
It
using
was
the word we.
Ojuku's
Shioma,
personal decision.
Stop
Shioma,
using the word
Shioma,
we, okay?
Shioma,
Because even the 1966 school, January 66 school, was not an Igbo project, but we call it an Igbo
Shioma,
coup,
Shioma.
nonetheless.
You
But
see,
it's
you
not an Igbo
see,
project. So don't
I
say
will hold
we.
on. I hold on.
It's not a collective adventure of the Igbo people, okay?
That's what
Shioma,
I'm saying though.
So
Shioma.
don't use the
What
word
me
we.
I
It
will
was
say.
No,
Ojuku's
it's
What
because of what
adventure.
Awo was saying
what
that we
what
felt
me?
like we're.
I
This
will
is
hold on. I
this,
hold on. Jack will land. Yeah.
okay.
Let Chama land. Yeah. Go ahead. Chama finish. Yeah.
So it's because of what Awo was saying that we felt like we're too superior, that we're on our own island and nobody can be an island. And I'm like, okay, well, during the Biafra War, it wasn't just Igbos. No, we carried you all along. We wanted us to secede from the north. That was the main purpose of the Biafra War. True or false?
Would you
No,
carry us
Chema,
along?
no, no, Chema,
Shioma,
That
Shioma,
is that's
I
Shioma.
will respond. I
Now,
will.
this
I
is
will.
the way I will answer you. You see, before that Biafran war, okay,
Hmm.
there is something on ground between Awolowo and Zik. Okay, so in the earliest politics of independence, okay, when Awo and Zik, okay, form alliance, have this a kind of conclusion that okay, we join hand together, okay, to shut out the North. Hmm? Zik betray Awo, okay, eventually take appointment of president, eh, and while Tafa Balewa was prime minister. Okay, so that betrayal has been on ground. You see, that Biafra war has nothing to do with Yoruba, has nothing to do with. In fact, I didn't mean that first betrayal was not on ground. Okay, you would do this mentality of Yoruba betrayals wouldn't have been playing any part of our relationship. So what then happened was that after Gowon and Ojuku, because this Biafra project, I can say because I really studied this I studied this in school as under Nigerian politics, government and uh, politics and something, Nigerian government and politics. Okay, so what really went wrong there was that it is the decision of Ojuku to went into that Biafran war after, because Ojuku academically is a very sound, is a very sound person. Okay, compared to Gowon, who doesn't have any basic knowledge of what agreement is making in a accord agreement. So until when he comes back home, because all this period, eh, Awolowo was still in jail. So when he comes back home, that they now told him the meaning of the accord he signed with Ojuku, okay, in a way to find his way out of that agreement is what when he now thought of Awolowo and bring him out of jail. You know, between Awolowo and Zik, the betrayal that has present in their life, in their heart before, okay, Awolowo now seek opportunity, okay, to 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 avenge that betrayer. This has nothing to do with every other human being.
So are
We
you
are
saying
all
Awolowo
created
avenge
equal
betrayal? What do you mean by avenge betrayal?
because between him and Awolowo and Zik, okay, in the earliest politics of
We get that. We
independence,
get that. What is the revenge? What's that revenge?
the revenge is that he has betrayed him, okay, during that period by that the politics that led to
What
him
did what
taking.
revenge? What did Awolowo revenge? How did he revenge? That's what we're asking.
The revenge is now that he now take appointment. He was now the like
He
you know
took
the
appointment from Gowon to the minister of finance.
from go
Minister. Is
one
that what you're
not be
saying?
even minister, like vice president.
No, it's not vice president. It was finance minister. It was not the vice president.
No, no, no,
The
no, no,
vice
no, no, no.
president was what was this Akwa Ibom man? Uh,
But Mike, all of us know that by that the way during that war
no, no, hold on. No,
period,
let's
that
not get, no, let's not go into
Awolowo was
rabbit hole. No,
very.
no.
So now
Let's
let me
He was
no
he was the de
hold on,
facto minister
hold
of
on,
the economy.
hold
He
on,
was the de facto
hold on.
minister of
He
the
was
So
not
economy.
vice
what
president.
let me
He used the word vice president.
let me conclude. Now what now happened was that, okay, because Awolowo is also another sophisticated human being, very educated. Okay, he was the one that helped Gowon to won that war. You know how
That's
he
not
helped
true.
him?
Man, let's stop all these fallacies that we give ourselves.
Listen. I will tell you how he helped him.
He was a finance minister. That's all. Ujuku is closing that
Guys,
war
Listen,
anyway.
one
listen.
How did he
minute.
help him win the war when he's not a soldier? What is it?
Guys,
See, listen.
one minute. Hold on.
It's not for an argument. We are educating ourselves here. Whatever I said, if you find it not correct, okay, you can go into your own research and tell me later. So what then happened was this. You see, during that time, when Ojuku they started all this war, okay, it was Awolowo that third Gowon to shut down the border. No
Which
food
border?
in, no food in, no food out. When somebody is fighting a war, okay,
Do you
and
have
you deny,
documents? Do you have the
eh,
documents?
did I
So
what?
one man wants me to shut down the show, so you guys will continue. But I'm gonna send a link. Anybody who wants to listen,
Oh,
please
let's
try to
stop
come in.
repeating fallacious stories that people tell us. He was this
No,
one
no,
that
no.
killed this
This is
one. Was that
not
one?
the way they tell us.
There
Okay,
is
This
no
is
then
what I
record.
read.
There's no document that say he
This,
was one that started
thank
the
you
thing
this
and
is
killed
guys.
him.
what I read. This
Hold
is
on.
what I read in school.
Okay,
I'm
where did
telling
you
you.
read it? Which
I
book?
Hello.
read it in
Can you give
school.
me a
What?
source?
Hold on, guys, please.
Okay.
I want to thank all the viewers for watching. Please come in the studio to, join us if you still want to listen to the stories. And have a good day. Bye bye.
Now who has put this wrong information out there? Then I should end the show. Some people